Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is day 2 of the Tata Steel Chess India. We are at the iconic National Library of India, and we've got an action-packed day coming up. I'm International Master Tania Sachdev in the studio, live with the one and only International Master Sagar Shah.
Well, Tanya, yesterday was a cracker of a day. We had Levon Aronian scoring 3 out of 3. And what are you expecting today?
A lot of action, Sagar, and it's not just the fact that he had 100% score. The quality of his play was so exceptionally high.
Yeah.
But he's not the only player who showed high class. I can't get over the endgame technique shown by Pragg in his game and just moving that knight far away.
Tanya, did you know that Pragg actually made an illegal move yesterday?
Oh, wow.
He missed it. He actually castled when his king had moved.
And what happened then?
Then the arbiter came and gave 2 minutes to Arjun.
Thankfully, there are no rule books here, Sagar.
I already put it on ChessBase India, this video. So, after Vidit's illegal move, this is the second.
So much drama. We had brilliant chess, some hits, some misses, amazing technique, apparently some illegal moves as well. And the action continues now. The one player who really needs to strike back today, Sagar, is Adhiban. He had a tough day one, 3 losses. What do you think he needs to do to come back today?
Yeah, I think he needs to begin with 1 victory, and that's all that Adhiban needs. As we can see the standings right now on our screen, Levon Aronian at the top, Pragnananda, Arjun and Vidit on 2 points, Sam Shankland and Quang Liem and Karthikeyan Murli on 1.5, Parham Maghsoodloo striking in that last round, beating Adhiban on 1, Vaishali on half and Adhiban on 0. And in round 4, this is the pairing we have, Tanya.
So Adhiban is at the bottom of the table, and as we were speaking about this yesterday, in such tournaments, these sharks are going to smell the blood. True. And that blood right now is on Adi, which makes it more difficult. He needs to stop the bleeding. He needs to at least draw a game, pick up some points and get his form back. Let's take a look at the action that's coming up. Chat, how are you doing? And take a look at the pairings. We've got Quang Liem, a former Blitz world champion, up against 2 times World Cup winner, absolute legend, world number 10, Levon Aronian. Levon is the leader of the event so far. Very happy with his play yesterday. Although he did say that he felt he wasn't very accurate, but clearly good enough to win all his games.
Yeah, I think so. That's his strategy, play fast, put the pressure. If you're not going to win on the board, then well,
You win on the clock.
you win on the clock and your opponent goes wrong. And if Vidit can go wrong, anyone can.
I did an interview with Nepo once, and he mentioned when he was growing up, he was constantly in time pressure, and his coach told him when he was really young that you've got to play a classical game like you've got 30 minutes on the clock.
I remember this. You take like you cut your time into half.
You cut your time into half, and then he said, you know what? In rapid, you can either play slow or play bad. You can never do both.
Right.
Well, here it feels like Levon is playing good and playing fast. Let's get our matchups on the screen one more time, Sagar. We've got Parham against Vidit. Now, Vidit is also in form. He did lose his game against Levon.
But he was better.
He was better. I think he had a really good position. He had an extra pawn. But Levon, tricky, sneaky Levon managed to win that game. So a big day for Vidit, who's definitely eyeing that title for the first time at the Tata Steel Chess India. Sagar, don't you think winning a tournament in your home country is extra special?
I think if Vidit can win this tournament, it will motivate him for the Grand Prix. Eventually, if he does well at Grand Prix, then the candidates, then it just keeps rolling. So that's how it is. And so Vidit takes on Parham Maghsoodloo. We have Adhiban taking on Pragnananda, which is going to be a tough encounter for AD because he had lost recently to Pragg, but he's also beaten him in the past. Then we have Shankland versus Karthikeyan and Murli, also an encounter which is between two heavy calculators. They love to calculate, they love to grind through the variations. And we have Vaishali versus Arjun Erigesi, two youngsters. And as we speak, Tania, the action seems to have begun. Which game shall we go to first?
We do have lift-off, Sagar. Let's do a quick opening tour. Let's start with Vidit's game. Shall we just quickly take a look at the opening? It's just the first 4 moves. We've got an Italian, a very popular choice at the top level. Actually, at every level.
Right. Yeah, the Italian is an opening which people play nowadays when they are like, I don't want to go into the theory of Rui Lopez. Let's go for the Italian. Because although there is theory, still after 15 moves or so, you start getting into a position where there are more possibilities. And right now it's the starting position. Tania, let's have a look at the camera with a close-up,
Let's take
on
a look.
the players. Vidit has a very nice suit, some different color there.
I like it. I think Vidit is one of the very well-dressed. Actually, all these top guys, they really dress the part. And we see both suited up players ready for the action. Speaking of the Italian, I think one other reason why we see so much Italian is because it avoids the Berlin.
Yeah.
And the Berlin is something that the players just don't want to face because they feel they want a game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think in the Italian, there is always chances for both the sides. And I think even black players play it not just for equality, but, if white is ambitious, you get your chances.
I have to say though, Sagar, you remember Vidit's game against Adhiban in the Italian yesterday, where we had that 8-6 G5 line?
Yeah.
And Vidit needs to be careful because there Adhiban missed that knight into G5 sacrifice. Parham is not going to let go of such opportunities.
Tania, one of the things these top players do is that after the day ends, they go back to their room, they check their lines. I'm sure that if Parham goes bishop G5 here, Vidit will be like, I'm prepared. I'm not going to fall into the same thing like yesterday.
Absolutely. We are not going to see those opportunities come again. Let's take a look at some of our other boards that we've got the action on.
I think there was this move H6 that Vidit played. Maybe we had a couple of moves that happened on the board. If I'm not mistaken, knight C3 also happened, yeah? But we'll come back. Maybe it's not yet updated, but let's go to
I want to
game.
jump to Levon's game, Sagar, because take a look at the position we have
this is
from the opening.
This is Queen's Gambit accepted, Tania. I think this is a very well-known line over there. Can we just go through the moves? And in fact, it's supposed to be slightly better for white. D5, D4, D5, C4, takes, E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight F6, ED4, Bishop C4, Knight C6, castles, Bishop E6, and now take on E6, Fe6. So basically, white is giving up this D4 pawn so that he can now play his queen to b3 and attack the pawn on b7 and e6. So queen b3, queen d7, and now take on b7, rook b8, queen a6, knight g7, nbd2, and knight came to g6.
Wow. This is such an exciting position out of the opening. I mean, we're seeing this narrative so many times where a player sacrifices the pawn for easier development, putting pressure on the opponent. And that's what Anand was also talking about when he joined us yesterday in the commentary booth. That in these time formats, playing for the initiative is key. If you're able to put pressure on your opponent, even if you've sacrificed material, very difficult to handle. Now, I think the knight from d2 is headed to b3. He wants to try and pick up that pawn on d4 and also develop the bishop out. Go rook c1. Don't forget the open c file. Let's just try and have some arrows on the board. You hit that knight on c6, which is defending the a7 pawn. You hit that c7 pawn. And I think he starts with a3. What's the point, Sagar?
I think he wants to go b4, but also there is this idea of bringing your queen back to d3 when ideas like knight b4 are not in the air. And I think the knight might go to c4 as well. So, yeah, as you said, Tania, I think b4, bishop b2, rook c1, and putting pressure here, that's what Quang Liem is going to do. And I think this is a great clash between the top two seeds of the tournament. If Quang Liem manages to beat Aronian today, I think the tournament will be very, very wide open.
Wide open, absolutely. A big game for Levon. He's, of course, playing here with the black pieces. Liam needs to strike to be able to get a chance. But Levon's not easy to crack. So we're going to come back to this. Definitely ideas of b4 in the position. We'll take a look. And Levon doesn't disappoint us. Not only with the chess, but with his shirt as well.
Yeah, today again, some colorful t-shirts with some very nice designs over there. And also, Tania, I love how Levon makes his moves. He just plays it like as if he's making some form of musical, wave-like thing. He's very relaxed right now.
Very relaxed, and I think his shirt really gives off his creative vibe. The way he dresses up. The one thing about Levon is, I think his personality is very much like the chess he plays. You see that artistic quality in him. The way he talks, the kind of interests that he has. As they say, chess imitates life.
Yeah.
Levon is a pure example of that.
Absolutely. And we have a super chat by Pathik who says, Tania, all players suited up. Levon says, hold on.
Levon is not up for any of that. A nice blue shirt. Also, what I'm seeing on our screen, Sagar, is take a look at the auditorium. It is packed with visitors.
Yeah.
And this is after, of course, we've got a restriction of the number of people that are allowed in the hall with all social distancing measures. And we are, I think, at a full capacity today. Amazing to see the kind of interest in the city of Kolkata for chess.
Absolutely. And I really like how everyone's coming here, enjoying chess. They not only look at the players, they're also following the games. They want to understand what's happening. So I love this chess culture, which is growing all across the country. Of course, Kolkata has one of the best chess cultures in the country.
Couldn't agree more. The second Grandmaster from India, Dibendu Barwa, is from Kolkata. First is, of course, the legend Vishy Anand. And not just the second Grandmaster, the latest Grandmaster of India,
Yes.
Mitra Guha, also from Calcutta. So a city with big chess culture. I see the guru of Indian chess, one of the most renowned coaches sitting in front seat right there.
Really?
Isn't that Ramesh at the back? Or maybe not.
Maybe not sure, but
Not
he
sure.
should be there because he's there for the rapid and he would be there in the crowd right now. But Tania, look at how Quang Liem has just placed his pawns on g3 and a3, limiting both the knights. Now the knight from c6 can't go to b4, the knight from g6 can't go to f4, and I think slowly white is going to try and round up this pawn on d4. And as we just mentioned, Levon likes to play fast, but this is the first time when he's coming down on like 23 minutes each.
That's true. Liam, with good control on the clock, we've seen Levon put pressure on that aspect of the game. Now, I find this whole knight e1, knight d2,
Slow,
at least
yeah?
visually a little slow. Not only that, with this weakness of g3, you don't have a light squared bishop. But g3 is a very important move when your opponent's knight is on g6. Because let's just point out, it controls f4, it controls h4, it also blocks that bishop on d6 from sacrificing on h2. But what are the drawbacks, Sagar? It creates light square weaknesses.
True.
And I'm just wondering if this gives black the opportunity to get the other knight into the game. Knight e5, knight g4 ideas, e5, queen h3 coming in at some point. I feel this could really get dangerous for white.
Yeah, it's like, Liem is playing super ambitiously. It can either go really well for him, or he may just fall into some kind of a very bad tactical attack. Ooh, e5 by Levon. Generally, you don't want to be making this move with black, because now the light squares have become tremendously weak. But this might be a calculated decision. As Tania mentioned, the queen's route has opened up to h3, and there could be an attacking possibility in this position. Let's keep our eyes on this game.
Imagine a rook lift from f6, knight sacrifices on f4. I'm expecting all of that to happen on the board, but let's jump over. That's the kind of chess we like.
Tania, you're right. These are all the things that can happen. But look at Quang Liem. Yeah, he's a picture of calmness. He just brings his queen back on e2 and he tells Tania, I know you love attacking chess, but I'm going to take care of my king.
I agree, but at least that means he's a little scared right now, bringing that queen back into defense. We will see, Sagar, how this game continues, what it is that Levon is able to create in this dynamic position. Do you want to take a look at Vaishali versus Arjun?
Sure.
I think Vaishali's game yesterday against Pragg was absolutely brilliant. Even her fight in the other two games, she was never... it always felt like it was in the last moments that her opponent got the better position.
True.
And so definitely a big fighter here. Arjun has been on fire. He lost yesterday to Pragg, the only loss he had. He's on 2 points currently. He's had a fantastic run so far this year.
Yeah, and his win against Karthikeyan, that 98 move.
Oh my God. What, like in 17 moves?
Yeah, he
beat Karthikeyan in 17 moves yesterday.
Many people I read in the chat saying that Arjun, if he may not even win this time, but sooner or later he's going to make it to the absolute elite, because the way he's playing chess right now, it's tremendous, and could be very much possible that he's one of the favorites at this event. The way he played at the Lindores Abbey Blitz, beating like Levon Aronian, Rauf Mamedov, so many David Howell. I mean, come on, these are the players who are the best in the world, and he was just crushing them.
Yeah, even his match against Fabi, right? How can you forget that? World number 2, and he was just absolutely fantastic in that event.
Tania,
Levon.
Not world number 2 now, yeah? Fabi has gone back to 4.
That is true.
Because Ali Reza has come to number 3.
Isn't Yan at number 3? And
no, now Ding Lijen on number 2.
Oh, wow.
Ali Reza on number 3, Fabi on number 4, and number 5 is Yan.
The challenger.
Or maybe Yan has gone to number 4, but Ali Reza is on number 3.
That is incredible.
Unbelievable. Like, he's just 18 years old, guys.
Qualified for the candidates.
Yeah. He's the next big thing in the chess world. And, while we are talking about all the young talents in India, they will have a tough task facing Ali Reza, I'm sure. But first, he needs to beat Magnus at some point. It's a long way to go. But, by the way, in the game of Vaishali versus Arjun, it was an offbeat Rui Lopez. And White got a nice developmental lead. But Arjun was like, let's exchange the queens. Vaishali played bishop e3, offering the pawn on b2, which should not be taken, because after rook b1 or castles, White has a huge lead in development. So queen takes, bishop takes, and Tania, White has beautiful development here, but Arjun is like, what will you do? I am just moving my pawns. In fact, Arjun has made 6-7 pawn moves out of the opening.
Absolutely, and with a5, his idea was immediately to go a4 and trap the bishop. So I like Vaishali's decision, going a4. And now very often the knight can also fall back to b1. It looks a little strange, Sagar, but the idea of provoking black to go b4 is that it weakens the c4 square. So you can reroute your knight from b1 to d2 and jump to that spot as well.
Very nicely pointed out, yeah. And I think this is going to be a strategic game. Something which Vaishali is not Vaishali's forte, I would say. She loves to attack. So let's see if she's able to hold her own against Arjun. Should we go and check the game of Pragg and Adhiban?
Let's do it. That's a big clash, and there's fire on board in that one. Take a look at that. White's king in the center, h4, h5 on the board. The knight is on g5, eyeing h7. So much happening in this
Tania?
position.
Tanya, look at this. Do you think this game is already like come at a very critical juncture? Look at Pragg. He's bending forward. He knows that there is some sacrifice here. And I'm going to ask the chat, guys, can you figure out what should Pragnananda do in this position?
Wow, this
Ooh,
is such an incredibly dangerous
please.
position, but also, Sagar, white, it's timing is everything here.
Yeah.
Because white's king can also be in danger. You give black a few moves to allow knight d7, knight f6, everything is under control. So you've got just this move to strike if you have to.
Kind of, yes. You are right, Tanya. And I think if Pragg doesn't do it now, AD will kind of cement his position. Also, he can push away the knight with h6 and then g5. But the last move of Adhiban already, I mean, there was something that went wrong in the opening. We will check. But right now, let's have a look at what the chat is talking about in this position, Tanya.
Alright, so what do the grandmasters in chat have to say? Wow, they are in a very aggressive mood today, Sagar. I see the move that they're suggesting. Knight takes h7.
Ooh, and Tanya, Pragg has not played that move. He's taken on g6, but the chat was right, and in fact, so many of you gave this right answer. Abhishek, Rakshit, Chess is Fun, Devansh, Mista, Akshay Mohan. Well done, guys. The point is, if someone would have told Pragg, look now, there is something, he would have spotted knight h7 in a second, But the point is, when you're on the board and when your opponent is Adhiban, who's making his moves confidently, you don't realize that this is the moment.
Absolutely. But I am a little surprised because with Pragg, this is something that he would find. And even if you don't tell somebody in this particular position that there's something, knight h7 you want to look at. And as Sagar, because so many people in chat pointed it out, let's just take a look at the dangers that exist in knight takes h7. After knight h7, the king has to capture back.
Yeah.
You take on g6, you bring the queen to the game. And I think the key point is that after king f7, a very crucial move, which is not easy to find, Sagar. And I'm not sure if anything else is stronger, but the move that comes to my mind here is bishop d3.
Yeah, you're right. And
bishop d3 and you hit g6. The queen can't move because the rook jumps to c7.
Rook c7. Yeah, true.
Rook c7 is just killing here. And g6 under fire. So this... I'm slightly surprised Pragg didn't go for this line.
I agree with you. And I think it was one of those moves which I think Pragg might have spotted something really good with h takes g6. And that's the reason why he might have gone for it. But knight h7 was just an instant finish, guys. Because once the king is... You remember yesterday, Tanya, we were discussing about this Khechne theme. Like bringing the king out. And this is exactly what Pragg could have done here. And once the king comes to like g4, g6, this is already over.
Oh, of course, queen h5 or queen g4 both win on the spot. And you can't go king g6. The Khechne technique would work beautifully in this moment. But no knight h7, slightly surprising and a more tamed decision by Pragg going h takes g6. But as you mentioned, he probably saw a line where he feels he's completely better. After h g6, I wonder, has he made the move? He's gone for queen g4. Big ideas on the board. You want to get your queen, double up on the h file, start threatening mate on h7. Not easy to counter.
But Adhiban is a beast, yeah? So while he attacks, he's also very calm when someone attacks him. He goes knight d7 and he says that, Pragg, if you go queen h4, I'll come knight f6 and you show me where the attack is.
And knight h7 looks scary in this position, but it's really not because you can just simply sidestep with rook e8. You go rook e8 and yes, you get the h7 check in, but there's...
Wow, your point was absolutely right, Tanya, because if you take here and go for, I'll take with the queen. And if you go to f8 in this position, like check, the king is very safe.
Yes.
But the problem is that there is bishop g5.
Very, very scary. Bishop g5, you pin and you win.
Yeah, it's over.
This is over. So what is the idea after queen g4? Knight d7, knight f6 looks like the kind of move you want to make. But if not...
So here queen h4, Tanya, we could go knight f6 or we could also just shift the rook away directly. So that if queen h7, we have king f8.
That's nice, Sagar. That's a nice way to play.
But, while this all looks really okay for black in terms of defense, somewhere I do feel that white is having all the fun as of now. And maybe Adhiban might be able to defend this well, but if he makes even one mistake, he'll be blown off the board.
It would be disaster. And I completely agree. It's the kind of position where white has the party going on.
Yeah.
And yes, knight a7 would have been a bigger party. But once again, a difficult question by Pragg to Adi. And we know about one thing about Adi is that he doesn't like to be on the defense
Yeah,
so much.
true.
He always wants to be the player who's on the offense. And in this one, it's not going to be easy. We'll see how Adhiban handles this position. Do you want to get a quick update on the Vidit board, Sagar? A big pawn structure going on there. Take a look at what is happening on the E file.
Really, let me just quickly get the board here. Whoa!
Let's just highlight these pawns. This is not an everyday structure. Do not try this at home. E6, E5, E4, E3.
Yeah, let's go to Vidit's game on the video as well. Vidit versus Parham Maghsoodloo here. And 4 doubled pawns, Tania. What do you think? It's like it's very ugly, but at the same time, these doubled pawns take away squares from the knights. So the white knight which wants to go to f5 does not have it because the e6 pawn defends it. The knight wants to go to d5, also can't go there.
A very double-edged pawn structure. It looks, like you said, it looks horrendous, but it controls key squares in the position. I have to say that I think I would slightly prefer white because you're getting moves like rook d1 in, hitting that queen. The knight from h4 can come back to f3, hitting that pawn on e5. The knight from c3 can bounce to b5, hitting that pawn on c7. Way too many hits.
Right, true. And I think because it's white to play also here, he has the initiative. He goes queen g3. But you know, Tanya, things are getting heated up now because black can come in with his queen to d2, attacking the pawn on c2. Queen e5 could be hanging, but then the e3 pawn is hanging. So now it could become very concrete.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised with this option to go queen g3. I
Before
thought
rook
rook
d1
d1 was such a natural way to
Right.
play. You take away the d file and then you bring your queen into the game, attack the e5 pawn, reroute your knight on h4. But queen g3 allows this additional option of going queen d2, and that's
You know,
maybe he wants to go rook f. You can't even go rook f2 because then you just trade everything. Do you think that's an ending that Parham will be happy with?
Yeah, I don't think Parham plays chess like this.
Yeah.
You know, he loves to attack, so he might not think of rook f2. He might think of some kind of a adventurous way to play in this position. It's also the way Parham likes to play. You know, he likes to give his opponent chances, and at the same time, with it, if he goes bravely into d2, he's also risking a few things there. So, yeah, I mean, if you play queen d2, rook f2 looks like the most normal way to continue. But yeah, let's go back to Adhiban's game. Adhiban versus Pragnananda. After queen h4 happened, he went rook e8 and now bishop b5.
And look at the way he's playing. You know, every move in chess has its own set of consequences. And what Pragg is saying is, you know what? Yes, you moved rook e8. You had that square for the king on f8, but you fall into a pin. I will develop my bishop on b5 now, switch on the other side of the board, and you will not get your knight to f6.
Yeah, but Adhiban says, look, Pragg, if you play in the flank, I will break in the center. And he's gone e5 with the white king in the center. The rook is looking opposite to the king. And Pragg has to be careful because the beast is not one who will take the blows lying down. He has fought back with e5.
100%.
Do you think Tania will castle?
It looks a bit like a roar by the beast, this move e5,
Yeah.
opening up the center. Well, e takes d4 is a massive threat because the bishop on e3 is pinned. So I think the king has to move. It's going to be interesting to see if Pragg decides to go castle or does he want to play king f1.
Ooh, king f1 also makes a lot of sense because then you keep your rook on the h file. With castling, oops, this did not happen, guys. If castles, then the rook goes to f1 and all of a sudden, you know, it's like your life has completely taken a 180-degree turn. But I think castle is safer.
Castle is safer. King f1 is more fun, at least for the fans in the audience and all of us at the commentary booth here. I think it's definitely an option to go king f1 here. Something that's very tempting so that after taking on d4, you go bishop d4 and then... But then even that, can we just have that on the board actually? King f1,
Yeah.
e takes d4, bishop d4, and black can actually go bishop d4 here.
Bishop d4.
Queen takes d4. And you can't pick up the knight on g5, Sagar, because of that rook on h1.
Correct. There's a mate here. True.
But you can go bishop g2 check.
And then take on g5. Wow, that's
And
very
that's a
pretty.
nice tactic.
And there's a check here. So that's the reason why, Tania, Pragg also might have looked at these variations and he has decided to castle this time, although correctly, guys, because his king had not moved yet.
No illegal moves there.
Yeah.
It would be quite amazing to have one of the top players, one of the top youngsters in the world, make 2 illegal moves twice in a row, and that also the same one.
And then people would be like, all these legends who have spoken about Pragnananda, like, he's the next world champion and so on. And then when he makes an illegal move, it's just funny. I mean, come on, guys. Of course, Pragg is one of the biggest talents in the world of chess. We all love him, but when someone makes an illegal move, it's fun. We can make fun of him.
And you'll be surprised how often this happens, especially castling, because you sometimes just forget that you've moved your king on a check. I think it's happened to me so many times in online play as well, where I've tried to castle and it doesn't happen, and then I'm like, of course I can't castle in this position.
Yeah, it does happen. And guys, it might happen even more in Blitz when it starts in 2 days from now. By the way, M3 has sent a super chat saying, thanks to Samay and Among Us streams that introduced me to this new whole universe of chess. Thank you, Tania and Sagar, for this fun commentary.
Thank you, guys. It's so nice to hear from you, and of course to have you in chat. And I have to say, the chat is pretty strong. Whenever we've asked them a move, whenever we've asked them to help us out with an analysis, they've always come up with the best moves.
For sure. And by the way, Pragg has made another move here. Sorry, he's taken. And look at this, Tania. Pragg is saying that I can't take on d4 right now, because let's say if I take bishop d4 here, bishop d4, queen d4, and now the problem is queen g5, and now there's a mate on g2.
You don't have time to pick up the knight on d7.
Also, there's no rook here. So that's the reason why Pragnananda goes bishop f4, and he's saying that, look, this pin here is irritating. My bishop is coming to c7. Also, my rook is entering on c7. So I get this feeling, Tania, and with the queen at 7 move in hand, it seems like Adhiban will have to part away with at least an exchange by moving his knight from d7. What do you think?
Very tricky position and very tough to handle. Definitely the rook coming in on c7, bishop jumping onto c7, even just simple moves like rook d1, rook d3, rook h3 ideas.
Yeah.
It's so hard for Black to handle these kind of things, and I completely agree to dissolve the pressure a bit, especially because he's got a pawn on d4 to give up that exchange with a move like knight f8 or knight f6 and try and ease off the pressure. We'll come back to this game and see how Adhiban decides to go forward with it. I want to get an update on our tournament leader, Levon's game. What is going on there? And I have to say that at first sight, I think Black's doing fine here.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, White has set his knights beautifully, because, the knight is a wonderful blockader of a passed pawn. And also this knight on c4 cannot be moved away by any of the pawns. But that's where White's advantages end and Black's begin. Because Black has space, he has a passed pawn, the rook is well positioned on b3, the queen is looking over here. Yeah, I think so, Tania. Maybe practically it could be easier to play as Black.
I think so. I mean, I don't know what the evaluation here is, but I would pick Black here for sure. I also feel that, yes, White has a blocked knight on d3, which is, of course, a very key piece in stopping that d4 pawn. But b2 is a weakness. It's a backward pawn. Black can always double up and put pressure on that. To me, it appears like Levon, once again, with the black pieces, has managed to create his chances.
I agree with you. And this is pressure on Quang Liem. But the good news for all Quang Liem fans is that he's 7 minutes ahead on time, which is rarely the case when you play Levon Aronian.
Well, he is the Blitz World Champion for a reason.
For sure. Yeah. By the way, Aditya Jyoti Lal, thank you for becoming the member supporter of Indian chess. Tania, there's one game which we haven't seen yet, which is Karthikeyan and Murli versus Sam Shankland. And if we look at that game right now, it seems to me that
we haven't missed out on much, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. I think Black should be very happy with what he's got here. Sam, although his pawns are slightly broken here, but the bishop on b6 is very well placed. The queen is attacking the pawn on e4 along with the rook. I think nice position for black.
I think it's nice for black, and I think it's fine for white as well, because you've got these two double pawns, c6, c7. I definitely agree with you that black has nothing to really worry about, and I'm expecting this to fizzle out into a draw.
But how do you defend e4 right now?
I thought the only way to do that was to make a move like f3. It's not pretty.
But then if I take on e3, queen e3, and try to play f5, I thought maybe, but then you have this check, right?
Queen b3.
You have this check, and then this pin is broken here, and I can take the pawn, right? So concretely, white is okay for now. Let's go to our game between Vaishali and Arjun, because it seems like slowly and steadily Vaishali is saying, so what, the queens are off the board. I don't have to play strategically. I can long castle and I can still attack your king.
You know, even though the queens have been traded, and very often you would call this position an endgame, but it's nothing like an endgame. I mean,
Absolutely.
there's so much going on, the dynamics that exist, the two bishops. I really like Vaishali's position, actually. Knight e2 check is the move that's been played.
Yeah.
And here, I think she can even decide to trade the knight or
let's
simply
take it, right?
sidestep. Yeah, you can just take the
I
knight.
would say take.
And go rook d2.
Yeah, and rook d2. What does black do? Because I'm then trying to get my other rook to d1.
And just compare the pieces. How do you analyze this kind of a position? How do you evaluate this? Simply compare the pieces. Look at white's bishop on e5, black's bishop on f8. White has a better bishop. The bishop on b3, eyeing that f7 pawn, better than black's other bishop. Black's rooks not connected. White is already castled. The rooks are coming onto the center file. And even though the material is equal, Sagar, I think Vaishali is in driving seat in this one.
Tania, who taught you to analyze in this way? Like, look at the activity of pieces.
Let's see if chat can guess who taught me that. But I will tell you, it was, I think, working with Peter so much during the Champions Chess Tour. It was an exceptional. It's been an exceptional experience to be commentating with Peter Lecco.
Yeah. When you were commentating, this is how you learned it, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, to him, he just has an insane amount of knowledge, feel. He's a class apart. The kind of, I mean, he was basically calling out the action before it was happening on the board every single time. And he has a feel for these positions. I mean, he came so close to becoming world champion in 2004.
One game is
away.
what it took. Otherwise, he would
away.
have beaten Kramnik and he would have been the world champion.
Yeah, in 2004. Well, this time Peter is in Jan Nepomniachtchi's team.
Oh.
He is a second with Jan, and that is going to be interesting to watch, because I think he will have so many insights on playing the world championship.
Absolutely. But, Tania, I learned it from Abhijit Kunte when I was commentating in 2014 World Junior Championship. And he said the same thing which you said right now. Compare the activity of pieces and then you evaluate. And here, but Arjun did this very nice thing where he got his bishop back to e6 and is telling Vaishali that, okay, let's exchange at least one pair of pieces.
Yeah. Let's exchange your active bishop for my not so active bishop.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. That's how you defend these positions. But I think Arjun also realizes that he's the one under pressure right now. He needs to neutralize Vaishali's advantage.
True.
So this is going to be a bit of an uphill task, but the question is, how difficult can Vaishali make it in this position? Very pleasant, but is it enough to get a full point?
Yeah, true. I think let's just see. If I take on e6, you take back with the f pawn. I was thinking about doubling my rooks, but then comes the move d5, and I think somewhere black is able to kind of hold fort here. Although, as you said, pieces do look completely disorganized, unharmonious, but still it works somehow.
You know, I really want to point out what you just mentioned, Sagar, this idea of going bishop a6, bishop e2, bishop g4, bishop e6, if we can just have some arrows and show the route that Arjun found, a very creative way to fight against your opponent's pieces.
Yeah, true. I agree. And he did it all with a tempo, so she couldn't have stopped it. And
Vaishali impressive though, huh?
yeah, she's playing well, and I just hope that Vaishali is able to, continue scoring points as well here, because many times it so happens that when you are playing against these strong opponents, you can play well for like 3/4 of the game, but when it comes to those end games under time pressure, sometimes you do collapse. And I hope Vaishali is able to maintain her calm and cool throughout the event. But it's a learning experience nonetheless. She's learning so much, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters, and she's really holding her own in these positions. Now, I want to jump back to Levon's game really quickly because take a look at how the guy plays, Sagar. He's playing all over the board.
Yeah.
He's got his pieces on the queen side, which are dominating. You're attacking the b2 pawn, the queen on a6, eyeing this diagonal, the d. The queen on a6 actually pins the c4 knight. It pins the c4 knight because the d3 knight is attacked. And he says, you know what? I've got all my pieces amazingly placed on the queen side. Now let me take over the king side. The point is to create a second weakness on the board. In chess, there's a rule of the second weakness.
Right.
To win a game, whether it's in the end game or the middle game, you try and provoke weaknesses from your opponent. He wants to go h5, he wants to go h4, and that's what he's doing here.
Absolutely, and I think Tania, if Black manages to put enough pressure on both wings, Quang Liem might collapse. For now, what should White do is the question. Should he stop the H pawns advance with H4 or should he allow it? We will see what happens there. We have a few super chats here. Anand Narayan says, with the growth slope curve, who among Pragg, Nihal, VD, AD has drastic improvement in last 2 years? Vishy, Kramnik, Ivanchuk started together and at some point Vishy overrode the other two. Asking in that context.
That's an interesting question, actually. That's a very interesting question. Nihal, VD, AD, Pragg. I think the last 2 years have been quite different for everyone. With the pandemic and not having so many tournaments to play, all these players have been working really hard and have been training really hard. I don't know which one has made the maximum improvement, but I think the youngsters really stand out. We've seen them fight against the world. I mean, AD and VD are already a class, right? We've seen the brilliant performance they had at the World Cup. But Nihal and Pragg, this has been their breakout year with online chess, playing against the best in the world. And we've seen them really give them a fight and very often come on top.
Yeah, I think Nihal and Pragg, of course, have had more exposure in the past. They've played more super events, like more strong events. But then when it comes to Gukesh, Raunak, and also Arjun, they are getting their chances now. And I think it's very difficult to say as of now who will be the one who will make it right up to the top. But I think we'll have to wait for like couple of years.
Yeah.
And then it can become more.
Then we'll answer you then. But I completely agree. I mean, Arjun has been absolutely phenomenal. And a lot of these players, but like you said, too soon to say anything. And it's also very important to not put extra pressure on youngsters.
True.
You know, the main idea is to get them to improve. The main idea is to get them this exposure of the top level and then see how it pans out. I don't think touting someone or putting money on someone to be the next world champion, it really doesn't help the talent at all.
I agree with you. That's true, absolutely. And Tania, by the way, Quang Liem did go f4. He was like, if Levon can attack me, I can counter attack. And he's played it here. And now he's thinking whether he should take with the pawn, the bishop, or the knight. He can do, I think, all of them.
F4, a very interesting decision by Liem there. Very dynamic way to respond to h5. And now big question, which
He takes
piece?
with the pawn.
He takes with the pawn. I think the knight on d3, you really don't want to move it. We all know that the best blockading piece, the best blockader in chess is the knight. So you don't want to trade that knight.
Yeah.
And I think gf4, very interesting stuff. He wants to play e5 next, block that bishop off completely. And how does Black improve this position?
Tania, e5 in the air with the queen looking at g6 could become very nasty. But can we see that there are some tactics in the air here? Because you see the knight on d3 is slightly loose. There is pressure on the c4 knight. So I was just thinking, could we just take here on f4?
Oh, wow. I mean, that's kind of hard to believe, but does it really work? So I don't want to take with the white bishop in this position because then you're probably eyeing this rook d3 stuff.
Right.
So this looks very scary
So
for Black.
if you do this, I'll take on d3 and then I'll take with the knight and then my knight is very well positioned. So you want to take with the knight.
I think that would be my first idea in this position, to not allow rook d3. And what is the continuation here?
Then I push the pawn, let's say back to d3. And now when the queen moves away, this seems like, I can take on f4. And things start getting very
messy,
nasty here because knight d4, there is some
wow.
threats of knight coming to e2. I don't know. I mean, it seems like very difficult to find this idea for Black. But I guess if someone could, Levon might. But okay, he does queen b5 here. He doesn't
Queen
take.
b5 is, I think it's a more natural move. You want to try and get your queen into the play because it's on a6, not really doing much. At some point, maybe the queen will go from b5 all the way across to the other side of the board.
True.
And also puts pressure on b2. So lots of ideas. Can we get a close up on the players and see how, if the players are giving anything away with their body language? Levon completely focused, the typical chess player's pose, as we call it,
Yeah,
Sagar.
yeah.
Both hands on the head.
True, and he's like completely immersed in the game, while Quang Liem looks more kind of this look more stable. I get a feeling, Tanya, today it might be that Quang Liem could stop Levon's run, but we'll see. Right now, the game is very even. And let's go to this game of Vidit versus
Let's get
Parham
an update.
Maghsoodloo,
Let's
because when we saw Queen G3 in that position on move 15, Queen D6 happened. Vidit didn't go Queen D2, and then Knight F3, Queen B6, take on E5, Knight G6, and now Queen D4. And it seems like Vidit lost a pawn. He played Rook F D8, and Parham just moved his queen to C4. He could have also taken the queen, right?
I think if you trade queen b6, a takes b6, in those positions, yes, you have an extra pawn, but that pawn isn't worth
Double.
much from f6, and it will be. I can't imagine white improving the position. So Parham decides to keep the tension, and this is what I like about his play. Actually, he always goes for a challenging option, never trying to dissolve the tension in the position, keeping the pressure. Queen c4 eyes the e6 pawn. It hits on the c7 pawn as well. Let's just have that position up on our board, Sagar, with queen c4. But it allows queen e3 with a check, and I think that's what Vidit played.
He played it.
He picked up the pawn. The king sidesteps. Now c7, e6 both attack. So Vidit simply comes back with the queen to b6, defending. But does this not allow the move a5?
Yeah, after a5, where does the queen go? Because if you go to d6, I have rook d1. And if you go to a6, c6 or a6, then in both cases, I can exchange and spoil your structure.
Well, in a6, you can even just directly pick up the c7 pawn, but in c6, a very unpleasant pawn structure after queen takes c6.
Right.
So actually, a nice little idea by Parham to create chances, giving up that e3 pawn with a check, and then creating this pressure with the move a5.
Yeah, I think once again, we'll use Tanya's approach to kind of zoom into the players and see what they are giving away. Tanya?
Sagar, you're the body analysis, body language analysis, I should say, expert. So what do you...
So Tanya said, I don't want to do this. Let's make him the expert. Okay. I get a feeling right now that Parham is sensing that he has some chances here. At least he's looking very focused. He's looking like there could be some tactical opportunities in the air. He's moved his knight to b5, Tanya, in this position. A move that we did not anticipate. We thought he would go a5, and he played knight to b5.
Interesting choice, because you hit the c7 pawn. a5 is still in the air. Not easy to counter. Take a look at the clock situation. Vidit is down to 2.5 minutes in a difficult position. Parham has got over 12 minutes. What I like about knight b5 is that Parham didn't take too long to make that move. He just decided on it, took a decision and played it, and now the clock is again ticking down on Vidit. What does he play here? How does he fight against this threat? Is c6 a move?
C6,
Or
then
does
E6
that work?
hangs.
Also after c6, oh yes, queen e6 check is just immediately
E6 is
over.
hanging. So that's why a6 I was thinking, Tanya. Because if you were to take with the knight on c7, I can try to pin you, but there's also queen takes
Queen
e6 there.
You can also
But-
start with queen c7.
Exactly.
You start with queen c7, force a trade, queen c7, knight c7, rook c8, go with knight e6, hit that rook on d8. This is bad news for Vidit.
Yeah. So I think knight b5, very cool move by Parham. How do you defend this pawn on c7?
He answers it. He goes rook d7. That's how he's going to do it.
That was his plan, but I'm sure Parham has something more up his sleeves. Maybe a5 is what he wants to push now. Let's see. Right now, this game is heating up, and Vidit has very little time. Should we go to Pragg versus Adhiban?
And surprisingly, not much has happened in that position since we left it last.
Only one move.
Only-
A6. Only one move has happened.
And what that goes on to show Sagar that Adi is feeling the pressure.
12 minutes he took.
12 minutes to make a move like a6 So he is under danger. And
It's
what is
over.
happening here?
It's over, Tanya. A6 was a move where
Oh
Adhiban
God.
did not pay attention to Pragg's threat. The threat was to go here, King F8, and give a check. So he had to move this knight away and give up an exchange. But he played A6. Pragg was like check, King F8, and BD6. Tanya, I think Adhiban just missed this idea.
I mean, if you have to give the exchange, you go knight f8 and not allow this,
Yeah,
right? This
yeah.
is very uncharacteristic of Adi to fall for this idea. He's taken on d7, and now after queen takes d7,
Ooh,
does he simply
you
want to
know,
snap up the rook?
no, no, no. I think what Pragg is going to do is going to play Queen H2, Tanya. This is unbelievable move with the idea of Rook C7, and he finds it. He plays Queen
Okay,
H2.
this is incredible,
No, the
yeah?
point is he wants to keep the Rook pinned and threaten Rook C7. This is brilliant play by Pragg.
This is just amazing. This is spectacular chess. You don't rush with bishop e7 because the piece is eternally pinned.
Exactly.
But queen h2 is such a difficult
It's very
move.
tough. It's very tough
And
because Tanya, if you were to take on E7, somehow Black has freed up the position.
true, and maybe that's what Adi had in mind. He said,
Hmm.
okay, bishop e7, queen e7, I've got my two bishops, you don't have an attack anymore. But queen h2, did Adhiban miss this move? And now rook c7, a major threat. How do you win when you have a pin? You put more pressure on the pinned piece.
Yeah.
But you know, these retreating moves, Sagar,
No,
are the
they are very
hardest
tough.
to
They are
find.
very tough, and also at some point he's preparing some knight at 7 check in some of the lines. I think Pragnananda has managed to put the beast under tremendous pressure. If we zoom into the players, you can see here. I think Adhiban is a bit surprised with this move because generally when you are having, like, let's say, what, 4 minutes on your clock, you are leaning into the board, you are thinking about the moves. But Adhiban is slightly, sitting back on the chair. He knows his position is bad. Pragg, on the other hand, looks very relaxed.
With double the time on the clock and Adhiban down to 4 minutes, and his biggest problem is not the clock.
Yeah, that's
It's the
true.
position. And this is definitely a very difficult moment for Adhiban. This potentially could be his fourth loss in a row.
Yeah, agreed. And I think we didn't expect that Adhiban would be the one who would be under so much pressure in this tournament. But it's true, yeah. Like when you go through a phase of changes in your life, it is possible. I spoke to him, by the way, today, and I told him that Adhiban, it's something which happens to everyone, and all the best. You are a big fighter. And Adhiban was like, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he didn't take it like too badly yesterday. He was like, I can fight. And I'm sure that no matter how many games he loses, he'll come back.
I think that is his personality. That is his quality trait, that he's just always positive. He knows he can turn it around. And you know what? It is sports. It happens sometimes. You're off form, and he takes it very practically and objectively. He doesn't let it really affect his mood as much.
Yeah.
But you know what, Sagar, no matter what we say, we know as chess players that inside it hurts.
I agree. I agree. But Adhiban's favorite quote is, he asks himself, is this going to stop me? And if the answer is yes, then well, he stops. But usually the answer is no, and so he continues plowing on. Guys, keep this in mind. Whenever is a tough moment for you, ask yourself, is this going to stop you? And then the answer is always no.
Learn from the beast.
Mahesh Kotapalli, thank you so much. Says, thanks Sagar and Tania for your coverage. You guys are great. Anand Narayanan, thank you for becoming a member. Okay, and also Vishrut Krishna, thank you for your super chat. Okay, Tanya, which game should we go to?
All right, so let's quickly get an update on the Sam board against Karthi, because when I saw this position, and you know, Saga, you were inclined towards saying that black is doing well here. Well, I felt, yeah, maybe black is out of trouble, but white shouldn't have too many problems. I'm leaning towards your assessment now. I
Yes.
see what you mean, because once again, how do you see with equal pieces, equal pawns, who's doing well? Compare the pawn structures.
True.
Who has more weaknesses? The pawn on a4 is a weakness. The pawn on c3 is a target.
But Tanya, when we had left off the game, the structure was this. It was like the black pawn structure was maybe just out of school. And then when white took on b6, that was like graduation, a b6. Now the pawn structure looks much better. This rook opens up. I think Karthikeyan's move bishop b6 was not great. Because in a way, after taking here, he's just opened up the a file against the a2 pawn. And Sam Shankland, he's written a book on pawn structures.
Small steps to giant improvement.
That's what. And he spent quite a lot of time understanding pawn structure.
He's taking those small steps with AB6, C5, G6. These are small steps to giant improvement in this game.
Yeah, and also Tanya, look at this move G6, because if you take this pawn on E4, he was worried about check and then take on C7. So that therefore first the prophylactic move G6 so that the king can move up, and now king G7. Then a typical idea, I believe he'll go H5 at the right time, maybe G5. I think with this weakness here, and as you just taught us some time ago, the principle of two weaknesses, I think Sam will put pressure on Karthikeyan.
Put pressure for sure. Time will tell if it'll be enough or not, but definitely the one who's trying in this position is Sam Shankland. Let's quickly move on over to the Levon board. Hot action there. Levon has sacrificed an exchange, Sagar. He's blown open White's king's position. I want us to back up and see how we got here.
He played queen b5 and e5 was played by Quang Liem. Very natural move, just attacking the bishop. But Levon moved his bishop back, bishop e1. And now, as you said, he took on d3, sacrificing an exchange, and then took on f4.
It reminds me of the lines that you were discussing with that f4 sacrifice earlier, where you pick up this strong knight on d3, which is basically White's key defender in the position. The knight on d3 is what we call the foundation of White's position. It's holding everything together. It's stopping black from going d3. It's defending the f4 pawn. And Levon says, that knight is worth my rook.
Yeah.
Take it, give me that pawn on f4, jumps on to knight f4, the queen is attacked, queen e4 played, gives a check on h3, the king steps up because it can't go to h1, the rook on f1 is hanging, so watch out. After king g2, the knight, look at the amount of tempos, constantly every move attacking a piece.
Right. Yeah, and after bishop f8, generally, Tanya, when you sacrifice material, you don't want to exchange pieces, but here Levon has understood that his knight takes away these two crucial squares on the diagonal, and the moment the queen moves, his queen comes into d5, and that's what has happened.
Wow. And do you remember that move queen b5?
Yeah.
I mean, queen b5 played about what? When was this? Queen b5 was on move 22. 8 moves ago, Levon put his queen from a6 to b5. And this queen is now going to become a killer piece on d5.
I know. And I think this might be very difficult for Quang Liem to defend. Also, time-wise, Tanya, he's gone below Aronian. He has only 4 minutes on clock.
Amazing
Levon has
play.
5.
Amazing play by Lev. And he's got a pawn for an exchange, but just look at the pieces. White has zero coordination, zero threats on black. Black's king absolutely safe on g8. You can't point a single check. Currently, after king f1, the knight on g5 is attacked. So the question is, where do you want to come in with the knight? Do you want to go knight f3 or do you move the knight to e4? I like the move knight f3 because once again, you threaten the pawn on h2.
True, yeah, that seems like the move that he might go for. Knight f3 here.
Knight f3, you've got d3 coming in, the e5 pawn is attacked. It looks like White's position is collapsing here, Sagar.
True. So king f1, let's see. I think Levon is better. Let's go to Vidit versus Maghsoodloo versus Vidit. I think somehow after knight b5, rook d7, a5, Tanya, queen a6, he managed to... Vidit played c6 was played by Vidit, and I think Parham had to go knight d6 there. Could have been much better to put his knight in the position, but he came back to d4. Now rook e8, defending the e6 pawn, queen h5, knight f8, and this is the position on the board right now.
Once again, Sagar, the idea is clear. You know who's better the moment you start comparing the pieces in the position.
Right.
The activity of the pieces. And while we were talking about Levon, we had a super chat from Ananta with a very interesting quote from Capablanca, which says, you learn more when losing rather than winning. And I think Levon, what he mentioned about being in India for the Tata Steel in 2019, having the worst tournament of his life, and now being on a roll, that's the tournament that actually prompted him into improving his own rapid and blitz, when he saw that he needed to work on it. And we've seen him in the Champions Chess Tour. We've seen him here. We've seen him in tie breaks in several events. His rapid and blitz has improved phenomenally.
Yeah, somewhere I think that sometimes losing is a boon, than winning.
Because, you don't realize it at that point, but you see it later.
Yeah, because the thing is, when you win, you're like, okay, I won the tournament. I can go back and relax a bit, celebrate. And if you lose, if you're in the right mindset, the right mindset is very important. If you lose, you don't collapse. You say to yourself, what did I do wrong? Let me fix that. And that's what Levon is doing. By the way, Pragg has won his game, Tania.
The nightmare continues for Adhiban.
Yeah, so just to show the end of that game, after Queen H2, Adhiban went Rook E8 and Pragg jumped in with his Rook to C7, Queen D8, Rook takes on E7, Rook takes, and another pin, Tania.
Wow.
Game of pins.
Game of pins, and you go Rook C7, you go Rook E1 and eventually win. But I have to say the star move is Queen H2 in this game.
Yeah,
that Queen
tremendous.
retreat from 8-7 where you feel it's killing Black's king. You come all the way down next to your own king. Beautiful move. Sagar, let's jump to the Levon game because I think this is also really getting tough for White. I think where we left it, Knight F3,
Yeah,
the Knight
he
on
did play
G5.
Knight F3 and then Bishop G3, defending that E5 pawn. And then Levon says my D pawn is free to roll down the board. Knight E3, D2 as well.
Wow. Knight D4 is coming in. The other knight jumps on to D4.
And the black king is absolutely safe.
Not a single check. Not a single check in the position. This looks like it's going to be Levon's fourth win in a row.
Yeah, true. Well, he's played Rook D1 and Tania, right now Levon has... Oh, he finds Queen B5 check as well. And now, guys, if King goes to F2, the other knight joins in, defending his comrade and also preparing Queen E2 check.
I think the king has to go to G2 because as you're pointing out, after King F2, Knight D4 is just curtains.
Yeah.
You can't fight against Queen E2. You can't allow that. That's checkmate. So King has to go to G2 in this position.
Yeah, King G2, but I think still the same move is good. Attacking the queen here. No check on E6. The knight controls it. Next, still Queen E2 coming in. And Tania, one queen and a knight is a deadly duo. But when you have two knights and a queen, that's a nightmare.
That's literally a nightmare. All right, well, I think we can call this a Levon win.
Yeah.
Can we quickly just take a look at the players and see what is going on? Levon chilling on the board, Liem biting his nails there. This is a position that nothing can save you. King G2 has been played. We saw the only move. Levon needs to find a crushing move here. And has he gone for Knight D4 or does he go Queen E2 check?
He will find that move.
It's quite amazing to see the energy of the playing hall or the auditorium
It's
there.
beautiful, Tania. When I come to the stage, I feel like I want to sit on one of those chairs and play one game. But guys, you have to earn it. You can't just play. Oh, he's gone King H1. And now, let's just have a look at the moves here. King H1 and now Tania. Just take on E3, maybe. Finish.
But take on E3, is that Queen E6 check? Does that keep the game going for a bit longer? I'm just wondering if there's something...
But Queen E6, let's go King H8. So let it take.
And what happens after Queen
King H8?
takes
Let's say you take on C.
Queen E2? Do you just come back?
Yeah, I come back and I threaten this. If you try to defend it this way, then I go Knight E1, attacking your queen and mate here.
Knight E1, what does this remind you of, Sagar?
Hmm?
Knight E1 attacking a queen, threatening mate on G2. Remember Knight E8 from yesterday?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Wow.
Knight E8, Arjun's move, a similar concept here. And that's what's beautiful about chess. We've got all these patterns that keep appearing in different games.
Levon is like non-materialistic. Yeah, no knight needed. I'm bringing my another knight.
I like
no
that.
check for you.
I like that.
Beautiful move. Thank you so much, Neeraj Joshi, for your super chat.
Levon is just enjoying this position. He's saying, you know what, I'm not giving any checks. I'm going to bring all my pieces into the game. He's having a good time. Sagar, let's get an update on the Vaishali endgame, shall we?
But just
Okay,
a
sure.
result has come in. Sam Shankland was not able to press Karthi in that position so much. The game ended in a draw. So now we'll go to Vaishali Arjun. What's your thoughts here, Tania? It seems like Vaishali has managed to hold her own here and perhaps the game could end in a draw.
You know, I feel yes. I mean, it's 4 pawns, very few pawns, and it should, but I don't think it's one of those positions that's not over till it's over. Because White has to watch out for this E5 pawn. You have to keep that pawn protected.
Yeah.
If that pawn falls, then Black's central pawns will be too powerful.
I agree.
So with E5 and B3 weak, I think Vaishali has to be just slightly careful.
But Tania, A5 is also weak. I can attack you. I agree with you that if someone is better, then it's white. Sorry, it's black.
I'm happy to give the A5 pawn if you
For the
trade it
E5
with the E5 pawn.
I agree.
So I think it's definitely, it should be a position that you hold, but it's still game on.
Yeah, true. So right now this is around equal. Let's quickly check what's happening with Vidit Gujrathi's game. Tania, this game does remind me a bit of the game between Sam Shankland and Maghsoodloo, where Maghsoodloo went and picked up that pawn on a6, and then Sam launched a counter attack with black pieces. Remember?
yeah.
So I think with it, with his queen here, knight looking to come to f4, the rook joining in the party, it might become slightly dangerous for the Iranian GM.
Definitely looks a bit tricky, no? With this rook on the open file, and as you pointed out, the queen is already eyeing the white king.
Yeah.
And let's just point out that black is not even down a pawn yet.
Hmm.
So in that game that you mentioned, Parham had become greedy and he had gone to pick up the pawns. But in this, at least the material is equal.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering that after the move rook f7, what does white have in mind? Because knight f4 ideas are coming in. So how are you fighting this?
Yeah, I was thinking let's get the queen back to d4, exchange the queens, because if we go into any endgame, then my pawn structure is better. And that could be one way, very practical way, but I think with it, we'll avoid it with rook f4. That's what could happen. But you know, Tania, Parham is one of those guys who does not like to kind of exchange queens. But we'll see. Game between Quang Liem and Levon Aronian.
I want to see the checkmate here.
Yeah,
I
you
wanna
want to see the
checkmate.
finish, and we could also, you know.
Let's just zoom into the players as well. And there we see a live position. Queen e1 check by Lev. A beautiful move. You, of course, can't take the queen because then the pawn promotes to the queen. So he comes back. He picks up a little time on the clock. There's a bit of a repetition here. But Levon just saying, I'm controlling this position. I'll show you that by repeating. But what is the killer blow here, Sagar? Do you see it? How do you finish? Because it just looks like black is just a move or two away from wrapping up.
I agree with you. Like queen e1, I thought that's over, but he
Maybe
went
you go
up to
h3.
g2.
Maybe you start with h3.
Oh, let's put, and then queen e1.
And the threat is that
queen e1.
h3, yeah. The idea is that you take away the g2 square from the king, and then you're going queen e1. So after h3, I don't even see a... You've got queen d5, but then you just step away with the king to h8.
Yeah, so here, as you said, let's go for h3, queen d5, and now king h8.
And massive threat, queen e1 coming in. And the point is that h3 has just taken away the key running square for the king.
I think Levon will go for h3.
Has he played it already?
No, he hasn't played it yet, but he's thinking for his move. He's down to 1 minute, Tania, and I mean, this is a position where if you get low on time, things can get nasty. But I don't think Levon is going to botch this up.
No, it's hard to imagine him missing this one. I mean, he's totally dominating the position, and I think h3 is a move that we can expect. I'm just wondering what does he think? How do you see a defense after h3? Because if it was so simple, Sagar, he would have just blitzed out this move.
Yeah, I think he wants to maybe go queen d5 check, king h8, and queen c4. So that now the queen trade, and if you play queen e1, I'll try to bring my queen back to f1.
Lev goes for another idea, by the way.
What did he do?
Maybe you're right. This is the defense that he saw, and he decides to give another check repeats it, and now knight g1 threatening mate in 1. Threatening h3.
h3 mate in 1. Wow.
You got king h1, but then you give another check with the knight, and it's game over.
Now, can I take... Okay, if I take on e1, you take back with the queen. What do you do? Like,
are you asking if you take back or you under promote to a knight? The problem with under promoting is that you just take the knight.
Lose the knight. So let's make a queen, and I was thinking that can I take on d4?
h3 is game over.
And h3.
King h1, knight f3. That is brutal.
This is going to be a checkmate. So Quang Liem, sensing that h3 is such a big threat, goes for h3 himself in this position, which is a nice move. And now Levon comes with his other knight, and believe it or not, Tania, suddenly the bar switches in favor of Quang Liem. Suddenly, this position could turn 180 degrees. He goes check to d5. Better was queen c4 check. I don't know why, but queen d5 has been played.
The bar just shot up for white in that position. Saying queen c4 was the right move is what you're mentioning.
Yeah.
It's very hard to say what is the difference in this position.
h8, and I think here queen f7, but that you could do also with queen d5. Maybe king h7,
because
e6.
Queen f7, there's queen e2, queen h2 checkmate.
Here, king... No,
Anywhere if you go queen f7. You go queen e2, no?
Queen e2.
What am I missing?
And then
Oh,
king
queen h2 is
h1.
defended. There's bishop on f4. Oh my god, and there's no check, and this is game over for black.
Oh, by the way, e6 has been played by Liem here. He is maybe threatening some kind of a check on h5 as well.
Sagar, do you want to quickly jump over to Vidit's game? This one again gets complicated.
Oh.
We'll come back, but Vidit is playing on seconds right now. 15 seconds on the clock, but Vidit is the one with the extra pawn now.
Yeah, look at this, guys. Vidit is looking very calm and composed. Takes back on d7 and
he takes back and plays, and he's now traded off the rooks as well, which means actually the only player pushing for a win here is black. Vidit putting on pressure.
yeah.
And there we have it. An extra pawn on the board, attacks the knight. Parham in big trouble. We'll probably have a look after the game is over. What was the turnaround point?
But do you think, Tania, this is already like winning for Vidit, or pawn up in this knight endgame?
Well, you know what they say about knight pawn endings, that they're almost like king pawn endgames.
Yeah.
So if you're a pawn up, that's exactly the kind of endgame you want with a knight. With a rook, it's harder. With a bishop, it's harder. So definitely big chances here. And the thing about Vidit, one of his strongest point is his technique. You know,
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. And also the thing is that Parham does not like to play endgame so much, right? So things are looking bright for Vidit here.
Just incredible stuff.
Played h4.
Oh my god. And just Sagar, I've got my eye out on the Levon game. Levon is dead lost right now.
What?
He's dead lost.
Let's quickly
because this
switch.
endgame is going to go on for a while. We will come back to it. But take a look at this. Levon down to 1 second. What about his clock? Okay, he made his move in he was down to 4 seconds on the clock.
Oh, but he resigned.
And he just resigns because Queen G7 is coming in, and wow.
Wow. What a turnaround, Tania. What just happened there? Because Levon was totally winning at this point, and let's say after e6, he gave a check, king h1. He played this bishop d6, completely missing that his own king is going to be checkmated now, Tania. Look at this, knight f5.
Unbelievable. I mean, Levon was dominating the whole game, and then one mistake. I think the one explanation that I feel for this is this idea of knight f3, knight g1. Maybe Levon just missed that the bishop on f4 is controlling h2. And
also,
there's no check anymore.
It looked really dangerous, but Liam kept his cool and he's thrown open the tournament with this victory. Moving back very quickly to Arjun's game against Vaishali. I think Arjun is right now having a great chance here, Tania, because he has these two passers, although Vaishali also has two passers in the position. It's crazy complicated.
Sagar, Arjun managed to win that e5 pawn that we were talking about.
Yeah, you said that. You predicted it.
And this is super dangerous for Vaishali now to defend. And that's what we've been talking about. She's been in control throughout the game, but at that very end, when the pressure is high, this is where it becomes difficult. And Arjun shining right now in this game. Let's jump back to Vidit's game.
Let's go to Vidit versus Maghsoodloo. And I think, Tania, Vidit taking on h4. Now he's 2 pawns up, but sometimes, you know, your structure is ruined because of it. Maybe he will lose this pawn on h4. He was knight d5.
Or you can just come back with the knight to d3, stopping the idea of c5. Then you lose c6 as well. The thing is, right, if you have only pawns on one side of the board, it's much easier to hold for white. So black needs to try and keep both these pawns alive. I'm surprised with the retreat that Parham made because it allows the move c5.
And now keeping more pawns.
Keeping more pawns, exactly. And more importantly, on both sides of the board. Because then it's harder for white to draw this position.
Absolutely, Tania. I get a feeling that here Vidit is better now because the pawns are not... He'll lose the h4 pawn, but he's created the c3 weakness.
And c3 is a massive weakness. You've got knight d1 just picking up that pawn coming in. So white needs to make this move knight d2, an important move.
To keep an eye on c4.
To keep an eye on c4, so it really stops the mobility of the knight on e3, which needs to defend that pawn. But now if black goes king g5, for example, defending the h4 pawn, then white can come back with a check to f3. So Vidit says, I don't want to allow any checks. I want my king in the center. I want to get into the position. He enters with king e5, knight g2 taken. Lot of action going on.
You know what's going to happen, Tanya? I think both white knights will sacrifice themselves
Oh my
for one
God.
pawn. Like this knight for this pawn, this knight for this pawn, and the king will take this. And I think it would end in a draw because two knights can't checkmate a lone king.
Do you think we're gonna have a two knights versus king end game? We don't see that. We don't see that
But
in
that's
chess.
an easy draw.
That's a very easy
But
draw.
if there's one pawn left, like if Vidit
Oh.
doesn't take this pawn, then you don't know.
No, of course, if he's got a pawn left, then it can get tricky, but still very difficult to win. Two knights versus king, the only way to lose that position is to walk into a one-move checkmate.
True.
As long as you don't walk into a one-move checkmate, you're not losing that position.
Yeah, absolutely.
And can it happen right now with knight c4, by the way?
Yeah, but I don't think you mean like take this. Oh, like take these
But
guys.
c3 pawn is alive.
Yeah, so don't do that. If you take here, this is lost.
Because of the c3
because
pawn.
the Troitsky line is like
Also, might be simpler to just go f3 after knight c4.
you mean push the pawn here, yeah?
It's definitely an option, no?
Yeah, but even this is winning, yeah.
It's winning, yeah.
So I think he should carefully time it. He goes king h4, king f5. Vidit is still pushing a bit in the position. And
With
guys,
it down to 15 seconds, if he converts this position, I mean, he's really trying hard. And if he manages to do that,
Yeah.
he moves on to 3 out of 4, which is a great score. And with Levon losing his game, once again, the leaderboard opens up.
absolutely. But I think, Tanya, this could end in a draw. Meanwhile, guys, we have made few improvements in the broadcast where you can see the exact time on the clock that the players have and also the moves as they are made. You know, that's thanks to Lennart here who's broadcasting the games. And Tanya, Parham is now bringing his king quickly.
He needs to do that. He needs to get the king closer to the f pawn. He wants to make sure that because as you mentioned, knight c4, the point is that the c3 pawn is alive. And those positions are one for black. It's only a draw if white does not have that c3 pawn.
Correct.
Knight e4 played, but you've got to take a decision. Do you go knight f3 check now?
Yeah.
He goes for it. He goes
there.
knight f3 check.
King f5.
King f5, you give another check. King g4. High stress. And Vidit is so calm.
Yeah, he's calm. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but I have to say this 300-day streak of Black Lotus
It's
is
really
what,
working.
I used to tell Vidit, no, this is not what's helping you, Eddie. But it is helping him, it seems.
I mean, the guy has got 20 seconds on the clock. Such a crucial match. And he is just chilling.
Yeah.
Knight e2. So can he not take the c3 pawn? So let's just show what the idea is. If you trade on c3, the problem is that after knight c3, and I don't think this is the live.
Sorry, this
yeah,
one, yeah.
So knight c3, you pick it up, and then you go knight d2. If you pick up the c4 pawn, then it's an easy draw.
Right.
So what black really has to do, he has to keep all the pawns alive. The 3 pawns on the board, he can't pick up white c3 pawn. He can't give either of his pawns. So the only way to win is to try and get the king to the opposite side. I wonder if he can try and get the king from the other end of the world, Sagar. Is that an idea?
Yeah, but the white king is coming to g4. Oh, and now he takes
But
it.
isn't this just a draw now?
This looks like
Or
a draw.
are we missing
And you
something?
can sense that Vidit knows this.
Oh, he's going knight d4, check knight d2. Is that what he wants?
But now take knight d2. What's the problem?
I'm not really
King
sure, but he's
d5,
gone
king
knight
g4.
d4. Is he just over
Oh,
pushing?
maybe then knight d5 back. Like here, Tanya, if let's say in this position, after king h3, if takes, oh my god, this
Oh,
knight
there's just
d2,
king d5. There's king d5.
and if king g4, then you have knight e2 defending this.
And king
So-
f3, you have c3.
Yeah.
And then everything is under control.
So maybe Vidit has got a chance here because after king h3 takes, he went knight d4, king d6, and king g4. Now he's 2 pawns up.
And Parham really playing precisely. We thought that position after knight d2 is just over, but he finds this idea, still keeping the tension alive.
Yeah, I think this knight d4 and king g4 idea was very accurate by Parham.
So after king c5, you go knight e6, and then you pick up the pawn on f4. So black still can't come in with the king.
Ah, you mean here and
Yeah.
take this. Correct. Okay. But somehow, it feels to me, Tanya, that white is walking on a tightrope here. Because although it seems like a draw right now, at some point it'll happen that you go wrong with just 20 seconds left and Vidit might take this home.
And that's what happens, right? Continuous pressure is what leads to collapse. It's
Yeah.
not one move, it's
Yeah.
actually the built up pressure over time. And to find the accurate way to play with white with 20 seconds, very difficult. With it down to 10 seconds, he needs to make a move.
Yeah, he has to play his move here and he plays his king to c5.
He still has these two pawns alive.
Yeah, and they are not easy to capture, Tanya. How do you capture it?
Well, he's got knight e2. He wants to pick up one of the two pawns. So knight f4 is a threat. How do you keep them going? If you go
f4 now.
Vidit goes king c4, can he just pick up the f4 pawn
But
now?
then takes king f4 and then the c2 square is controlled by the knight.
But he doesn't take. Parham is just keeping the pawns
What?
alive.
What's happening? The knight check on f2, okay.
King f3 hits the knight.
Yeah. And he goes knight to d3.
Wow, this is very, very stressful.
Yeah, this is crazy. And all of a sudden, Vidit is better, guys. The bar is favoring Vidit suddenly.
And by quite a lot, I see. So after knight d3, the point is that he has maintained both the pawns. White can't trade the knight because once the king comes in, it's game over.
Yeah.
So Parham keeping both knights alive with knight c2. And after king b3, he wants to give a check on d4.
Yeah. But I think, Tanya, the main thing is that as long as white is not threatening to take any of the pawns here, like knight f4 would lead to a lost endgame, I believe now. Because then I can take and go. He went check.
King comes to e4 and he goes f3.
So the knight is hanging on e5, but the knight on e2 is hanging.
I don't think you can take king e5.
Yeah.
After that, you just promote after
Right,
picking up the knight.
right.
So knight g3. The point is that now if white sacrifices the two knights for the two pawns, it's a draw.
Right.
So Vidit needs to make sure that he holds on to at least one pawn.
Right. So right now, knight g3 has happened. And Vidit has to decide where to move his knight because, Tanya, if you move your knight away, the f3 pawn is hanging. He goes knight c6. And if you take on, maybe that's a mistake, he takes on f3. And now maybe Vidit...
Knight d4, but knight d4, you trade and go knight d2 check and pick up the pawn.
He's made a mistake somewhere. I don't know.
He wants to go king d3. Let's just have the close-up board, Sagar, with us, with the players. We see he's gone king d3, attacking that knight on c2.
Check. And king d2.
King d2, you go king f2.
Looks...
He needs to keep that knight on e1. He can't allow...
Check. There's no check coming with the black knights.
Not yet. You can go knight f6, but then there's knight f1 check. White will start checking black's king now. And the point is that the knight on e1 stops black from going c2. If Vidit goes c2, white will happily snap it up.
So he goes knight f6 and now I think knight f1 check, as Tanya said. Oh, meanwhile...
we do have some... Should we just quickly take a look at the Arjun Vaishali game?
Let's go to Arjun's game. If we can switch here. It's a queen end game, Tanya. And...
this is lost, Sagar. Even if theoretically, I'm not sure what the engine evaluation here is, but no matter what it says, to hold this position practically is impossible.
Yeah.
With the pawn on
e3. I think theoretically it's just lost.
Yeah.
And Arjun is taking this home. And as we had mentioned, Vaishali playing phenomenally well in this tournament, but just at the end, she's not able to keep up with these strong players who are finding really some great endgame techniques against her. So that seems like a win. Should we go to Vidit's game?
Yeah, this one will wrap up any moment. Let's jump over and see if Vidit's managed to create any magic.
Look at those 4 knights and all the khichdi in the position.
Khichdi.
Oh, and he takes on c3.
Oh, this is done now. This is done for.
I don't think Vidit's going to try a lot in this 2 knights versus 1 knight.
I mean, this is not even 2 knights versus a king. It's 2 knights versus 1 knight.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to jump over and see Vaishali's position? Because this one we are calling out a draw. So let's just take a look at the final moments from Vaishali's game. And now we see that there's no way for white to actually stop black from queening on e1.
Yeah.
And there we see Parham behind playing, defending that position for a while. He's successfully done it. And we have it with it trying, but it's not going to go on for much longer. Definitely a disappointing moment for Vidit. But on the other hand, he got in a bit of pressure after the opening.
I know. I think the thing was that Vidit was worse at some point. And so if you look at this game in the isolation, like about the end game as only the end game, then Vidit could be disappointed. But if you look at it from the opening, then yeah. And guys, do you see like how Vidit is making his moves?
He's looking away.
He's just, he's not even playing them with conviction. And that's when you know from the body language of the players what they are feeling.
I think he's just going to find the beauty in repetition now. At some point, he's got to do that. It's hard to imagine that he's actually trying to do anything in this position.
Yeah, look at this nice all pieces in
All
one line.
pieces on the E file. That was a beautiful construction.
Oh, and this
Again,
is how they are going to draw.
That's the beauty in repetition, right there. That's how Vidit does it. He's never offering a draw again in his life.
And the final position, look at him. Parham telling Vidit, look, all pieces in one line. And they don't. They have to change the kings.
They
black
have
king has
to.
been-
And we see an applause from the audience there after that marathon fight that the players put up.
True. And should we go and look at Arjun's game, or is it
Yeah,
over?
that's the only one. No, we do have a result on that as well. Vaishali resigned in that position. Impossible. We see two queens. The promotion happened, and that was the end of round one.
I love
of
how,
round four, actually.
Yeah, I love how Arjun always discusses with his opponent. He is always like, speaking with them. Also, Vaishali, after losing, she's ready to learn. It's a very positive atmosphere, Tania. They're fighting like crazy on the board, but off the board, they are like,
yeah,
all friends
everyone.
of each other.
And that's the way you improve as well, when you change these ideas and when you discuss with your opponent where you went wrong or what was the right way to play, and that's how you get better at chess. A big round here. Let's take a look. Do we have the result from round four? Let's bring that up.
We have the results here, and these are the results. Quang Liem beating Levon Aronian. That's a big one. Parham drawing with Vidit. Pragnananda, beautiful game to beat Adhiban.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Queen H2 is such an instructive moment. I think for me in round one, I would say Queen H2 is the move of the round.
Yeah.
Because it finishes the game on the spot and it's such a difficult move to find. But once you pointed it out, Sagar,
it looked obvious. And that's the thing about beautiful moves. They are easy once you see them, but to see them is not easy.
It's not easy. Well put. And of course, let's just get our results up one more time. Sam was not able to convert a slightly better position against Karthi. Karthi held his own and Vaishali put up a tough fight, but not enough. Arjun on fire continues. Do we also have our leaderboard?
Yeah, the leaderboard, we'll just have a look at it in a bit. Until then, Tania, let's have a look at what the next round pairings are so that people know what to expect.
A lot to expect. I am looking at our screen and I am excited, Sagar. Arjun up against Liem, the player who stopped Levon's streak. That's going to be a hot match. We've got Sam taking on Vaishali. Sam will definitely look at scoring a full point there. He needs to do that. And if we can just have that screen up one more time. We've got Adhiban against Karthi. Adi is having a terrible tournament so far. He needs to win a game. He needs to get his confidence back. Otherwise, the nightmare can just become too much to handle. Vidit against Pragg, another very exciting match. Experience versus youth over here. Both players in form here. Vidit, a marathon fight in the last game against Parham. And then we've got Levon playing against the survivor of the last round, Parham. Now, Levon had a tough start, but he will. Can he bounce back against Parham?
Yeah, I think Levon has to tread carefully because one loss can quickly go to another loss as well. And for now, Tania, I think we have the standings as well for people to see. Just bringing it on the screen here. Yeah, there we have it. We have Levon Aronian on the top board right now. I mean, on 3 points out of 4. Next, we have Pragnananda, Tania, who's caught up with the leader. Isn't that crazy? Arjun Erigesi also with the leader. There are 3 leaders in the tournament all of a sudden. Vidit and Quang Liem on 2.5 each. And then Sam Shankland and Karthikeyan Murli on 2 points. Parham Maghsoodloo on 1.5. Vaishali on 0.5 point. And B. Adhiban still on 0.
Wow. So Levon, despite losing, continues to be at the top of the leaderboard, but this
But
time
with
he
two
shares
youngsters.
it. Yeah, with two youngsters and Adi at the bottom of the board. A big round 5 coming up. Sagar, there was an interesting moment in Vidit's game that I want to bring up.
You know, I like how Tania, when I was just looking at the standings, she was like quickly going through what were the key moments, you know.
I'm a chess player at heart. I've got to see because it looked like Vidit was so close. But was there something that he missed?
Yeah,
So
let's
bring that up. Of course, a very difficult moment. And this one, I did take Engine's help to find. So it's totally understandable why it's such a difficult line, but also a very beautiful
Which
one.
move number?
So if you just go to move number 77 after knight g3. So Black had just made the move f3 here.
Yeah.
So f3 hits the knight on e2, and this idea is going to blow your mind, Sagar. So you can't take the knight on e5 immediately.
So I play knight g3.
You go knight g3, yeah? Now you're threatening to take on e5, and here Vidit made the very natural, the very human move. He just defended the knight and went to c6, and this is the moment he missed his big chance. He missed his big
Should we
win
ask
here.
our chat?
Let's ask chat if they see it, but I mean, I would
This
be
is tough.
amazed.
This is tough. Let's
This
see.
is tough.
Guys, with it to move, Black to play, what would you have done in Vidit's shoes here? Tania has come up with a great question to all of you. And there is a super chat by Ishan. He sent so many super chats with the same joke. Okay, Ishan, we'll read it out. Tania, you could read it out. Adhiban says to his wife,
in chess, it's always 1b3, but in life, it's always you b4 before me. Infinite super chat attached. That's actually a great super chat. So no more 1b3, it's you b4 me. That's very creative, chat. Let's see if chat can be equally creative in this position,
okay,
Sagar.
let's see what the answers are. Oh my god!
How do you guys do this, chat? How do you do this? I mean, like I said, Sagar, that I was so amazed at this end game that I wanted to see where the opportunity was missed. And this was the point that the engine was pointing out as a blunder. And I didn't understand it. Why is knight c6 a blunder? And then when I checked the line, let's take a look at it. Chat, you're absolutely right. The winning move is the very spectacular and very difficult to find. Not only when you have 20 seconds on the clock, but even if you have 30 minutes on the clock, I would say. The move f2.
Okay, but if I take your knight?
And that's the point, Sagar. It just simply leaves the piece hanging on e5. You're not even threatening to queen.
Yeah.
But the point is that White's king has gone way too far away. And you don't only sacrifice one knight.
What?
You sacrifice the other knight. You come in with your king to d3, hit the knight on c2. If White accepts the knight on
this
d5,
is lost.
this is lost because
the c pawn is too strong.
unstoppable.
So let me try to save my knight. Let's go to a3 because if I go to, I mean, I would have loved to go to b4, but the knight which is hanging still controls that square. Okay, let's go to a3.
Now, whether you go knight a3 or knight e1, knight a1 doesn't matter. Black's idea is simple. You go knight e3. You pick up one of the knights. You pick up the
Let's
knight.
say I go king f4 back.
And you go f1.
Oh,
you
you
queen.
just-
And the whole point is that the king on f4 is not getting close to the c3
Shouldering.
pawn. Shouldering too far away from the c3 pawn, and black simply goes knight d2, knight c4 and wins the game. Or knight d2, knight b1 wins the game as well. And this was the moment. Beautiful, super instructive, and this is why I love chess.
Yeah.
When you see things like these, you just give up a knight, you play f2. This is what makes you fall in love with the game.
You know, when people do not play chess too much, you know, they just they look at chess, they adore the beauty. Sometimes a question comes to your mind that, is chess really so tough? Can't we master it? But once you start playing regularly, you realize even the world champion knows his limitations. He says, this is something that I cannot calculate. It was too complicated.
Yeah.
So, guys, that's how complicated chess is, and no one, absolutely no one, can be completely precise like the engines.
Yeah, it's almost impossible. I think you can't fault with it for not finding this move at all. And a lot of chatters are asking that where is our third commentator? Where is
he gone
where
today?
He
He played today.
He had a tournament, chat. He actually,
Samay.
Samay played his first tournament, and it was an interesting story.
I'm coming, but with a guest.
Oh, he's coming with a guest. Any guesses?
I have no idea. I mean, last time he said that, it was Anand.
It was
Who
Vishy.
is he going to get this time? We're going to find out. But when he was playing the tournament, after the fourth round, I spoke to him and I was like, "Kitne points bane?" To kehta hai, 1. I was like, "That's amazing, Samay. You won a game." And I was like, "Kiske saath tha?" He said, "Walkover."
But isn't it true, Tanya, that the first tournament that Vishy played, He lost his first 2 or 3 games. And then the fourth game, his opponent didn't turn up and he was so ecstatic. I think that's the story.
He was super excited about scoring 1 out of 4. Turned out to be a walkover, but he did have his first tournament today, chat.
Yeah, yeah. And just till Samay comes back, Tanya, just looking at that end game between Vaishali and Arjun Erigesi as to how did Arjun, like weave his magic.
Let's take a look because it looked like Vaishali was the one who was playing really, she was the one who was pushing till a certain point. But this rook pawn ending, Sagar, we spoke about it. It can be so tricky to hold because that e5 pawn, if it falls, it's just in these short time formats, very tough position. And that's what happened. And now there's a b3 weakness as well. After rook d7, black puts a double attack.
Yeah.
You attack g3, you attack b3, you can't defend both pawns. And the special guest has arrived.
Oh, wow. Maybe let's get a chair here for our guest who is Vidit.
Yeah, he has only 3-4 minutes.
Only, I mean, 2 minutes, Vidit. This is amazing. We have the one and only Vidit Gujrathi in the room. Vidit, what an end game.
Yeah, it's such a pity. 92 was just winning at one point with
le-
queen
le-
f3.
Let me just pull up the board as to, because there were so many moments and the knights were moving
Yeah,
around.
it was so confusing what was happening. At one point 92 when I played knight d5, above with the queens on.
Oh, with the queens on. Oh, here.
No, above.
No, wait.
Yeah, here when I played knight d5, here 92 was just winning.
Ooh. Oh.
And
Oh,
he
and if you
kinda got-
take here, it's a back rank
Yeah.
mate.
Such a pity. I mean, I don't know. I had, I think, very less time, so I just played knight to d5.
Oh, the main point for everyone in the chat is that knight d5, Parham managed to go queen d3 and defend the rook. But if the knight is on e2, the queen can no longer go to d3 and defend this.
Exactly. Yeah.
It all looks easy in hindsight. Yeah, on the board with the pressure.
No, I mean the move is easy, but the thing is, I was playing on seconds literally
Yeah.
throughout the game.
But
so-
you were under a lot of pressure in the opening.
Yeah.
So in a way, if we look at the game in its entirety, it was a decent result.
Yeah.
Oh,
think
the
the
game
game
is
is-
about to begin. And so with it, all the best for your
Thank you.
next round. And thank you so much for
Thank you.
tuning in. That was very kind of you to join us. The arbiter came and asked Vidit that, Vidit,
But
the
this,
ra-
this line with knight e2 Saga looks amazing, no? And this is definitely something that Vidit would have spotted. But as he mentioned, playing on seconds, what we saw in the end game, that f2 move, super hard.
Yeah.
But knight e2 was just beautiful and game over on the spot.
Right.
Well, he's going to fight back. He's going to fight back. 2 big
But
games coming
he's
up.
facing Pragnananda, who is on a high. And I think that's the game of the round, guys. Vidit versus Pragnananda. One, I would like to call it like the present versus the future of Indian chess, no?
Yes, experience versus youth.
And there you have them, both of them. Sam Shankland takes on Vaishali, and Vidit against Pragnananda. Vidit has the white pieces, and there you have the fist bump. B3 by B.
1v3. And there we have it. Adhiban back to his element. He says, this is what I need right now. I need my confidence. I need my 1v3. And he goes for it against Karthi.
Yeah, guys, this is what Adhiban. Let's go to Adhiban's board because I think somewhere deep down everyone wants Adhiban to open his scoreboard. Just score that half a point or a full point here. But of course, Karthikeyan is not an easy opponent.
Yeah.
Adhiban has written a course on B3, and that's for all the people who are not aware. I'm sure that from 5,400, 5,395 people know about B3 and Adhiban's connection. But for those 5 people, it's like everyone makes fun of B3, but with Adhiban keeps playing it. He has conviction in this opening and has even beaten Anish Giri with it.
He keeps playing it and he keeps winning in it. I mean, I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And let's see if he can repeat that this time. We've got action on all the boards. Saga, do you want to do a quick roundup of the openings?
Okay. Which one should we go to first?
We've been talking about Vidit facing Pragg in the next round. Vidit disappointed from not being able to convert the previous round. I think that 92 win. And when you spot it right after the game, that's when it really hits you.
Right.
It's, I often feel in chess, it's better to not know where you missed a win. when you have another game to play, because you can't get it out of your mind.
Yeah, but also, Vidit came to the commentary room for exactly that, I believe.
To
He
get
just
it out of his
came here,
system.
he said it, I should have gone 92.
And
Oh,
he left.
chat, I'm so stupid or something like that. And then he left and he's like, now, okay, let me focus. I think it was his way of just getting it out
Letting
of
it
his
out.
system.
Very possible. He did look a little disappointed, but I think now he's ready. He had a really good game.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be proud of the way he played. And fighting with black, getting a winning position against Parham in these time controls, it's always difficult to convert. So, what is going on in this opening? What happened? Let's take it from the top.
So it was a queen's gambit accepted, and with it went knight f3, knight f6, e3, all standard stuff, guys. e6, bishop takes c4 and c5. And I think there are essentially two ways to play this position. One is that you let black take on d4 and you accept an isolated pawn on d4 and play an aggressive game. The other option is to take on c5 on this move or the next, mainly usually after castles. You take on c5 and go into this queenless middle game, or you can say end game like positions, which is more positional. And I think Vidit is right now assessing his mood. He's like thinking whether I want to attack and play like an aggressive game, or do I want to go into an end game. What do you think, Tania? What do you think he'll do?
I don't know if aggressive is his style. If he feels that in the end game there's something to fight for, then he will go for that. He might also, it's not easy, these end games, by the way, in the Queen's Gambit accepted. This line is becoming more and more popular. So let's see what he decides. Now, we've been talking about getting over a disappointing last result. Yes, Vidit was almost winning, but I think one player who's more disappointed than Vidit with the way things went is Levon Aronian. A crushing game, a winning game from the word, pretty much a comfortable position out of the opening, middle game dominating, and then completely playing high-class chess to outplay one of the best players in the world, to outplay Liem. Levon played a brilliant game till that very last moment. One mistake with knight f3, and suddenly it was Liem who won it. Let's take a look at how Levon is coping with that. He's up against Parham, who survived the Vidit scare in the previous round.
Yeah. So he opened the game with e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, g6, castles, bishop g7, d3, knight to f6. It's the Sicilian Rosolimo on the board. Knight to c3, castles, e5 here, knight to e8. I think if you went knight g4, Levon would take on c6 and then protect his pawn on e5. So knight e8 was played anyway. He took on c6, b takes c6, rook e1. So now the imbalance is that black has the bishop pair while white has the central pawn, the more space and also freer development. f6, Parham immediately fighting back for the space. Levon takes and puts queen on e2, threatening to win the e7 pawn. Rook e8, knight to e4, and d6. Tania, your thoughts on this position? Do you like black's central clump of pawns, the bishop pair, or do you like white's just kind of free-flowing development?
I'm looking at the position in front of me, and visually, I like white's position. I like the fact that the queen and the rook are doubled up on the e-file. Black's pawn structure, a little shaky. White has got good activity of the pieces. I don't know how big an advantage it is, but I definitely like white's position here. A little history about the Rosolimo, Sagar. It's, of course, a line that's been played for centuries, but it really gained in popularity in the World Championship match of 2018, when, to avoid the Sveshnikov, if we just go back to move number 3, where d4 is, of course, the most popular move that's played. You go into Sveshnikov lines, where Magnus is an absolute monster, and to counter that, to stop this idea, Fabi had this bishop b5 for the Russell.
So what you're saying is that World Championships set trends,
Yes.
which go on until many years.
Yes, and bishop b5 is a move that was played extensively there, and it picked up in popularity again, and now we see it so many times at top level, and the main idea is that you avoid all these lines with the Sveshnikov.
Absolutely. And so here, as Tania mentioned, this is a very interesting position. But guys, there is a small tactical opportunity for Levon here. can you put on your thinking hat and try to think what should white play? It looks like a simple position, right? The knight on e4, if you take here, he'll take with the bishop. It looks normal, but there is something very nice because this is not developed. The rook on e8 is outside the game. So can you find a very nice move for white? I don't know if Levon will find it or Levon may play it or not, but he'll definitely, if he sees it, I think he'll like it.
Let's take a look at how he's looking and how he's coping up. Can we just zoom into the players, Sagar? And there we have it. Parham leaning back, looking quite relaxed.
Parham is, he looks at the board as if he's going to just kill his opponent
He's
there. Yeah,
very intimidating. No?
I know, I don't want to play with him.
You can play with him online, but over the board can be super intimidating.
Yeah.
And Levon definitely is feeling the disappointment from the last round.
True. By the way, the chat, as always, comes through
Oh,
bishop
damn. Bishop h6. Wow. Chat, that's a move that now that you mention it, it is so strong. And Sagar, take us through the line after bishop h6.
The thing is that if you take on e4, then bishop g7, and you are able to take out one of the key pieces in black's camp. And if black takes bishop h6, then knight f6 check is a brutal fork. You can't take with the pawn. The rook on e8 is hanging. So because of all these variations, bishop h6 and Tania, the main thing is that when your opponent has bishop pair, you want to exchange one of those bishops. So a good job done by so many of you here. Heth, Visionary, Ayush, Shubham, Akshat. Well done, guys.
Amazing stuff. And after bishop h6, even if black doesn't fall for this trick and doesn't pick up the bishop, the point is that you really want to take this bishop. You want to trade off this dark squared bishop for the weaknesses that it has. Bishop h8 is an option. But what I wanted to show was this idea that if black makes a move like knight h5, and you trade on g7, and then let's say knight g7 or king g7, but the main point is that suddenly you can start playing on the dark squares. Queen will come to e3 or d2.
I don't like it.
Start eyeing it. King g7, the problem is, you don't have knight d6, yeah? Knight d6, that's queen d6.
Right. But yeah, it just feels like the king has got a bit lonely now.
Yeah, definitely. Queen d2 ideas are there. The queen coming on to g5. So you don't want to trade off that bishop. Let's see if did Levon manage to find this idea? Yeah, he doesn't.
No, he hasn't played yet. He's still thinking for his move. Should we go and check the game of Arjun versus Quang Liem? Because Arjun is also one of the leaders in the tournament. And he is right now playing in tremendous form.
That's a fascinating position. I mean, if we just back up a couple of moves, Sagar, and take it from the top.
It was Nimzo.
We had a Nimzo e3, and after this, a position that's been seen several times. Nothing new yet.
But knight e5, Tania, I'm not sure if they take it so quickly. Generally, they go back like on d6, then white tries to play f4, then black goes c5. That's the normal way, but he took it and then takes and went back to d7, attacking this pawn on e5, and he played f4, and it seems like Quang Liem is well prepared. He got his knight here.
And
Bishop
look at his next move. Look at his next move after bishop c2.
Ooh.
Not wasting any time, playing in the center. You make white has moved the pawn from d4 away to e5. The bishop on b7 becomes a complete monster. d4 putting maximum pressure on white.
Yeah. So knight a4, and this is the position on the board. People in the chat are all saying camera. What is camera 4, guys? And some of them putting commands in the chat. They think, oh, the cameras will change. But yeah, okay.
I see a lot of chat feels there's a lot of similarity between Samay and Parham. Do you see it?
Yeah, I think they do look a bit similar. But yeah.
Hi, Sagar. Do tell. Be careful.
I think they both are very aggressive players and have this killer instinct in them. And that's the reason. Was there anything else you thought of?
No, I think I completely agree. I think Parham is very aggressive and very tactically oriented. He wants to go for the most complex lines, and that's what Samay does. So well done on finding the stylistic similarities between them, chat. Well done on that.
Right. And knight a4 has been played in this position. And now what to do. Yeah, like if you take bishop takes, if take here, and yeah, looks interesting. Tanya. Also, bishop b4 is hanging.
Bishop b4. What is happening after this?
But right now knight a4 has been played, so black to play. So let's say black takes. I take.
Can you go d3 here?
Yeah, d3.
d3 is so tempting.
And then take, and then take, and take.
Take on b7, and that knight is trapped on d7.
It's trapped. So.
But even if you go rook d2, and then you just keep this position, that knight on b7, this is such an interesting
kind
line.
of trapped.
Because even the white has an extra piece, but that piece is not going anywhere.
Absolutely. Yeah. So knight a4 was played in the position. And let's go to the game of Shankland versus Vaishali. Ooh, look at this. It seems like Shankland played a reverse Grunfeld, because you see, this is the position generally you get with white, what black has. But it seems like with...
I'm not sure what is going on here. So rook d1, it spins the d4 pawn. You can't take the knight on c3. The queen on d7 is pinned. White can take bishop f6, go knight e4. A very complicated middle game, this one.
It's just opposite like if you think about it, Tanya, like d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5. This is like the reversed Grunfeld, where white has the center control and black tries to hit it with c5. And the same thing we witnessed with Sam trying to do against Vaishali's center here. And generally, Tanya, if it's a reversed color opening, it should be good for white. Like, it should be fine. But, black is usually okay with equality here. I think rook c8, knight c3, d4, and rook f d1 seems like an error, yeah, here. Because he took around a minute to play here, the rook. And the main point, I mean, this rook was better. Because
the eternal question in chess, which rook, is always so difficult to answer. Now you say rook ad1 was better, but Sagar, rook fd1 is so natural because you want the other rook on c1 in so many positions as well.
It's very concrete, and I don't know if Vaishali would play it or not. But the point is, Tanya, after knight g4, you are threatening h6 when the bishop does not have any good squares. So when you go h3, I go h6. And if you have played this rook, your bishop can safely tuck into c1.
That's deep.
Yeah.
That's deep.
While when you play your other rook to d1, which is what Sam has done, then after this, if you go bishop c1, it's suddenly like a rook on a1 feels a bit left out.
Yeah, now it all makes sense. Why the rook on a1 belongs to d1
but
and not
it's
the
a complex...
It's complex. And another update, Sagar, that chat, the move bishop h6, which you were mentioning in the Levon game, Levon did not go for that. He didn't play bishop h6, but instead made a slightly, I would say, less aggressive move and just simply traded off on f6. And after bishop f6, centralized the queen on e4, hits the pawn on c6. Parham says rook b8. I don't care about that pawn on c6. Always going for the offense. I really like the way he plays. The best way to defend is to go on the offense.
Absolutely. And he's very aggressive. If you take on c6, Tanya, there is bishop b7, I believe.
Oh, and queen a4, bishop f3. You just destroy white's king side.
So
very
he
nice.
went bishop g5 here. And again, interesting chess by Levon. You can't take on b2 just as yet with the rook because bishop f6 and the pawn is pinned here.
And bishop b2 is so uncomfortable. Not only is e7 hanging, but also rook b1. Just pin the bishop. And there are problems in that case as well.
True.
So although there's rook b4, but I think probably just you pick up the e7 pawn and you're happy in that sort of a position.
Right. Yeah. I think overall with bishop g5, Levon is saying let's exchange one pair of bishops when your position will have more weaknesses. But Tanya, b2 is weak. So let's say if I take...
Oh, knight g5. Then I'm super happy. Queen h4. Good luck defending that mate.
This Adhiban Pragg game comes to my mind now. I don't want to go there. But Tanya, if bishop b2 has to be played,
Yeah.
then has to be played.
But maybe bishop b2, it's not as bad as it looks at first sight,
Hmm.
because I was afraid of rook b1. But black does have this annoying rook b4.
Rook b4, right?
You
And
step
if I
out.
if I just try to block you
There's at
here,
least bishop c3
yeah, and also
or
just
bishop
developing.
f5.
Yeah, I think this black is just coming back. I mean, black is just developing one piece after another, and could be better. So yeah, this position is exciting right now. Also, let's go to Vidit versus Pragg.
Let's take a look. Let's
Oh,
get a
and we have that end game which we were talking about. Like after knight c6, a3 was played, a6, with it took on c5, take, and guys, this end game is very interesting. For the people who love, Tanya, like in movies, how there are different genres of movies. There is this comedy, thrillers, romantic movies. Same way on the chessboard, there are these slow moving positions which are all about capturing one square here, one square there, and a weakness here. And I think this is one of those positions. I love it very much. Do you like it?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Sagar, that these, even though you trade off the queens and it's symmetrical pawn structure, it is such a rich endgame. Such a rich position with the queens traded off. White has one idea. White wants to get a double bishop advantage here.
right.
So what he often does is put that knight on c5.
Correct.
Once the knight comes to c5 and you have to trade it off, black is left with one bishop, which is pretty passive. White has the better pawn structure, and it's just a long grind. It's just a long grind. It's the kind of position where you're fighting for two results. And what Vidit has done, he's not just playing the position, but he's playing the player here as well. He's playing against Pragg. He feels that going into an endgame where he can grind long and he's got the kind of position he wants where he pushes, that's where his best chances lie.
Once I was commentating on his games online, and he played the same opening against Adhiban. And I felt that was the right choice there, because Adhiban really likes to attack, and Vidit won that game. It was just a friendly game. But against Pragnananda, I'm not so sure, Tanya, because Pragg is a very strategic player himself as well.
True.
And he understands all the dangers, and he doesn't want to always attack. So maybe...
Maybe Vidit saw queen h2 and just decided, you know what? This guy found queen h2. I want queens off the board.
yeah. I mean, it's safe. It's always a good idea to play positions that are your strength, even if they are not your opponent's weakness. So I think Vidit just said, okay, I like these positions. Let me play it. We'll see what happens next.
We'll see what happens, but we have an update. We've got some moves. So Vidit did go for the idea of trying to get the knight onto c5.
Yeah, absolutely, as you said. And Tanya, once this knight comes here, black has to chop it off. Otherwise, the b7 pawn is weak.
b7 pawn is weak. You can't move it forward because the a6 pawn is weak. So once again, it's not a lot, but it's pressure.
Yeah.
It's pressure on black. So we'll see the kind of technique that Vidit shows and the kind of technique that Pragg shows to keep things in balance. Should we take a look at another game? The Vaishali Sam position is heating up. Do you want to jump to that?
Yeah, I think Vaishali did not play the move knight to g4 in that position where we were talking about. She went bishop e7, and Sam said, okay, let me hit the center, but pawn to c5. Vaishali bolstered her center, but now Sam just jumped with knight to b5. And what a move this is, Tanya. This is such a cool move, because the a7 pawn is attacked. And also, how do you defend it? Like, let's say you can't even go rook a8 because bishop controls that square. You can't go... It looks like an inconsequential pawn, but then you think about the bishop on g2 and the a pawn, and it becomes different.
That's not an inconsequential pawn.
Yeah.
Especially if the queens get traded off in those positions, that is actually just dead loss for black then. I think what Vaishali has to do, like you pointed out, Sagar, there's no way to defend it. So you just go shut castle. You give up the pawn, but you keep the queens on the board.
But then queen takes a7.
And then you just fall back with the queen. And now there's rook a8 coming. I don't...
No rook a8 because of
Oh,
the
there's
bishop.
bishop a8. So I'm not... Oh, this is horrible then.
Oh, but what about c4? Actually, c4 was not hanging, right, Tanya? Because...
Right now you can't take on c4 because of queen d7, knight d7, bishop e7.
Right, so that is hanging, and if I take here...
Again, rook a8 is not possible, and rook c7 runs into knight b5. You keep the tempo going and you defend
can't win
c4.
this pawn. So actually, Sam's move knight b5 was not easy. Let me see how much time he took to play it. What he did? He took like 15 seconds.
Wow, and Vaishali down to 13 minutes on the clock. I don't see how she's going to defend this pawn. All right, so we can round up this opening evaluation as
Better
tough
for Vaishali.
outcome for Vaishali.
Yeah.
Sam looking to take the point home. The Vidit Pragg we've already seen. Vidit looking good there. Let's take a look at Adhiban if he's managed to create his magic with one b3.
Yeah, yeah. Guys, you should also remember he beat David Navara in 9 moves, right, Tanya?
Yes.
With 1b3, 9 moves.
And then, the funny story, chat, he beat David in 9 moves. The B3 course was already out. He put an update on that B3 course. He actually added that game. It is an instructive game because I think David just blundered. He completely forgot that one move and then it was all over after that. But still, an instructive game how not to play against one B3.
Correct. And by the way, Adhiban has taken one of Karti's bishop and now has fianchettoed both his bishop on b2 and g2. And after bishop d6, c4, c6, d4, I think white should be at least slightly better, right? And this move is like an ambitious move because, generally you would castle, but then Adhiban is like, why should I give up my bishop on b2?
Why?
Why should I do it? So, I'll go a3. And this is his typical style. He loves that bishop on b2. He wants to keep it. And now after e5, he pushes his pawn to d5. And after e4, he has castled. I think the position is rich enough for, any result.
All three results. You're absolutely right. It's the kind of position which is going to get hot in action and anything is possible in this one. We'll come back to see what the updates on this are. Let's take a look at Arjun Aragasi versus Quang Liem. What is going on here? Arjun with the white pieces and 4-6 equal material.
Equal pawns. But Tanya, I like Arjun's position because his bishop looks well placed. Also, the black pawns look a little bit mangled up. They are not easy to, advance because c4 is well guarded. And your central majority looks strong. At least on the first sight, it looks like white should be doing very well. But maybe that's not the complete assessment because the rook on a8 puts pressure on a2. What do you think?
I mean, you pointed out all of white's trump. I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. Rook 8 on the open file, attacking a2. The bishop on b7 can be a monster on this long diagonal, threatening mate on g2 at some point. You also always have the option to just go bishop a6 and actually trade off the light squared bishop, and then the queen and rook versus queen and rook heavy piece position should be fine for black. He's made the move g6 right now, blunting that bishop on d3 so that no battery can be set up. And now the question is, how can white actually put pressure here? I don't really see a clear way.
I was thinking of f5, Tanya, but
Queen d5 is not possible?
Exactly. Queen d5 or queen g5 both look quite dangerous. So yeah, maybe queen d5.
And then you've got queen e2 to stop
defending this
both.
and this. But maybe queen g5 is the stronger of the two.
And queen coming into e3. Dark squared weakness. So f5 looks tempting, but maybe it's fine for black.
But look at this idea, Tanya. When you go queen e2 now, because your queen on d5 was kind of in the way, there's this very cool idea of rook a5, switching the rook, threatening this pawn. If you take here, then g2 mate. So this activity of the rook from this side is not easy.
It's really nice though, this rook lift. It also eyes the other rook jumping onto the a file. Rook a, doubling up the pressure on a2. Rook e5 a direct threat. Not easy. And even if white goes e6 in this position, you can go rook e5 maybe.
Ooh, nice.
Can you go rook e5?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The rook is very well positioned here. And so basically quite an equalish position, but filled with a lot of ideas. Queen d2 has been played. And as Tanya has mentioned, it might be a good idea to exchange off these bishops with bishop a6. I think then black would be quite okay.
But don't you lose a pawn right now after bishop a6? You trade and queen b4?
Yeah, like take.
Or you just want counterplay with your d pawn?
Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, queen d5. I try to attack
it's
here.
A pawn.
c5, yeah.
It's a pawn. I don't know if it's enough or not, but white will have to prove black will have to prove compensation.
Agree. Yeah. So queen d2 has been played. Let's see what Quang Liem does. And Tanya, the most natural move c5 suddenly is horrible. Yeah, like then just f5, and
Oh, you don't have your rook a5 ideas, and also queen d2 stops queen g5.
also now queen d5 makes no sense, right? Because g2 is guarded. So I think this is a very critical moment, and he's played queen to d5. And I think now would Arjun have the courage to just give up this pawn on a2 and say, let's. Oh, and he has it.
Immediately, Arjun, what a star! What a star! Not even taking a moment to give up, to sacrifice the pawn for the initiative. Sagar, the idea is clear. He's saying, take my material. I want to go
Lelo.
f5, f6, queen h6, checkmate.
Right. I just want to do this, and this
Amazing
this
stuff.
is where these youngsters, when people say the youngsters are ambitious, what does that mean? It means that they do not care for the a2 pawn. They do not play a move like b3 here, which is equal. They go for the most the confrontational line here. Rook e1. Okay, Quang Liem, take the pawn. I'm ready to go f5. Let's play this position.
And the other tricky thing about rook e1 is that the bishop on b7, now bishop a6 runs into moves like bishop e4.
Yes.
So you've got to watch out for that.
Directly also I can do this right here
Bishop-
after rook a2.
But
I
then
can
there's queen
already-
b5.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, like, if you take even like without these bishops, now f5 is just killing, right?
f6, queen h6. How are you even fighting this? This is super strong, yeah?
And this is one good line to show to our viewers, that once, let's say, he starts preparing for this mate here with king h8, let's say you play f6, rook g8, queen here, and okay, this is hanging, but the general idea is that you can lift your rook up this way and also try to cause a big attack. So anyway, here rook a1 has been played, and now Quang Liem has to decide. I think Arjun, if he wins, Tania,
Oh,
he
wow.
might be like 4 out of 5, which is an amazing score.
I mean, Arjun is so in form. He's been playing fearlessly against the best players in the world. He has I remember the Champions Chess Tour after he won the Indian qualifiers. He qualified for the Asian Gold Money Rapid. And nobody was expecting him to make it to the quarterfinals there. But he made it without any trouble. After that, he was facing Levon, and everyone thought, you know what, this is going to be easy for Lev. And the match went down to the wire. It went down to the Armageddon, and that's when Levon was able to score. After that, in the Lindaris Abbey, he beat Levon 2 games in a row. We keep talking about Pragg, Nihal, great players, but often miss out on Arjun. And this is Arjun's time.
Yeah.
This is Arjun's time.
I think Arjun's results speak for himself. Like, many times you are like, I'm also there, and Arjun doesn't care about all those things. He's never said, oh, why does no one talk about me? He's like, people will talk. Let me win some games here. And he does that, and effortlessly. And after he wins, he says, yeah, I just played this moves, and he's so calm when he talks.
Yeah.
He's like,
I think that's the thing. His personality is so soft-spoken that it's so easy to not feel the beast of a player that he is.
Yeah.
And the one quality that I find in Arjun is that no matter who he's playing against, he's going for the win.
Yeah.
He's playing for the win. He's never intimidated. He doesn't care about the rating of the opponent. He's just playing the board,
Right.
and not the player.
And when you talk to him, you feel that he is intimidated, but he's not.
Yeah.
Which is quite misleading. He might say, yeah, Levon is a good player, and he might say it in that tone. You might feel, oh, he's giving a lot of respect, but when he makes these moves, it's suddenly like, what? Why is he attacking like rook e1? What sort of this? And Tania, I must add this, not his over the board skills, but off the board as well. Whenever there has been certain initiatives, to help the chess community or something, Arjun has come forward in a big way to contribute money. He's contributed 50,000 rupees and so on, which shows his other side, which
Yeah.
is like he really believes that he has to, support the chess community and do something.
He wants to give back.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You remember in the opening ceremony when Arjun was on the stage, so we had all the players do the drawing of lots and then come on stage for a quick question. And we asked Arjun which is the player he wants to play against. And he said he wants to play Lev. Then when Lev came on the stage and we asked him, Lev, what do you have to say about Arjun wanting to play you? And Lev just laughed. He said, of course he wants to play me. I'm a client. He just beat me 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a fun conversation. Yeah, it was
And
great.
Lev has respect for Arjun as well. I mean, he's had a tough time against him.
Absolutely. By the way, rook f e8 was played, Tania, and here Arjun goes bishop e4. Another way to continue could have been f5, just going forward. I mean, on one hand, black had stopped it with rook e8, but the key point here is that white can go bishop c4. If you take the bishop, then e5 is hanging. If you just move your queen away, let's say here queen d6, then already after rook e5, queen e5 and fg6, f7 is very soft. But Arjun played equally good move. He went bishop e4, and now Quang Liem has to decide like to defend this. Maybe move.
But you
queen
lose the
b5.
d4 pawn, no?
Yeah, but I think Arjun doesn't care about that, Tanya.
You wanna
I
go
think
for mate.
he's just going to go f5 here.
Yeah.
He's
This
just-
was your idea earlier, right? You want to go f6 and queen h6.
Yeah, and I think once f5 in this position, black is at loss what to do.
Well, at least it's not easy and clear to see how you're fighting this attack on the king side. Surprisingly, with just the heavy pieces. But Arjun manages to find a way to do that. We'll come back to this and see how Liam, one of the strongest grandmasters in the world, is able to fight back this onslaught by Arjun.
So should we go to Levon Aronian's game? and
Let's
check
take a
out?
look.
Levon Aronian here has his knight on e4. It's knight versus bishop. Parham Maghsoodloo, as always, has played aggressively, pushed his pawn to g5. Maybe he wants to go g4 in the position. Looks interesting.
Parham just keeps his style, yeah? He wants to play aggressive. He wants to keep the attack going. He's not going to back down, whether he's white or black. Funny story, Sagar. On day one, Parham actually thought that after 3 rounds, there were still more games to play. He thought there were 7 rounds to be played of rapid. At 7 in the evening, after the 3rd game got over, I think Samay and Amrita went and asked him for an interview, and he said, no, I have another game to play. And these guys were like,
No, there's no more game
there are no more games. He said, what are you saying? What are you talking about? Aren't there 7 rapid games today?
You know, the thing is that Parham, when he met me yesterday, he said, I need to sleep now. You know, that's important if I have to play well. And I guess he got some sleep because he's played well against Vidit. And now this game also going pretty well. He's played his bishop back to f7. Here.
I'll tell you a fun fact about Parham. This guy needs no sleep to play chess. I have seen him play chess 24 hours almost. After a game is over, he's just blitzing out and playing rapids after tournaments. He's just having fun with chess. Honestly, if there were still 7 rapid games to be played yesterday, he would be completely up for it. And he arrived yesterday morning.
Yeah.
He arrived on the day of the game.
Wasn't that one interview where he said, like, I practice chess for 20 hours a day? And I was like, no, this guy.
And the
is
remaining
kidding.
4 hours, he's playing FIFA. That's what he does.
Okay, let's go to Vidit's game right now. Bishop g6. It looks very complex, but at the same time, it's a slow strategic game. There will be a pawn breakthrough coming soon. Vidit versus Pragnananda. Do you think, Tania, that Vidit has managed to get that double bishop advantage? I think he did. Like we looked at till here.
Well, he didn't get the double bishop advantage. Sagar, he does trade off the bishop on f6 at the very end. And I think now that didn't happen with the pawn on b7, the weakness on b7 compensated by white's weakness on a3 in the final position. If we can just have that up on our board, we see that both sides have a weakness each, b7 versus a3.
Yeah, right.
I would say that this should not be too much trouble for Pragg to hold.
Right. And Pragg has taken back on f6 with his pawn because that was the kind of only move. And I think Vidit is thinking at this moment how to continue. Well, a good idea could be to just kind of liquidate and draw this game, right? I mean,
The fact is that he didn't get much out of the opening.
Yeah, I think Pragg just made all these moves beautifully. Like you see this idea with a5. This is very well timed because on one hand you are always afraid of b5, but Pragg had prepared a4. The thing is the rook on c2 will be attacked. When you take on c6, I'll take on b3 and rook c2. So these are the things that Pragg spots really well.
Yeah.
And that's why playing these very quiet openings with him usually do not work out. He's very good at neutralizing stuff.
Sagar, we gotta jump to the Arjun game because take a look at what has happened.
Has it happened? Oh,
It's on the
F5.
board. It's on the board.
And
Arjun not going for d4 pawn.
Suddenly the a2 pawn just looks pointless, right? I mean, even if Liem thinks, should I win this? What about his king?
I mean, it's just game over. If you take rook a2, let's just have that on the board, and you go f6.
Yeah.
And
Threatening this and a mate. So, any ways to stop it?
you have to go king h8, rook g8. That's the only idea. But you're completely lost after queen h6, rook g8. You can go e6.
E6 is over, yeah. And if you take... then
Another interesting idea is rook f3. Can we just show that line?
Can we ask the
Yeah,
chat?
let's do
okay.
it.
Rook f3.
And black takes on b2. Black takes on b2.
Okay.
White to
And
pick.
guys, if you... Oh, this is a great... So,
Chat, get your thinking cap on.
yeah. What should white play here?
White to play in this position. Let's see if chat can find this. Be careful. There's a little bit of a trick here. A counter trick, really.
Nitesh Bisht fell for it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Few people will.
Yeah, I'm seeing
And
Aniket fell for it. Oh, Vignesh, be careful.
So yeah, while rook h3 does look like a killing move because h7 cannot be protected, Tania had set up this monstrous trick here with queen takes g2. Very nicely done, Tania. And so the right move here, let me see if how many people have found this. Massive.
Massive. Well done,
Nearly
chat.
200
Well done.
of you have found. It's a queen sacrifice on h7. King takes and rook h3 is checkmate here. So that does not work. So he cannot take, yeah, Tanya. So he played queen d5.
The idea is clear, Sagar. He needs the queen on f8 to defend the position.
Yeah.
So, for example, let's see a line with f6. You can't take rook e5. Don't get greedy with a move like rook e5. White goes queen h6, it's game over. Another very important point after rook e5 is if you take rook e5, that's a mistake. Why? Because rook e5, queen h6, there's queen e3 check, forcing a queen trade. So queen h6 would be the accurate way to play, and that's over. But I think after f6, what Liam has in mind is he wants to go queen c5.
And then if you go here,
I'm
he
hoping
wants
for
to
queen
go to
f8. I don't see another way to defend.
But you know, Tanya, this looks scary because if you take with the pawn, there is a fork. And if you take with the rook, then I take and my f pawn is rolling ahead.
Everything looks scary in this position, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
After f6. Has Arjun made the move f6? He's having a think, queen d5, a crucial moment. He's considering queen h6
Exactly,
first or to
exactly.
go f6 first.
I think this keeps your options open with f takes g6 or f6.
Yeah.
It's like threat is stronger than execution. This is a very well-known theme in chess. Once you push the pawn, the threat is gone while you've executed your move. But if you put your queen on h6, you might play f6, you might take on g6. An opponent doesn't know how to react.
Yeah. Difficult position for Liam. Queen h6 is the kind of move that shows precision because you keep your options open. Sagar, we'll come back to this. Can we quickly jump over to the Levon Parham game? Interesting last couple of moves I'm seeing on the board here. The position that you have after c3, I think we've got a few.
Yeah.
Can we just back up to this moment after the queens were traded off on move 28? And we see we play it on. Queen c5. They traded the queens. And after knight c5.
He lost a pawn.
But knight d7 is a trick. Nice little trick here. If you go rook e8, defending the e5 pawn, there's knight f6. Winning it. So white actually ends up winning the e5 pawn. And black makes a nice move. I like it. Class.
It's
I
not
like
a
it.
defensive move, right, Tanya?
No, it's not. That a pawn, which looks like it's super far away from queening, the rook is getting ready for that. Idea is simple. a5, a4, a3, a2, a1 queen.
Yeah. Rook behind the passed pawn is like that family which supports its kids, like it's just boosting this pawn. It's like, I'm backing you, just go ahead.
It's like in chess players' world, it's like the mum who comes for every tournament of her child and makes sure that he's comfortable to play on and to win it. That rook is the foundation.
True. And so right now, rook a8 and Levon takes on e5 first. You can't push the pawn because the bishop is hanging. So the bishop was saved and now c3. And Levon is like, Parham, you may not get the chance to push your pawn too much because I'll go rook a2. I'll go rook a1. And all of a sudden, the career is in trouble. person supporting you is good, but when two people attack you, it's not
That's
so
going to be
good.
tough. So much for our great analogy. Rook A2, Rook A1, and that pawn seems like it's not going to survive.
Yeah,
He
okay.
goes for it. He goes for it, Sagar. Your
I-
idea.
I think somewhere Parham could have done things better. Like Rook 8 was nice, and here Bishop E8 was also kind of forced. But after C3, he should have kept this rook over here on B7 rather than going to F4, because now it's like this D4 may cut the rook off and the other rook is coming here. Yeah, these are all the little errors that these top players make, and then their opponents just grab it, and they are just able to beat them. By the way, should we look at the game between Shankland and Vaishali?
Yes, I actually
Because-
have that open in front of me, and that's looking like bad news for Vaishali. The pawn has gone all the way up to A5. White has got two extra pawns, and they really count in the position. Black doesn't really have an attack on the H file. And with not much counterplay, the A pawn is just too fast.
Yeah. So right now Vaishali in trouble. And what about Adhiban versus Karthikeyan? This position looks like two bishops for Adhiban look nice. And yeah, in a way it looks good, but just this bishop on G2 is slightly passive. But otherwise, Adhiban's position looking very, very promising.
But can't Karthi also try and get his knight to E5 and jump into
Then
D3 or F3?
could take it, right? And
At least you don't have your two bishops
yeah,
then.
then that's opposite colored bishops is not.
And then actually I like Black's bishop on C5 because you can go G5, F4 at some point. So I think Rook B1 played, and that's an interesting move. He's actually fighting against Knight E5. So the idea is after Rook B1, Knight E5, you actually trade on E5 and then you win the B7 pawn.
True. So that's not going to work. So this is still a very tensed position. Anything can happen in this game. How about going to Arjun's game back, because he has pushed his pawn to F6, Tania, instead of going Queen H6, and D3 played by Liem.
So the idea is to go Queen C5, Queen F8.
Right.
Let's
So
just point that out.
here there is a check, and then you can go Queen F8. And then Black is doing okay because E6 is not coming in. He can block this. Okay, so D3, maybe Arjun first, he plays the prophylactic King H1.
So now again, Queen H6 threatens. So Black probably has to sidestep with the Queen and eye that F8 square for defense. By the way, we do have our first result of the round. Vidit versus Pragg ended in a draw as expected. A nice game by Pragg really with the black pieces, never getting into trouble, never giving too many chances to Vidit.
Yeah.
So
I think holding Vidit with black in this way is a great feat, because Vidit is very powerful with white pieces, but somehow in this tournament it looks like Vidit is making things work with the black pieces. This is a good result for Pragg, and mind you, his rating is 1821. So
reaching
all the
1900
people,
continues.
all the people who are drawing against him, thinking that he's Pragnananda, he must be 2620 or 2630. His blitz rating is 1800, and you lose like 10 elo points if you draw with him.
Yeah, and that's always very unpleasant because obviously Pragg's strength is nothing like that.
Yeah.
And I think the reason for that is that many of these Indian youngsters haven't had the opportunity to play in too many blitz and rapid events, federated blitz and rapid events, because the online ones don't really count. And most of these blitz and rapid events happen in Europe, and because of the last 2 years, they haven't had that opportunity. But do not be fooled by the 1821.
You know, Tanya, we could do like an invitational tournament, like, the top prize is $10,000. And you're facing an 1800 opponent, and would you like to play? And you're like, oh yes. And then Pragnananda comes. That's the worst thing. By the way, Queen C5 has been played here to go back, and now I think, Tanya, E6 has to be played here so that this F pawn starts to roll.
You really like that.
Yeah,
move,
I
E6.
think it's just
It's screaming
it's
to be played.
screaming out to be played here, because Queen H6, there is Queen F8, and I think Arjun will find E6. Let's just analyze it a bit, because FE6 is lost. You really don't want this pawn to be moving ahead, so you take with the rook. Now I take back with the rook, pawn takes. And now is the point when we have to think, because if I go F7, there is King G7, which stops Queen check here, right? So first, how about starting with this threatening F7, which is a game bone crushing move.
So
So
only move,
only defense
queen
is
f8.
queen f8. Now I push, you go here, and this is where I come back with my queen.
Wow. Okay, wait. So your idea is to give queen f6 check, queen
And
g7
push.
and f8. So black has to go. Black has to create a square for the king.
Because you
King
can't move your queen, it's already queening, so you have to play h6.
to go king h7.
Yeah, and now in this position, you are like all tied up. Your rook can't move.
I think you can just pick up pawns here. You can just start picking up pawns. You can go queen f6, queen e6, or you can even pick up queen c7.
Yeah, or you can still go for an attack with h5.
Yeah.
I think Arjun has, and he has played e6, Tanya. He has gone for this, and while
Wow.
that those were a lot of moves, I think the line was like linear. It was.
Okay, this is actually spectacular play by Arjun Sagar. I mean, the way he's developed this attack, f5, f6, and you know what? He's done it without taking too much time. Quang Liem, one of the fastest players in the world, is down to less than 2 minutes on his clock. Arjun has got 11 minutes on his clock, has built up pressure and a position that
Yeah,
looks crushing
yeah.
actually.
Absolutely.
Fantastic
I
play.
mean, Arjun and Pragg, the two youngsters, are playing phenomenally well in this tournament.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. So we will come back to this game. Let's take a look at Levon versus Parham. Has there been any development there? What do we think about this? So Levon has an extra pawn, right?
Yeah, because the c6 pawn somehow was given up to defend the a pawn. So, Parham had a decision to make when Levon played his rook to a1 here. At that point, it was like, should he give up the a7 pawn, or should he give up his c pawn and then push his pawn here? So he decided to do the latter. He just gave up the c pawn. But in return, now the bishop is supporting the pawn on a4. And
A nice little tactic here. You can't get greedy with the pawn with the move knight takes a4 because one, there's just simply you can go rook b1 check, trade off, or you can just start with rook a7, rook 8 and win the knight immediately. Maybe that's the easiest line.
yeah, and then this
Rook 8 and it's game over.
So h3 has been played by Levon, and I think Tanya, these are the kinds of positions that Levon kind of converts, in his game. So it's a one-way traffic. I mean, I know black has this strong a pawn, but it's like, as you say, playing for two results.
Yes, and white wants to go rook a2, double up and pick up the a4 pawn eventually. So Parham needs to be on the defense here. We'll see if he manages to do that or not. How is Adhiban doing? Did he manage to create something one more time with 1b3? Not much has happened. So he's gone bishop b6 after rook b1.
Yeah.
He wants to go knight c5. That's the idea.
Yeah, knight c5 and then plonk the knight on d3. But this knight is a piece that can always be sacrificed for, and then this bishop opens up when it comes here. So I think Adhiban here looking good, his position looking promising, and once he wins a game, he will be hard to stop. Yeah, so this is what he's waiting for. That is what all his fans are waiting for. What about Sam Shankland? I think progressively Shankland is strengthening his position. He has made no errors, and by now he's 2 pawns up, and I think he will win this.
This is crushing. I mean, look at those 3 pawns on the queen side. That knight on d6 just beautifully placed, controlling the c8 square. b4, b5, c6 coming in, and Vaishali is going down in this one.
So let's quickly look at Arjun versus Quang Liem, because what we had discussed has happened partly, and now Arjun taking his time because he has 8 minutes in hand. Tanya, here we discussed queen h6, which is the very direct way to play, but you can also pick up the pawn on d3. That looks like a simple way to play as well.
So queen d3, you want to go queen d7 and start threatening mate on the 7th rank.
I want to do that, right.
Alright, so after queen d3, can black try and set up some tricks with a move like rook f8? And let's just show what happens if you go queen d7 now. You've got to be a little careful.
Yeah, maybe question?
Question time.
Okay, guys, try to figure out what should black do. How can he defend against the checkmate on g7? By the way, Tanya sets up good questions. Yeah, she sets up questions where it's both sides are on the edge. There's a mate here, there's a mate there. So try to figure out.
Interesting position. Queen g7, massive threat. What do you do with black? And I see we've got answers coming in. Chat is on point.
They are ready with the move, and well done, guys. The move that you all are saying is the correct one. Rook f6 is the right move. and so many of you have found it. Well done, Ekta, Kamal, Rajam, Bhavik. Excellent job, guys. Okay, so rook takes f6 and you can't take the rook because of back rank problems.
Back rank problem, and it's black that checkmates first. Also important point, after rook f6, queen d8 check, and you have the move rook to f8.
Yeah, true. Just going back. And Tanya, by the way, he has taken on d3. Arjun didn't go for queen
wow.
h6 move.
Okay,
He's gone here.
interesting.
And Liem, instead of rook f8, has played queen to d5.
I don't think, I mean, one thing's clear, White's not trading queens here.
Yeah, I think he shouldn't. He shouldn't, because if he does it,
I
he
actually
would
think
be
black
worse.
will be better.
Yeah, he
black
would
is
be
better.
worse.
And let's just point out why. You've got better pawns after queen d5, e takes d5. Once c5, c4 comes in, big trouble. Rook a2, a direct threat. The king on g8 defends the f6 pawn and attacks the f6 pawn eventually. So you don't want to trade queen. So the question is, where do you move the queen so that queen h6 can be an idea? And I'm just wondering if you want to go queen e3 here.
Yeah, very much possible. Queen here.
Looks like a very natural move to make.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those positions which is very tricky for black to play. He's played queen c2. I think this is a position where Arjun will keep on threatening little things, like here he's attacking this pawn. Then, as you said, he'll move to c1, going here, and I think sooner or later, Quang Liem might go wrong. But again, the reason why these players are 2700 is because they are very strong at defense. But as I was saying, that Quang Liem has blundered, Tanya,
Whoa.
with rook f8. I think his idea was that here he wanted to meet it with rook f7, because if you play rook takes f6, there is queen b8 check, king g7, and queen a7.
Wow.
Next move your king, I pick up your rook, and
Oh.
you come here, I block your queen.
This is stunning. Queen b8, queen a7, and the queen comes into defense from a7 back to g1. What a line, Sagar.
And it has happened. Queen b8
He
has
missed it.
happened.
He
Let's have a
missed
look
it.
at on the big screen here.
Let's get an up close on the players, and
Check,
Arjun
and
knows he's
Arjun
on the.
saw it.
He
I
saw
think
it.
he saw the
Queen on a7. Oh my God, Arjun on the brink of victory.
Oh my God.
With a fist bump. What a star, Arjun Arigasi.
And he quickly starts to analyze. He's not like, oh, I won or something like that. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I just want to ask you, did you see the move h3? Like that.
Oh my God, this is such a massive result for him. And this means with Liam beating Levon in the previous round, Arjun beating Liam in this round, it's a mix that we have.
And don't you think if Aronian is not able to win, Arjun will become the sole leader, because Pragg drew his game.
Amazing. I'm just in shock of this idea and how quickly he found it. Queen b8, queen a7, bringing the queen back to defense. And we were talking about rook f8, rook f6. Liam had to do that one move before.
Right. With the queen on c5. Here.
Because you don't have any queen a7 check.
Yeah, exactly. The queen is better placed. But Tanya, this
Oh
is
my God.
exactly what I was saying.
Arjun
When
OP
these
in the chat.
not kids, but these little youngsters, they come up with these tricks. The point is, when Arjun played this move, he had seen this idea.
Beautiful stuff.
They're so quick.
And you can't even go rook f7 here, right? Because you've got queen b8 check.
Yeah.
And after rook f8, what's the finishing line?
I mean, you can take another pawn.
And you're just 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
And this is just crushing. The idea was rook f8 was played with the intention of rook
take
f6.
on f6.
And that just shows that Arjun is tactically more alert than Liam, finding queen b8, queen a7.
Yes. And also the time did play a factor, like with Liem low on time, he blundered there. Let's go to Levon Aronian's game, because Parham Maghsoodloo is fighting back. And that means that it could be very much possible that Arjun Erigesi may become the sole leader of the tournament after 5 rounds.
Amazing stuff. And I don't think many would have predicted this at the start of the tournament.
Yeah, everyone was saying that Arjun has good chances. But then at the end you say like, okay, maybe Aronian would win it, or Vidit would do it, or Quang Liem is there,
Yeah.
there's Shankland. But these talents, they are actually...
Yeah, few would bet money on Arjun at the start of the tournament, but it looks the
Yeah.
way he's playing, not just the result, once again, the quality and the tactical alertness that he's showing, the fighting that he's showing on the board. He lost to Pragg that game. That was a long marathon fight that Pragg showed brilliant
Yeah,
technique
yeah.
in. But even that, he was better at the start.
Yes.
He was better at the start.
True, and he was better, and then there was a draw to be taken, but in the end, Pragg showed great chess. And maybe Tanya, like yesterday, there was Vidit versus Aronian after both were on lead. Is it going to be like Arjun versus Aronian today?
Oh my
or-
God, that's the match that apparently both these players are looking forward to
No.
so far. Well,
It's tomorrow, but it's Aronian versus Pragg in the next round.
oh, that's a big one as well.
Yeah,
And
but we'll
Arjun
wait for it.
faces Sam. We'll come back to it right now. We've still got action. By the way, Sam has won his game
Yeah.
against Vaishali. That was a very, I would say that was a one-sided, very convincing win by Sam.
I think
A tough
after
game.
that opening error, Sam got an advantage and he just pushed it through. So now 2 games left. Adhiban, Karthikeyan.
Let's get an up close on Levon and Parham and see how the players are feeling. What can we read from their
Okay.
body language?
Let's go there and
There we have it. What do you think, Sagar? If we didn't know the position, looking at them, who would you think is better?
Tanya puts me in situations where I don't have to look at the chessboard, I have to read them. Okay.
Also, let's just point out, chat, take a look at the auditorium. It actually fills my heart with joy just to see in this city how much people love chess.
Right.
It's an almost packed auditorium. There is a limit to the number of people, but it's all sold out and they've all come to get an autograph, to get a photograph, and also to enjoy this high-level chess over the board
Right.
in their city.
And you know, when you sit there, no, in the crowd, and you look at this big screen, and you're just watching the players, it's kind of meditation. You know, it's really calm, and you can just enjoy chess. And I think some of the youngsters who are totally into chess and parents who are watching this, please bring them so that they can actually experience.
Yeah, absolutely. You're completely right on that. And also, you know, what we see right now in that tournament hall, there is pin drop silence despite there being hundreds of people there. Not a single, you can barely hear people breathing. And it's just an amazing atmosphere. And if any one of you in chat is from Calcutta, don't miss this opportunity. Just come to the National Library of India.
Yeah.
And it's free entry as well.
Absolutely, yes. It's a great job done by Tata Steel as well as game plan here. They've put everything together, and guys, you will have wonderful time. By the way, Himanshu Sethi says, please ask Arjun's secret coach if he wins the event. You know, I had interviewed Arjun after he played well at Lindora's Abbey, and I said, who is it that you work with? And I could sense from his face that he didn't want to say it. So I said, okay, if you win Tata Steel, would you reveal it? And he said, yeah, okay, after the Tata Steel event.
Coach reveal. Coach reveal might be coming up. But I do know that Srinath has worked with Arjun a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think that's common knowledge. So maybe it's perhaps someone else also that he's working with.
You know, usually sometimes these youngsters, they work with many different players to get more like more armor into their arsenal, you know, like just get these different weapons. Like from one place you can learn a lot of things, from the other place you can learn some positional chess, tactical, and so that way.
All right. So, well, speaking about learning stuff, I think this endgame has a lot to teach us as well, Sagar.
Yeah.
Levon showing technique here. The rook from a3 stops the a4 pawn from advancing.
Right.
The knight on c5, constant pressure on a4. So one of black's rook is tied down on b8. You can't really come in with an attack because you need to pin with rook a8.
No,
So
but Tanya, if I get here,
then can't you just take
just
on
take
a4?
the pawn, and this g5 rook supports here.
Yes.
But do you think that if I can come here and then attack your rook, it will run out of squares to defend the g2 pawn? There is g3 though. Yeah.
There's
Maybe
g3.
not.
There's also options like h4.
Yes.
So
H4,
really
yeah.
tough to say. Also, the d5 pawn is hanging. I mean, take a look at the pawn structure, right? One of the ways to identify who has a better pawn structure is to count pawn islands. This is a very common technique in chess, and we see pawn islands as a group of pawns together. So we see that white has 2 pawn islands, h3, g2 as you're pointing out, and d4, c3, while black has 3 pawn islands, which actually means that black's pawns are very weak.
It's like black has to worry about more of his islands, while in real life, like having more islands is better.
Yeah, but not in chess, apparently.
So here,
That's a good one.
rook g5. And what do you do here? Parham taking a lot of time. If you look, he had 6 minutes 58 seconds, and now he's down to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
He's thought for 5 minutes here.
Parham down to, but it's a tough position as well. It's a tough position. Levon definitely needs this win to come back from what happened in the previous round. Also to maintain his lead on the leaderboard. We've got one more game going on, Sagar. Let's take a look at that. Adhiban up against
Yeah.
Karthi. We've got an end game now, and it's equal pawns. The pawn on e6, is
Takes-
that a weakness or is that a strength? To me, it looks like black should be fine here.
Yeah, also, I mean, maybe if Karthi comes here and picks up the e6 pawn, Adhiban will take the pawn on g7. So, yeah, but somewhere I do feel that Adhiban has to play carefully. If you look at the time, both players down to their last 30 seconds on the clock. So let's just try and get things on the.
Yeah, let's try and get the players up close and take a look at the tension that they are feeling right now. And there we see we've got it. We're just going to get the position up maybe. And we've got Adi versus Karthi in front of us. Adhiban looking to score his first point. But this is not going to be that game, I feel.
Yeah, maybe draw most likely. Tania, what do you think?
Yeah, I think black should be fine here. Black should be fine here, but in the other one, in Parham's game, black is absolutely not fine. Down a pawn. He's got h4 in. But is this more difficult than it looks to convert? Because the problem that I realize when I look at this position, let's see if we can. Okay, we've still got the Adhiban board up, so we'll stick to that.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, sure. And bishop c4 played the live board. Let's just get that up.
Yeah.
And I think a few more moves. And we see the king on e7. It stops the e6 pawn. The knight on e8 defends the
And there's an
g7
outside
pawn.
passer, no?
a5, but white has got two bishops. I would say that this is going to end in a draw, Sagar, for sure. You
I do
have
think
hesitations.
that black can keep pushing, Tanya. The reason being that, first of all, Karthikeyan has looked more stable in this event than Adhiban.
True.
And secondly, if anyone's slightly better, it's black because he has an outside passer. So, yeah, now he's trying to win this pawn. But okay, yeah, let's see. I mean, I think two results, yeah, draw or maybe black keeps pushing.
Yeah, knight c7. I mean, you are getting a pawn immediately. And
then it's like
I
you
think-
have to bank on your two bishops.
yeah, white can't trade that knight for the bishop.
Yeah.
And that knight can jump around, get to e4 or d3. So, sorry, f3 or d3. So, definitely, yeah, it's not over. You're right. I agree with you, Sagar. Sagar, let's jump on to the Levon Parham game because that's a massive one for our leaderboard to see if Levon maintains his lead or not. And rook f6 played, eyeing the f2 square to put pressure on g2. Rook d5 looks tempting, but you don't want that. And the reason is that it allows bishop c6. You hit the rook and the bishop becomes a complete monster. After bishop c6, rook f2, the g2 pawn is going to fall. And with that, white's position will fall.
Right. So, yeah, rook f6, and now just 1 minute 10 seconds left in the game.
Should we get an up close on our players?
Yeah, let's have a look at that. So, 4 and let me get this one here.
And there we have it with our board set up as well as the players. We can see an audience. We see Karthi behind playing. It's actually a beautiful hall. And we've got a big stage where all the games are taking place, the digital boards at the back, and a huge audience right there.
he
Rook
took-
d5.
he took the
Wow,
pawn.
this is what we were talking about. So-
And Parham just moved forward in his chair and he was like, oh, that has given me an option now. Bishop c6. And he goes first rook f4, attacking the h4 pawn.
I mean, rook d5 was a risky decision because this, whenever the black bishop arrives on c6, it's going to be a difficult bishop to tame.
Yeah, yeah. So rook f4, and Levon now has played the move rook d6 check.
All right, and the question is, where do you move with your king? Or do you go bishop? Bishop g6 just feels like you're blocking in your bishop. But the problem is, if you make a move like king to h7,
Yeah.
white has got rook e6.
Exchanging one of the rooks, yeah.
Rook e6 could
But
be
then
the
I
idea.
can take and play bishops. Oh, h4 is hanging perhaps after take.
But then king g3. And you've got these c4, d4 pawns.
Yeah, yeah. But he played bishop g6, Tanya. He's
Because
put
rook
his-
e6, I think he wants to move the rook away. He wants to keep the tension alive. If white is able to trade off one pair of rooks, I think he's just better.
Right, rook e6, I think you can take on h4, king g3, now you have rook g4 and g2 hangs.
Oh, yes. That's not pleasant.
So right now, guys, you can see the clocks are very accurate. 10 seconds left for Levon Aronian. He comes back with his knight to d3. And
So
Parham
bishop
has
d3.
16.
It's not possible. The
seconds.
bishop is pinned. And now, big question to Parham. Does he take the pawn on
Yeah,
h4?
let's take the pawn, right?
So rook h4, king g3, like you mentioned, falls to rook g4. He goes rook g4 directly, hitting the
I
pawn on
think
g2.
Parham is getting ambitious here, Tania.
And the clock situation, both players playing down to 10 seconds almost on the clock. Tough stuff here. And I mean,
He took on g6. He gave up an exchange.
So king g6 runs into knight e5 and rook g6 runs into knight f4. So it's not, he's winning the exchange on the next move.
Oh, but he could have taken on... there was a check, right?
And now after d takes e5, but this position should be
Draw,
okay
yeah.
for black. You just take on h4 with a check, rook h4, rook e4.
Yeah, rook h4 and then rook e4 or rook c4 and then the king takes... and
Levon shaking his head. Levon shaking his head. That is the body language that tells you that he knows that it's gone wrong. He had it under control, but it's not gone the way that he was hoping. And we've seen a different Lev today. Yeah, this is very disappointing. The first game completely crushing, lost. This game once
Was
again
better, yeah.
was better and unable to convert.
And you can see Parham playing very confidently here. He knows that he's got this game in his bag in the sense that it will end in a draw. And that would mean, guys, that Arjun Erigesi could become the sole leader of the Tata Steel Chess India after 5 rounds.
That's
Ooh,
actually...
but what's happening, Tania? Look at this. The pawns are getting pushed. Pawn on a3, pawn on e6.
But it's not going to go far, Sagar. It's not going to go far because when you go e7, black has the move rook e4. And white will have... So at some point, these two pawns will get traded. White will pick up the a3 pawn. Black will pick up the e pawn. So e6,
But what
king
if I take
e6.
here? He wants to go check and put the rook from behind.
And then there's no way of defending it.
Right.
But you can go king d5, rook c4.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be
It's a draw.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
He goes rook e4. And now after rook a1, the two pawns are going to get traded.
Yeah, so this would end in a most likely a draw. So let's go to Adhiban's game, shall we?
Let's do it because that one is what is happening there. So we've got, I think this is also pretty even. Another pawn on a3, by the way.
Oh.
So two interesting positions, two interesting
But how did...
endgames.
Oh, Adhiban is now pawn up. Can we go to Adhiban's game? Yeah.
Yeah, but Adhiban is now just knight d4, bishop g6, but it doesn't matter because black is going to draw this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Black comes in with either king e5, king f4. In fact, if anyone has a chance, Sagar, it's black, despite being a pawn down.
Yeah.
Because white's
The king is too far.
It's too far away. It's on the other edge of the board. The king and the knight will start winning the h3 pawn. So in fact, it's Adhiban who needs to rush back and time it well.
But with this draw, Adhiban would have opened his scorecard in this tournament. You know, half a point out of 5 is not a score he would have liked, but
It's a start. It's better than 0 out of 5. The way things were going, very tough event for Adhiban, and I think getting that half point also is a change in mindset. So much needed.
Yeah, yeah.
And there we see both players. Knight e6 heading to f4 to pick up the h3 pawn. Black will actually end up being a pawn up in this endgame. Black will end up picking the h3 pawn and the g4 pawn. Adhiban quickly rushing with the king.
Yeah.
The idea is clear. Maybe if we can have the analysis board for just a moment, Sagar, to just show the drawing concept here. That when black takes king to g4, if you can just have the arrows, knight g4 will happen. It will all trade off. White needs to get the king to g2 by then. So what white needs to make sure is that when black plays
So
king
let's say
g4...
here.
Here you don't allow knight f2, unfortunately. But let's just show. Let's go knight f2 to just demonstrate it. Don't take the knight for a second. King f1.
No,
okay, we
he did
have it.
He did
And now after
this
king...
will happen.
Yes.
What Tania said is going to be shown to you guys.
And the
He'll
point
take-
is that knight g4, you trade it off and white gets the opposition with king g2. And that's the drawing concept.
And you
there
learn
we
a
have
very
it.
important concept of opposition here, because there's also a concept called key squares. Whenever the pawn is on g5 here in such a position, The key squares are f3, g3 and h3, which means if black king gets to any of these squares, he will win. But white comes to g2 and covers those three squares. And in
And
the
it's
end,
handshakes.
it's a draw that has been agreed. So Adhiban gets half a point there. And moving on to Levon versus Parham game.
Very interesting. So I think here the drawing concept is simple.
Yeah.
You've got to keep the king on g7 or h7. White's king can't really
Move up.
move up. And if you go king g1, for example, I think black can have the time to trade with h3.
But h3 g takes?
Rook h3.
No, but then you're saying if the pawn is on c6.
Yeah.
Right.
If I want you to play c7 and then I want to come back.
Right.
And
you know,
now
Tania, even now you can go h3 because after g takes h3, you don't even take this pawn. It's a theoretical draw. You just keep moving your king here and it's a draw because...
But now you're just going to go rook c2. And when you come king to d1,
Yeah.
black will just go rook to c6. Black doesn't take rook into g2 because then white moves the rook away. So let's just point out white goes king e1, king d1.
Let's say I go here. Yeah.
He's gone for h3.
He's just given up that pawn.
And that's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference.
But you know, Tania, both h and g both are draw, right? F pawn is the one that gives white the win.
That is true.
Oh, what has happened?
Just rook c1. It's absolutely everything under control, Sagar. The point is that when white's king gets to d6, if we can just have, we don't need to make moves. Let's just have the arrows on the board. Keep up with the live board. Once white kings get to d6, black starts checking from the back.
Yeah.
And white's king,
there's no umbrella.
there's no umbrella.
Because this pawn was a shield here and the king could go inside the roof or the umbrella. But once you play here, there's nowhere to hide.
Absolutely important point. After h6, you ignore it. You never
Don't take it. Because if you take, check and queen.
So instructive.
Yeah, very instructive endgame.
Rook pawn endings, they look, you know, there's a saying that all rook pawn endings are draw. But actually, there's so much to learn from them.
Yeah.
And when you play them practically, they're never easy. And we've got handshakes. Levon Aronian, we see him definitely disappointed there. He had it under control. He was a pawn up, looked close to win. But I think this was less winning than his previous game.
Yeah. I mean, Levon looks so dejected, right, Tania? I mean, he really want to... Okay, there's the smile.
The moment you say dejected, Sagar, what are you even talking about? We're having a great time here, playing some interesting chess, and we see them sharing a laugh.
Yeah.
And with that, we end our round 5 of the Tata Steel.
And what a
Rapid.
round this has
What a
been.
round.
I'll just pull up the results in a bit. And until then, guys, this was tremendous round, I think, Tania. Like, if Pragg was the hero in round 4 today in the morning, like in the first round, then Arjun was the hero in this round.
Yeah, 100. I mean, I think he's been the hero of the event so far. Consistent play. He's lost one game to Pragg,
Yeah.
just one game.
Yeah.
He beat Liem in the last round with brilliant play, and definitely he's making the top guns sweat.
Yes. And now I think when you start beating so many players, people start respecting you. Like you go to the next event and then you beat someone strong, people don't really then get surprised because he's doing it consistently now.
Yeah. It's not a one-off fluke
Yeah.
performance, right? That's a very good point. That's
So-
when you know you've arrived.
And you know, there are 4 more games to go in this tournament, but already Arjun has played so well. Guys, you can have Arjun OP in the chat because he's just performing brilliantly. And here are the results of the round. We have Arjun beating Liem, Shankland beating Vaishali, Adhiban getting his first half point of the tournament with a draw against Karthikeyan and Murli. Vidit Pragnananda was kind of a nice game for Pragg. Vidit couldn't press with white, so draw there. And Levon slightly upset that he drew his game with Parham, but the Iranian GM fought really well.
But you know, I have to say, Sagar, it's so easy to lose control after the kind of loss that Levon had in the previous round against Liem, completely crushing, cruising to victory, and then one mistake and everything comes to an end. So I think Levon really taking control of his emotions there. Once again, dominating the game. It didn't end the way he wanted. But I think it's understandable that he's there's one more big game coming up. And yeah, he's probably going to go all out in this one. But he does have the black pieces. Let's see if we can get our pairings up.
Yeah, let's have a look at the pairings and then we can look also at the standings later. These are the pairings for the round right now. We have Quang Liem versus Parham Maghsoodloo, Pragnananda versus Levon Aronian. I think that's the big encounter. Karthikeyan takes on Vidit Gujrathi. Vaishali is up against Adhiban Bhaskaran. Ooh, that's going to be a nice game,
Nice game because Adi definitely needs to strike right now. Vaishali is the lowest seed here and he knows. Oh,
Pragg is the lowest seed.
I apologize.
In terms of classical rating,
In terms of classical rating, she is the underdog in the event. She is the lowest seed here, and Adhiban definitely needs to score that point. But Vaishali has been the one who's been showing better form than Adi here.
Yeah.
So going to be a tough game, that one. Arjun
And
taking on
Sam. I think this is also a very important game because Sam Shankland, after his victory against Vaishali, would be, getting back his confidence. And at the same time, Arjun would really want to play well in this game and keep up his form. The next round starts at 5 o'clock, right, Tania? So we have around 12 minutes in hand. And I think it's a good time to go for a break to energize ourselves.
100%. But Sagar, before we go on a break, do we have the standings with us? Should we just get a quick look at the standings and leave our audience to get their refreshments as well?
Yeah, let's have a look at the standings here. These are the standings. Arjun Erigasi, number 1 with 4 points. Pragnananda on number 2 with 3.5. Levon Aronian also on 3.5 points. Vidit Gujrathi on 3. Sam Shankland on 3. Quang Liem and Karthikeyan on 2.5. Maghsoodloo 2 and Vaishali and Adhiban on half points.
This is amazing, Sagar. If we look at the podium right now, we've got 2 Indians there.
Yeah.
We got Arjun and Pragg, the 2 young stars.
I mean, when this tournament was organized, we were looking at, they should get some exposure. They should get to play the top guys, But now they're like, we are going to win this tournament.
They're giving them the exposure of what it's like to play against the young guns. Sagar, as he pointed out, we've just got a couple of minutes before the final round of the day. We're going to be back with all the action that's coming up, some big fights en route. And let's take a quick break.
Yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the last round of the day. The game is going to begin in 3 minutes. Right now, the leader of the tournament is Arjun Erigesi. As we can see here, he is on 4 points out of 5. He is playing phenomenal chess. But right now, someone is taking a test of him outside. He is testing him. Can you guess who that person is and what the test is? Right now.
Sagar, I heard you saying that somebody is testing Arjun. Is that a good idea for Arjun right before a really crucial game?
No.
Because what I can hear from what's happening outside.
Oh, yes.
Sagar, what are you doing? Arjun has like a massive game to
Yeah,
play.
that's why I'm giving some puzzles to solve right before this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Samay is
I'm
getting
getting him
tense. Samay is like, okay, Arjun का कुछ game खराब हो गया तो.
It's a prep.
Great job, both of you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Samay.
So apparently, when Vidit became India number 3 after hanging out with Samay, do you think, I hope history doesn't repeat itself with Arjun hanging out
But
with
yeah,
Samay?
he became India number 2 again, right?
Yes.
So it's like you go on this roller coaster ride.
Yeah. And you
And
get
then you
worse
come
before
back.
you improve.
Then you come back.
Nice, nice, nice. What is up, chat? We are ready for our final round of the day. This is going to be round 6. Sagar, very crucial for our leaderboard. Let's quickly refresh our memories with how we stand at the tournament.
Yeah, these are the standings right now, Tania. Arjun Erigesi on the top.
Sole leader. Sole leader with 4 points. That's
And
super
Pragnananda
impressive.
on 3.5, Aronian on 3.5, Vidit and Shankland on 3. And just to have a look at our pairings for the round, this is how the things stand. We have Quang Liem versus Parham, Pragnananda versus Levon, Karthikeyan versus Vidit, Vaishali versus Adhiban. In fact, all the games are very interesting. Arjun versus Shankland. And this is how right now the atmosphere is outside. You can see Shankland completely focused. On one hand, he is, Arjun knows that he has his chance to extend his lead, but on the other, Shankland is really quite a tough opponent. There you have Pragnananda adjusting his pieces against Levon Aronian.
I want chat's opinion on this, Sagar. Let's put up a poll on the result of
Okay.
this match before it kicks off.
Between
Levon and Pragg, the big one.
Oh.
Pragg definitely putting up a fight here. Levon has been a little shaky on day 2 of the Tata Steel Rapid. First game completely winning, lost, and then against Liem, and then the second game against Parham, also better, was not able to get the goods home. And now up against Pragg, who is on fire in this tournament. So, chat, what do you think? Will Pragg be able to hold his own against the world number 10?
I think we also have some cameras which show the entire auditorium from the top. If we can get that view for our viewers, would be very nice, to just see how the entire thing is looking from the top. If the director can get that.
And
would
the
be nice.
audience is really filled up, Sagar. Take a look at this. For this upcoming round, I can barely see any empty places. A lot of people, massive interest here. They get the opportunity to get some photographs afterwards. They get to see the top players in the world fight it out. And there we see Vidit and Karthikeyan are on their seats, ready to go. Sam looking relaxed, but definitely his mind is all about what he's going to play next. Very often, before the start of a game, when the player's looking around, what they're actually thinking, Sagar, is what the opening is going to be.
Yeah.
Just trying to remember the moves, revise the theory, and that's what's happening here.
What is your way to kind of get into the mood of the game?
I think it's very similar. I like to come a couple of minutes before the game, not too much before, not too much, not too close to the start of the round, and
I think for you, if there's a choice between coming early or late, you might prefer coming a minute late, right? Than coming like 5 minutes early.
yes, I mean, I'll either just come a couple of maybe 1 or 2 minutes before the game or just a minute right after. I feel like I just want to go in and not be too distracted with what's going on. And I just think about the openings that I've prepared, how I want to go forward, and what I'm expecting from my opponent. And that's how I get into the zone of playing. Easier said than done, though.
Right.
So, what happened to our poll?
Yeah, I don't know.
Does the chat believe in Pragg?
Didn't I put up a poll here? I'm not sure. I think there was a poll,
Oh,
but
all right. We've still got a couple of minutes before liftoff. Big games
Yeah.
coming up, and
35% for Levon,
oh wow,
32% for Pragg, and 33% people say it would be a draw.
Sagar, putting you on a spot here. Make your prediction.
Once again, who's white?
Pragg plays white, right? Because Levon had white in the previous round.
Yeah, Pragg is white. And the opening. Oh, this. Let me see the opening. Yeah, just if I may, and then I can.
That's kind of a little bit of cheating here. You're not allowed to see the moves before you predict the
Okay,
result.
okay. I think this will be a
Ooh,
win for Pragg.
a win for Pragg.
Yeah.
That's a hot take.
Yeah, the reason why I would say that, and of course, I mean, it's completely like, making it exciting. Yeah, otherwise, as a commentator, unbiased commentator, I should say that, I don't
Levon's
know,
a
and
favorite.
something like that. But the only reason is because Pragg does play the Queen's Gambit.
Haven't we seen this before? Queen b3 on the board.
Yeah.
It's an
I mean, he plays the Queen's Gambit accepted himself,
Mm.
and he should be very well prepared here. That's the thing. And also, Levon played this in the first round of today against Quang Liem.
And we know that Prague's coach Ramesh is here with him. So
Yes.
undoubtedly,
Yes.
Ramesh has
Yes.
been preparing for this round. He knows where the loopholes are and he has informed Pragg where he can potentially catch Lev in this line.
And also, Tania, the thing is that Levon's confidence is amazing, right? Because he could have changed his opening, but he's like, yeah, so what? And by the way, Bishop D2 to me looks like a very, very unusual move. Don't you think so? This move is not a very common move, I believe, in that position. We will try to check on our chess base database and see how many times that position has arrived. Have you seen this, Tania, before?
I mean, up until Queen A6, we just did this
Yes,
morning, and
yes,
it's a
but
popular
Bishop
position.
D2.
Bishop D2, and this is what we were talking about Ramesh's prep in this line.
Yeah.
Levon also takes a little bit of a think, goes in a bit of a break, and that's why it's so important to have a coach with you in these tournaments, because in between rounds, there's such little time to prepare. You just want somebody to come and tell you that if this happens, this is where you go, this is the direction. And
But,
Pragg
you know,
blitzing it out.
Tanya, the thing is, this position that we have right now on the board, this has been played 561 times, out of which only 12 games have gone knight g7. And here, bishop d2 is already a novelty. So, I just want to confirm once whether Levon did play knight g7 today against Liem as well. Yes, he did.
And it was knight d2. It was white. Liam answered with knight bd2. And black actually got a fantastic position. Lot of
very
compensation
good.
out of the opening. And this time, for this round, Pragg, instead of developing the knight to d2, counter sacrifices the pawn on b2 with the move bishop to d2. So what is the idea, Sagar? What do you think happens after rook b2 here?
I
Does he
think
want to go rook c1?
I think it's a new idea, and it would be quite naive to just say what the idea could be. But I think Pragg could have started with the move knight a3 in this position as well, correct? But somewhere he wanted to take control of the b4 square, which is why he put his bishop on d2 here. And like, let's say if I go bishop d2 and you play here rook b2, that seems like a natural move. Then he wants to go knight a3 with the idea of knight c4.
Oh, that's nice as well. I also really like the move rook c1 instead of knight a3. And the reason for that is that your bishop on f8 can only come out if the knight on e7 moves. And if you stop that knight from e7 moving because the c6 knight is hanging, it's also trouble for black.
Right.
Knight a3, rook c1, two very tempting options.
Yeah, so my still the doubt is why not start with knight a3 here and play instead of bishop d2. That is one question I have. Maybe there is some deep point which we have to like sit and
Maybe knight
think.
b4 because bishop d2 also controls the b4 square.
Yeah, but knight b4, queen c4 looks good for white. So yeah, I'm not sure, but I think Levon's response has been even more weird. Like bishop d2, he goes h6, and then when Pragg develops, he goes g5. Now this is really calling for trouble, Tanya. And look, Pragg has played the move that you said, rook to c1.
Rook c1, the idea of h6, g5, what we've been talking about, how do you get that bishop on f8 into the game? Knight e7 is not moving, he wants to go bishop g7. But completely agree with you that this is so committal. Such a weak pawn structure on the king's side. Pragg has got his rook on the open file, eyeing that c knight, c6 knight. He can also go rook c2, rook c1, double up on the c file, put massive pressure down the board.
Right.
And I have to say that it looks like he's caught Levon in some prep here.
It's like Levon got himself caught, right, Tanya? First he plays it in the fourth round. Then Pragg, of course, is going to come prepared because this is what these ambitious youngsters do. They are always on the top of theory. They are always looking out ki haan, if my opponent has played this, I will catch him there. They never feel tired or like overwhelmed by the information that is given to them. So Pragg did prepare, and then Levon goes in. And I think this is something to do with Levon's attitude in general when he faces the youngsters. He doesn't back down. He's mentioned in his interview as well that he really loves the opportunity to play with these youngsters and learn from it. Now that's a big statement coming from a former world number 2 and many times candidates player, that he can learn from these youngsters.
Yeah.
And I think the very fact that he's also working with many youngsters keeps him in shape also. That's what he mentioned.
I completely agree with you. And I think that's such an important point for many of these old guards that we say in chess, that actually being in touch with these younger players is what gives you longevity in the sport.
Yeah.
And this is something that Anand has mentioned himself, that it helps him as well to be working with players like Pragg, players like Karthi, because that's what keeps you at the top of the game even as the times are changing and chess becomes younger.
Absolutely. You are right. Okay, so the next game, shall we go to Arjun versus Sam Shankland, because that is a very, very important game from the perspective of the leader board. So Arjun opens the game with 1 d4, d5 by Shankland, knight f3, knight f6, bishop f4, the London system, e6, e3, bishop d6, you play your bishop to d3, castles, knight d2, b6. Notice how black is not taking here because these double pawns seem to be okay for white.
Too much pressure on e5 as well.
Knight e5, c5, c3, queen c7, and now queen to f3. So the idea is to switch your queen to h3 and put pressure on h7. Now Sam can go for bishop b7 ideas with the idea of maybe later trying to put his knight on e4, or bishop a6, Tanya. By the way, thank you so much, Nikaru, for becoming pillar of Indian chess.
Are those the different membership levels that you have,
Yes,
Sagar?
there are 5 membership levels on our channel. And the interesting thing is that all the money that we collect on all membership levels every month goes to one talented youngster of Indian chess.
Oh, wow.
So in the last month we helped Pranesh, who is now IM with 1 GM norm. Before that it was there was Marimuttu, who is a top visually impaired chess player, Savita Shri, Ilam Parthi, many young talents, and I think it's a beautiful community that has built up where people are ready to support,
Yeah.
and there are no perks, on our channel. It's just the support, and they just
That is amazing. And it's a community that actually contributes to the growth of the game as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
And that's brilliant job. So guys, keep that going. And as you mentioned, you pick up a talent and support them, because in chess we know that India has such massive potential and talent, but very often it lacks financial resources.
Absolutely. You are very right. And I think this okay, I was just I had the thought of continuing our conversation, but the move, when a move happens on the board, suddenly you're like, oh, knight d7, now
The
what
chess
happens?
player in you kicks in. You're like, wait, I want to forget talking about everything. Let's get back to the board.
Yeah, but that's why I think what Tata Steel is doing at this event is truly exemplary, because they are giving opportunities to the best of the talents of Indian chess to fight it out against the great players in the world. And I think these events, I was talking to Jeroen Vandenberg, who's the tournament director of Tata Steel in Vaikanze, and he said when a young Magnus Carlsen got an opportunity at the age of 13 in Vaikanze, he was, I think, playing in the C group at that time. It really helped him, and then he went on to the A group. He finished, I think, at the bottom first, then he went on to win it, and then he keeps coming back there every year. And it was a start, and I think this tournament can also prove to be a start for these youngsters.
It was, Sagar, when it happened in 2018.
Yes.
That's the first
Yes.
time that
Yes.
actually Pragg played here. And I don't know if you remember or not, but in 2018, Pragg was massively impressive. He drew with Hikaru. I think he drew with Magnus as well there. He had some two major wins in that tournament against very strong players. He played in the Blitz section, and that's what you were talking about. That exposure, and look where he is today,
Yeah.
fighting against Levon, and the chat believes that he's got it was an even poll, a 50% chance to do
Yes,
it.
absolutely. And by the way, Tania, talking about these talents playing well, here Arjun has all of a sudden built up a very powerful initiative. The bishop looking here. I'm already looking at queen h4, which can launch an attack. By the way, just to tell you in the chat, knight h5 was not a good move here. You might think that you are winning the bishop or the queen, but after queen h4, you can't take the bishop because h7 is hanging. So that's the reason why in the game, maybe it was also possible to do it that way, but he went knight e8, and his idea is that if you go queen h4, then Shankland wants to play f5. Okay, so can we have a look at the game between this looks interesting. He goes
It
knight
looks
df3.
And also very complex, because we have not a single pawn, not a single piece has been exchanged. So there's, of course, a lot of development that's going to happen in this game. We'll come back to this. Sagar, an interesting position in the Liem versus Parham board.
Okay.
And I want to take a quick look at that, because White's king is on f1 instead of castle. And now we know this is OTB, so it can't be a mouse slip. So how did we get here?
Oh, really? Yeah, that's interesting. D4, D5. By the way, thank you so much, Dr. Pranav, for becoming a member. Bishop B4 takes. This is like the hyper Nimzo. A4, knight F3. It all looks very normal. And then all of a sudden here, Bishop E2, A6, C takes D5.
And c4, that's a
takes
bit committal,
d5.
because it invites queen a5 check. And that opportunity was taken by black to give a check on a5 in that position.
But why did, he could have even castled here, but he went for this take and c4.
Yeah, this is a bit of a strange
Yeah,
decision
yeah.
by Liam, because you want to castle, you can always decide to take on d5. That pawn is not going anywhere. I think what he thought was that if he goes short castle, black takes d takes c4.
Yeah.
And after bishop c4, opens up the position with a move like b5 and c5, and it all comes in with a tempo.
Yeah, but I have the bishops, right? So any opening of the position should favor white. I mean, even if you do this, I think white should be happy, right? Okay, this is hanging, but
I mean, a3 bishop is hanging, so you can't really take it. But
Ah.
I get your point. It does look like a better version than what Liam got on the board.
right. So here, after take here, king f1, b5, Parham is now taking advantage of this pin here. And after c5, b4, bishop b2, queen c7, knight d2, I think already after, let's say, a5 and bishop coming out on a6, black has no issues.
At all.
And what about this bishop on b2?
It's dead.
Some-
It's not a bishop.
I mean, it's just...
This is not the. You speak of double bishop advantage.
Yeah,
This is not
this
that.
is not one.
This is not one at all. And as you're pointing out, a5, bishop a6, there's no coordination between the rooks either. The king on f1 is misplaced. I think Liam is in trouble out of the opening in this one. Let's continue our opening tour. Let's take a look at Karthi versus Vidit. Where do we stand with that one?
Yeah,
So it was a Roy Lopez.
Yeah, it was Roy Lopez and a d3 variation, not the castle, which is the normal one. He played d3 variation, b5, bishop b3, bishop c5, knight to c3, d6, knight to d5 was played in the position, h6, c3, bishop e6, all very standard stuff. And now Vidit makes a committal decision of taking on d5, pawn takes and knight e7. He's asking that I'm going to win this pawn. How are you going to defend it? If you play c4, your bishop gets blocked. So d4 by Karthikeyan.
That's a nice move. Also solving the problem of double pawns.
Yeah, and now Tania, you can't take on d5 because if you take, there is bishop d5, knight d5 and knight to c6.
Oh, that would
After
be.
which the queen is attacked and the knight is hanging. So that's the reason why queen d7 by Vidit. Now, once again, maybe threatening to take, but a4 was played because the problem is that now a8 rook is hanging. So he castles, defends his rook here. Now ab5 can be met back with ab5 and Karthikeyan now attacks the pawn on b5.
Continues putting pressure with every move. Queen d3, another nice move. He says, you take d5, I'll take the b5 pawn. So that doesn't help Black. And now Black never wants to take on a4 in these positions because the rule of the pawn island. You create another island on a6 and that becomes a weakness.
Yeah.
So questions to with it. How is he defending the b5 pawn? Does he go rook b8 here?
And also, Tania, can we just take on d5? Because, I mean, although you will win the pawn on b5, I am taking the pawn on d5. Take, rook a8, rook a8. And then if knight b5, could go c6 maybe. Not sure. But there could be other ideas like knight f5. I think these are the
That's
types
actually
of...
really cool because the point is that I think if you go knight e7 here,
Yeah.
then maybe there's some tactic with knight
This-
h6 and queen f3. And you hit the knight and you suddenly hit the rook on a8.
Oh,
That's
wow.
very pretty.
LPDO. Do you know that?
LPDO?
Yeah.
I'm scared to find out.
Loose pieces drop off.
Oh, okay. That's a nice one.
Tania, I've been saying this for over a year now. You don't know this.
I-
You don't see any of these. Guys, this is what happens when your pieces are loose. They fall off. But
That's
I am
actually a good
very
point. This-
sad that you didn't know this.
You know, I think, Sagar, because
It's
I don't
not a
see your
term that
stream,
I
because I
coined.
don't see your
Oh.
stream, that's why I am not a GM. I need to start seeing these concepts of LPDO.
Don't worry, I have been studying since 2 years. Here I can see it. I am a bad teacher.
Samay,
Tania, come say hi to everyone. And tell us what's going on. Give us
Yeah,
an update
yeah.
of what's the atmosphere like there.
Oh man. Wow. It was damn tasty, man. So the atmosphere is great. The bed is very soft, and there's a lot of room for me to sleep with my legs wide, and relaxing.
you become the editor, right?
Yeah.
So you're closed in a room.
I make some great
you
video.
can't come.
And it's very comfortable room.
Have you
It's
become
cold.
the editor with Chess India Clips? Who
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, by the way, chat is getting content right in front of us, not missing a moment.
I've become the editor, I've become the recorder, I've become everything.
Acha.
Soon to replace you. Amruta in your life as well, Sagar Shah. But great job, guys. Keep it up.
Man, when Samay came in the room and started eating this, it made me hungry.
I mean, he literally comes for 30 seconds, eats, and leaves. What is this job? I want his job. All right. So apparently, the only update we have about the atmosphere is that there's a great couch where Samay is passing out currently.
I don't know what passing out. I think he's passing his time. And
All right, let's get back to the chat.
yeah.
Sagar.
Let's get back here. Queen D3 was played, and Rook A B8 by Black. With it, very solid.
We were talking about this option, right? To just defend the b5 pawn, keep the pressure on the d5 pawn. We have a super chat, Sagar, by Ashit. This is a question for Tania. What is more mentally and physically draining? 3 rounds of rapid or analyzing and commentary on all the rounds and all the games? That's an interesting question, Ashit. Thank you for your love and thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
Interesting, but I think there's no competition there. I think definitely playing 3 rounds of rapid is so much more mentally and physically draining. Of course, we love bringing you the action, breaking down the thought processes of the players, but it's the players who are coming up with this process. It's them actually creating this stuff on the board. And I also think, Sagar, playing one long classical game is less exhausting than playing 3 rapid games in a
Yeah,
day.
because there are 3 times you have those emotions. First, the jittery feeling of facing an opponent, which opening will get played. Then that stress of time pressure, it happens thrice.
Yes.
While if you play one classical game, it's just once.
Yeah. And you're in a flow in that one. Here, you have to reset.
Yeah.
You have to reset your batteries. You have to reset your thinking process. So definitely what these guys are doing there, and we've been talking about this yesterday also, this is the final round of the day. So definitely, Ashit, stamina is going to play a big role in this one.
Correct. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And guys, there's one thing that I must tell you, that when these players play the tournament, the amount of pressure is just at another level. That same pressure you don't feel when you're commentating, because you are allowed to make mistakes. So I think that feeling that I can't go wrong, when you have that feeling and are playing, it takes away a lot of your energy.
The one player who's not losing any energy, Sagar, it seems it's Arjun. And I have his board in front of me. And Sam is in trouble here. Wait, what is going on here? Black's pieces, look at them, all stuck on the 8th rank. Bishop h6, a major threat on the board. The knight on c5 is pinned. Bishop h6, queen f4, queen f6 ideas?
Yeah.
Is that a point?
Yeah, I mean, I think these 3 pieces and
Queen
this
h4,
fourth-
knight g5?
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
looks-
seeing checkmates all over the board.
Like if you go queen h4, knight g5 and he plays h5, you can even just play g4 and you can ask him like, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? And Sam, what have you been doing with those pieces all this while?
So we were looking till knight e8, right, Tanya? And then he got his knight to f3, and then he took, and Arjun took with the c pawn. Usually, I mean, you take back with the e pawn also possible, but he took with the c pawn, bishop e5, and now Sam was expecting Arjun to maybe take with the knight, which was also, I mean, bishop e5, Tanya, is a move that is, I'm sorry to say, but that's just,
Yeah, it's a bit of a shocker, no?
it's
Bishop
a
e5?
shocking move.
Because after d takes e5, your pieces are so cramped. The f6 square, which is key for the knight to jump into the defense, gets taken away forever.
But even if I take with the knight, why did you give up your dark squared bishop?
Yeah, not clear. I think he was probably hoping that after knight e5, he can capture back with the knight, trade off a few pieces, but Arjun keeping the pressure with d5.
Yeah, and maybe here bishop e5, also very pleasant for white.
Very pleasant for white. And after d e5, as Arjun played, because he clearly wants to go for checkmate,
Yeah.
he just keeps the pressure. Now, bishop h7 was a direct threat. So g6 had to be played because the Greek sacrifice with bishop h7, knight g5 is too strong.
So let's just say if bishop b7,
I
you
think
can
it should work.
take here. Maybe the knight jumps to f6, yeah?
And
Oh,
no, but knight f6
Oh,
you take.
Tanya, here's the
Wait,
move. Let's ask the chat, and also while you think, guys, what should black play here?
What
I'm
is the
able to see the
trick?
move, so I don't have to think. But
Queen
Tanya is
h7.
thinking on her own.
Queen h7 is coming in.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful move, Tanya.
All right, so knight f6 doesn't work because e takes f6, but the chat is thinking as well, so I'm going to try and think in my mind. I don't really see how are you defending this mate in one. Okay, there has to be some. Okay, I spot it.
Yeah, beautiful move, yeah.
That's actually crazy. And it's funny that it's so easy, but still so difficult to
Because
find.
it's a long move.
It's a long move.
Let's see how our
Remember
chat
Queen
is doing.
H2. Remember Queen H2. And they find it. They find it so quickly, Sagar. I'm feeling bad about my chess.
No, come on. You should feel good about these guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Shabanjot, Advait, Judajit, Ramesh. Guys, beautiful job. You found Queen C2. It's a long move and it's the right move. The Queen goes to C2, stops this. And even if you go E4 here, now Knight F6 makes sense because earlier the Queen was hanging here and now it doesn't.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So bishop h7 doesn't work, but anyway, a very pleasant position there for white. After g6, how it continued, he just simply castled.
Knight c5 and he put his rook on c1, a5.
Stopping b4 because b4 was winning a piece.
Yeah. And so queen h4. And now Sam is thinking he has 5 minutes less than Arjun. Tanya, I'll do what you do every time.
Close up. We need that close up.
You can look at Sam. He's like, oh my God, what have I just done? This feeling sometimes comes to you. You make some moves and you're like, why did I do that? And that's exactly what he's thinking.
He's under a lot of pressure. We also see Vidit at the back there. He's leaning back, so probably he's comfortable in the position. But right now, this moment is all about Arjun here.
5 out of 6.
Wow. And 5 out of 6, he just beat Liem in the last round.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's on his way to crush former US champion, one of the top grandmasters in the world, one of the favorites of this tournament. Arjun looking unstoppable. He's going to become a favorite to win the event.
I think so, because after this win, he might have a full point lead. And Sam here, from his expressions, guys, you can just feel it. He feels so uncomfortable. He plays his bishop to a6 and Arjun instantly takes it. And now rook takes on a6.
And does he just want to go queen h6 with the idea of going knight g5? Or is he going to go bishop h6 right now and queen f6? That looks really nice as well. But let's just point that line out. Bishop h6, knight g7, queen f6 is not over yet because black's knight can actually jump to h5 and attack the queen again. So you defend your rook.
But Tanya, how about going knight? If you go knight g5, there is h5, right?
Knight g5, h5 looks forced to me because
f6
you just take
is
e6.
met with knight e6.
No, that you can also just take on f6 because the bishop attacks, but knight e6 is very strong as well.
Right.
Knight e6
so knight g5, h5, and I want to go g4.
And then you have to play knight g7. One more idea.
That's how you are defending, right? Here, this way, and then if I take here, you want to take here.
Sagar, what if you stop h5 with a move like queen h6?
Or how about g4 first?
Oh, that's also really nice.
Oh, but queen h6, yeah, that looks also good.
I want to go knight g5 next.
But let's say I move my queen so that whenever you go knight g5, I have f6. Maybe that's the...
Not easy. But Arjun playing with speed and accuracy here trades off on a6 and now...
What is he going to play?
Oh my God! He finds it!
g4!
This was your move, Sagar. Tell us what was your idea.
No, this is just stopping h5 and knight g5 is just killing now. And if you go knight g7, trying to do this now queen here, and now when you go f6, the queen's path is blocked, so knight g5 is...
Or just take on f6, attack the...
I mean, I was saying like queen d7, now knight g5, there's no
Oh,
f6
wow.
because the queen's path is blocked by the knight.
G4?
He's a genius.
G4, and he takes what's a minute to find this move.
No, he plays it like in 1 minute,
He
11
takes a
seconds.
minute to find this move, and with this, he is crushing Sam. Sam looks like he's also given up on his position. Now leaning back. Let's get an up close on this. Arjun not even looking at the board, and he looks calm. There's no emotion. There's no excitement. I mean, he's just looking at the boards behind him. He knows he's so close to winning this.
And
amazing
Tanya,
stuff.
when Arjun will win the game, he will just tell his opponent, oh, why didn't you play that move? Or this move was good. That's the kind of thing which I think the opponents are going to say, Arjun, we know what you're doing with us. First you beat us and then you want to analyze. And some players, Tanya, you don't understand whether they are winning or losing. But Sam, clearly you can see that he's just lost. Yeah, like here, he's just leaning back, and he's looking here. He doesn't look interested in the game.
Because he knows it's gone far too wrong for him.
Yeah.
Sagar, maybe the pre-game prep that Samay did with Arjun, we have no
Oh.
idea what that was about.
You know the first move of the quiz, entire quiz. I'm giving you because that quiz will
Wait.
come to you as well.
Wait, what is
Is
it? Tell me
G4.
everything.
So he played G4.
No way.
Yes.
Are you serious?
No, it's not a similar position.
Wait, so there was a quiz that Samay has prepared.
Yeah. And the quiz is don't tell anyone.
No,
Yeah.
I won't.
Yeah, guys also in the chat. It's like you have to guess the worst move in the position. And it's a very interesting one because there are many bad moves you can make, but you have to find the worst.
Oh,
So
beautiful.
if you can blunder a queen, or you can make
Yes, Sagar,
Oh,
leak
hi.
my Aadhaar card. Leak my Aadhaar card also. Leak my bank details. Leak everything. You can't keep anything in your stomach.
We were just talking about that what great
But
prep you
someone-
did with Arjun. Have you seen what he's
Yeah, he
done?
played G4.
G4.
पर मुझे क्यों तोड़ा? मैंने quiz को क्यों तोड़ा? Great job, Adhiban.
Oh my god. That was so we'll find out what the quiz is about.
Yeah, Tania, you will have to
Oh.
now I can't say anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
He's
he's
clearly keeping
listening.
an eye out on us.
You know, he's just locked in a room. I thought he's editing
He's
clips.
probably lying down on the couch there, eating
Yeah.
food and just, watching the commentary, chilling.
Just enjoying himself.
Yeah.
And just coming here and saying I'm not feeling good
We
and
need
stuff.
to have a word with Tata Steel about this. All right, so G4 on the board. Arjun looks like he's on the way to pick up a big point. Let's jump to another board.
Can we go to Vaishali versus Adhiban, because that is a game which was something that we wanted to look at. It is Adhiban's golden opportunity to score a full point, but Vaishali looking very solid right now. Vaishali playing with white pieces. She is a pawn down, but the G3 pawn is going to fall. What do you think here? Yeah, I think it's around equal. So let's go to another game. Shall we go to which one, Tanya?
Let's take a look at Vidit. Let's get an update on the Karthi Vidit board. The queens have just been traded off and equal pawns. White has a double bishop advantage, a relatively open position, but black has got this pressure on the f2 pawn and he has more tempos. I actually feel this should be pretty even. Sagar, what's your evaluation in this endgame?
Yeah, I mean, white has the bishop pair, but where does that bishop go? That's the question. So let's say if I go bishop, it's attacked, right? So I
Yeah.
go bishop g5. The momentary weakness of f2 allows me to take the open file with rook e8,
And that's-
threatening rook e2.
Yeah, that's not easy to counter because rook e2 is coming in, knight f2, rook f2 is coming in.
Yeah.
For example, h3, maybe you can go knight takes f2 in that position.
Knight f2, rook e2, and then maybe bishop
You take on b2.
possible. Yeah, this is very, very interesting. And then rook e2, and then this is hanging. If you, let's say, go rook f1, I can take here, and yeah, f7 is hanging. Maybe you can start also, Tanya, with rook f8.
Oh, wow.
Because this is kind of blocked.
Yeah.
So true. I think it's around equal, I feel. And Vidit should not have anything to worry about. This position came after he played knight c6. Karthikeyan tried to liquidate stuff. And then he did this move. And the point was that if you were to take on g takes h6, there is a killing blow, guys, here. White to move. What do you do?
Chat, that's a nice one.
Look at Tanya. She just saw like 1 second and she was like, oh, I saw it. Very quick.
Queen c2 took me a little while.
Yeah.
Queen c2 took me a bit of time while chat found it instantly. So we have our strengths.
Chat versus Tanya, yeah?
That was 1-0 to chat, queen c2.
Let's see how many of you have found this. And as always, very quick. Guys, not bishop c2 because h7 is guarded, but queen g6 is the correct move because the pawn on f7 is pinned from the bishop here. So you can give a check and then pick up the knight on f6. That is game over.
Wow.
So going back to the game, Vidit did not fall for it. He played queen e4, offering a queen trade. Karthikeyan said no queen trade. Vidit said queen trade. And then eventually he had to trade queens. And he played bd2, by the way. here.
Bishop d2, but the move doesn't change. You still probably go rook e8
Yeah.
with the same threat. You want to take control of the open file. And this one is going to be a slow endgame. We'll keep an eye out on it. Can we quickly get an update on the Pragg-Levon game? When we left it last, Levon had just played the very committal
G5.
8-6 g5 idea to get the bishop out, while Pragg, it looked like, was very well prepared in this
Arjun
opening.
Arjun won.
Is that game? Oh, wow.
G4. And Tanya, what we said just happened. Can we get Arjun's board just in case if there is anything? Oh, look at this. It's empty.
I'm going to
There.
try and get Arjun and see if I
that
can
would
get
be
him.
great.
Just give me a moment.
And we'll just run through the game as to what happened here. Arjun beating Karthikeyan in 17 moves, says Rahul Pawar, and Shankland in 19 moves. Wow. Wow. Knight to G7. Queen H6. And at this point, Tanya, he resigned. He just gave up.
Yeah, because what else do you
I
do
mean, of
here,
course,
Sagar?
of
You've
course.
got knight
Of course.
g5 coming in with the threat of mate, and Sam just got so frustrated with this position.
Yeah.
He doesn't even want to attempt to actually do anything
there's
about
nothing,
it.
right?
And that is 19 moves.
19, yeah.
19
We had a
moves is
super
what it
chat
takes.
from Rahul Pawar who said 17 moves Karthikeyan, 19 moves Shankland.
And in that game, knight e8, queen and knight checkmating in that game as well, and knight g5. So Rahul, in this one as well, the queen and knight delivers the mate. What a brilliant game. But I think that bishop e5 decision, very strange by
Very
Sam.
strange. Yeah, like, I mean, I have many times I commentate on Samay's games and he takes on e5 like this with the bishop. And I've told him, don't take it. And now, I mean, if Sam took it, he would have some logic, right?
Yeah.
But I think it was just a blank moment. Sometimes top GMs do this.
Very difficult to understand why he would give up that bishop, allow d takes e5 and this free hand on the king side to build an attack. We are trying to get Arjun to come and give us his thoughts on his brilliant play today.
Yeah.
Let's get the update until then on the Levon board that we were mentioning. What is going on here? Quite a complex endgame at hand.
Yeah, very complex. And just before we get into it, Chess Fabregas has sent a super chat saying thoroughly enjoying the coverage, Sagar. And Tanya, this thing which we are noticing here, which is the chat chess moves, is developed by him.
Oh.
Yeah,
This is brilliant, by the way. I was just talking to Sagar about this. I haven't seen it anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
I think it's a great innovation. It's a great way to get chat more, to learn more, to interact more. So well done on that.
It's Keith Mascarenas, and thank you so much, Keith.
Well done.
For building this up. And right now, yeah, let's have a look at this game. Rook takes c1, d2 isn't coming because the bishop is controlling that square. Pragnananda has 6 pawns. Levon also has 6 pawns. Knight on e5, controlling d3 for now. Tanya, is d3 a strength or a weakness?
Well, right now, it looks like after rook d1, it could become a weakness. But the moment the rook goes to attack this pawn, it leaves the c file. So that's when black
Right,
rook will
then he will jump here.
onto the c8 file and then start threatening back rank weaknesses. So I would say, as of now, even though rook d1 immediately attacks it and makes it appear a weakness, it's actually a strength. I also really like Levon's last move. It's high class. He plays the move g4.
Stopping f3, no?
Stops f3, controls the king side with just one pawn, not allowing the move knight f3 either at any moment. So really just keeping, taking more space, taking more squares from your opponent.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, it seems like this is one of those classic Levon games where he starts off as worse but plays confidently, kind of bluffs his opponent, and then eventually plays beautiful chess and outplays his opponent, So, but as we have known, Pragnananda is one of those very aware players. When things are going downhill, he quickly gets grasps the things and comes back in control. He did that with Vidit as well. Very well. He drew the game. Yeah, I think you have to get your king into the game, Tanya. You have to put your bishop on d2. You have to do it step by step. I'm just worried about this knight here on e1. Where does this knight actually go? Because it is thoroughly dominated on both sides. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you do this. Yeah, Tanya, you go king f1. Then you play bishop d2. Then you come with rook d1. Yeah, but meanwhile he comes rook c8. Although he doesn't have entry points. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's better here. Although black's position looks easier to play.
I would pick black. Once again, not sure what the evaluation here is, but I just think, I like what you said. Just seems like it's
Yeah,
easier to play.
it's easier to play black, but if Pragg finds like a series of accurate moves, like let's say at the right time, he moves his king and plays rook c3, it looks dangerous, right? Because there is a discovered attack here with the knight moving. But if there's nothing, you move the knight, I win this pawn.
Yes.
So
It's sort of a balance, like a
Yeah.
dynamic balance in the
Yeah.
position, but not easy. And the time situation, well, both players have some time. Pragg has got about 8 minutes. Lev has got about 11. He goes
Oh, he
rook
goes
d1.
rook d1.
And I feel after rook d1, there is this option of going rook c8. But the other thing that g4 did, the moment you pointed out, it takes away f3, is the idea of going rook f4. Because the question is, how are you defending the e4 pawn now?
maybe I don't, right? I mean, after rook f4, I would think about taking on d3.
And then I take on e4 because
and then you take on
because
e4.
if I take on d3, Sagar, you can actually pick up the d6 pawn as well because rook e1 is defended.
Right. So here the bishop controls this square and there is no back rank mate. But yeah, you start off with rook e4, and if I take on e5, you take back with the bishop, and I think black is doing quite well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I guess this might end in a draw. Yeah, that's what I feel. Yeah, this happened. Knight d3, rook e4. Should be a draw. What do you think?
I think it's going to be about Pragg keeping his nerves. I'm expecting Levon to actually try and push as he does. But let's see if Pragg can just keep things together and keep his calm in this endgame. Meanwhile, other action is on. Let's take a look at the Liem versus Parham board because a very interesting middle game here, Sagar.
Oh, he's got his king on b2.
King on b2, and he got his king on b2
From f1.
From
Not even from
F1.
e1.
So it was not a long castle.
It was a very creative, like rook e1, then bishop c1. I mean, Parham was better, but somehow he allowed this king to run all the way. What a creative game, yeah, by Quang
Very
Liem.
nice. Just transferring the king from the king side onto the queen side where it's safer because the b file is
Yeah.
blocked. And now black is just wishing and hoping he didn't have the b4 pawn. He's like, just take that pawn for free. He might go b3 at some point, but white will still never pick it up. The b4 pawn is an asset for white, making the king so safe.
Yeah, so that means that Quang Liem might come back with a victory here after losing to Arjun, but it's still a long way off. But black's position is deteriorating bit by bit. Earlier, Parham had an advantage. He was doing very well, and now he seems to be under some pressure. Let's also look at the game of Karthikeyan versus Vidit, because somehow it seems like the bishops have been tamed in the position. And this bishop here wants to move away because the rooks have to be connected, but the question is, move it where? Does it go to e2? Yeah, maybe e2.
But then there's always knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4,
Knight
and then
c4
you have
can be
to
unpleasant.
exchange.
But if you trade the bishop and then there's this b2 weakness, I know that there's double pawn as well, but I think black would be happy to trade that knight.
So what you're saying is like this, and you would say that equal or
I don't think
slightly-
black can be worse here. That's what I know. I don't know if he has an advantage, but this b2 weakness is definitely
Yeah, this pawn is weak,
Not
and the
pleasant.
rook coming here attacking this. True. Okay, so this looks like equal, but still a lot of things to play for here. Meanwhile, Vaishali versus Adhiban. Adhiban slowly and steadily getting advantage, and we have the man of the
the
moment
man
here
of the moment, the man of the day.
joining us. Tania, you can also.
Yeah.
Man, this boy who is joining us here has done something truly wonderful. Arjun, how are you feeling? 5 out of 6.
Yeah, it feels great. Although I have something to complain in the game against Pragg.
Yes. Yes.
You were better there. That was the one game I think where you were better, but Pragg played brilliantly in the end game. That
Yeah,
technique that he
played
showed.
very well and I got tricked.
Do you think when he made that illegal move, it kind of it was an interesting moment, right?
Yeah, actually, in the evening, he told me that I could claim that he had to move the king.
Oh.
I totally forgot about that.
If you would have said move the king, there was a free rook there.
No, he had to play king. He could play king d1. And it's not lost yet, but should be worse.
Worse.
Very difficult. But what about today? 3 out of 3, Arjun, against Liam, against right now against Sam. Definitely a great day 2 for you.
For sure. Yeah.
But I have to say, both these games, Arjun, you were very aggressive. You played very attacking. Which game today was your favorite?
Probably the last one.
Sam.
Sam, yeah.
And were you surprised when he took on e5? Let's just see if we can have, and you can tell us your thoughts on the game as well.
Yeah, I was thinking he would go knight f6 instead of cd4. Knight df6.
Here, knight df6.
Yeah, and try to get in knight e4 and maybe f6 at some point. And also earlier I was expecting bishop a6 instead of knight bd7.
Here, you were expecting bishop a6.
Yeah, to trade off these bishops. And
But he played very weirdly, and this move, bishop e5, must have come as a big surprise.
yeah, I think he wanted knight c5, but then he realized there is bishop h7 after d5.
We were looking at this line, but in that line you had queen c2,
Yeah,
Sagar.
it
But now
works.
after knight c5, it doesn't work because you don't have queen c2 in the end.
This is so good. And if you go bishop b1, then he goes bishop a6 and he's taking over.
Yeah, I cannot even
There's always. But even if you take with the knight, isn't this position pleasant for you?
Yeah, this is way too good for me, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
So then, okay, maybe he wanted to play knight c5, but you anyway took. And this is what, calling the bluff of your opponent. I think, Arjun, you have now easily gone to that stage where you no longer are intimidated by anyone, right?
Maybe. And I don't think it was a bluff. I think he just missed bishop h7.
No, yeah.
Let's just show that line, Sagar, because you were discussing this in a different situation. And Arjun, how does it go from here after king h7? You just end up
knight
checkmating.
g5, king. Yeah, doesn't matter. Knight g5. He doesn't have f5. It still runs into the same knight.
Yeah, he doesn't have f5. He doesn't have queen c2 like in the other line.
Also, even if he had queen c2, I still have e4. But the thing is, with the knight on d7, he may go knight f6.
And then if he takes and e5, then the queen's.
Yeah, knight goes there.
So bishop
is
d1.
amazing.
Here he played g6, you castled, rook c1. And tell us your thought process behind finding this move g4. We were thinking queen h6, knight g5. I mean, g4 is the best move here, but how did you find it?
Yeah, I wanted to make queen h6 work, but the thing is, he moves his queen, let's say, to d7 or b7. Knight g5, he has f6.
And then the queen defends
Yeah,
this.
queen defends it. So then I started looking at knight g5 directly instead of queen h6. Now h5, g4, knight g7, and he holds
This is
on.
what we were looking at.
This is how we both were. It took two of us to find what you did in 1 minute alone.
Less than a minute. He just blitz our bishop a6 and g4.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
spent a
game
lot
over.
of time for queen h4.
I think similar concept to what you had against Karthi, like the queen and the knight going for checkmate. There also you made the move knight e8 in the end, attacking the queen on c7 and the pawn on g7.
Yeah, but I think there he just blundered, and here it's very dominant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a bad position for black.
Yeah.
And now knight g5 is coming in, and you won this. Tomorrow, I mean, you said that you are looking forward to playing Aronian, and I think that would be a very important game.
Yeah.
And the way Arjun you're playing, I'm not sure if Levon's looking forward to having that match right now.
But how is your feeling overall in playing in Kolkata, in this playing hall? You see this crowd. Maybe this is the first
Yeah,
time you're
it's
playing in
great.
front of so many people.
Yeah, this is my first OTB closed event, so I'm very happy.
And do you feel a little bit more motivated when there are people in the crowd watching, or how is it?
Maybe because Vishy sir is around.
So you want to put up the best because he's watching.
Yeah,
Do you discuss with him? Like, did you
yeah,
yesterday
after the
discuss?
game I do this.
Oh, what did he say yesterday?
We were analyzing the game with Karthi, like maybe f6 instead of b6 in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Raunak being around encourages me to do well.
Someone in the chat reminded me that we had done an interview and with you, and you had said that if you win this tournament, you would reveal your whom you're working with.
Okay, maybe we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. It's
We'll
still a
see.
long way off. There's 3 more rounds, but
Yeah.
Arjun, can we get your thoughts on the remaining games?
Yeah, tomorrow you play Levon and then Vidit and then Adhiban. 3 big games.
Yeah, I start with Adhiban, I think. And, I hope to do well. That's it.
Well, I think if you keep doing what you're doing, then that should work out fine.
Yeah, hopefully.
And before we let you go, can you just give us your thoughts maybe on the live games that we have, Sagar?
Yeah, sure.
What about Vidit versus Karthikeyan? Karthikeyan is white. Vidit has got his knight to d3.
Yeah, black is very much fine.
The
Maybe
bishop
even
pair.
pressing. Yeah, it's the basket.
Yeah, but the bishop pair is not threatening here,
Yeah,
right?
it's too passive, and black is threatening to go to k2, I think.
Okay, 2, and the bishop can't move here as well. There could be knight f2
Might
and
have
rook
followed
e2.
by rook e2.
So yeah, Vidit is kind of dominating, right? Or is
Yeah.
it still too early to say he's winning? Or I mean, he's
I think winning is an overstatement, but
better.
great chance of winning.
Great
in my
chances
opinion.
of winning. Okay, how about
How about Liam versus Parham? That's a very exciting position. Or is it?
I like white here.
how
And tell us
how
why.
how
Yeah.
quickly do you see, like, how do you assess?
I just felt the rook on e5 is very nicely placed, and c6 and a5 could be potential weaknesses for black.
And immediately rook comes to g6 to attack that weakness, as you're mentioning.
Yeah.
Right. So okay. So this is you think is better. By the way, Pragnananda and Aronian have drawn their game, as we had discussed. It looked equalish, and Pragg also playing really well. What about the game between Vaishali and Adhiban?
Is black up a pawn?
No, it's black is up a pawn. Yeah, Adhiban is pawn up here,
Okay, then I like black.
but slightly passive, no?
Yeah, but bishop on c2 also looks stupid. Okay, there is no breakthrough as of now.
So slightly better for Adhiban. Maybe he might
maybe.
get his first win today.
Yeah.
Arjun, before we let you go, and also if Tania, you have a question, I want to ask him something, because that really impressed me and also both of us, right? That was this idea of this tactical thing which he did against Quang Liem with Queen C2. Here, this was the moment that you played this entire thing.
Yeah, while playing queen c2, I did see this trick.
You had seen it.
Yeah.
You saw queen b8, queen a7 at that moment, yeah?
I did.
So you saw this, check,
Amazing.
and
Yeah, and I just win the trick.
but tell us.
I want to ask once. Sorry, go on, Arjun.
Earlier I was much better, but I messed it up.
Why didn't you go queen h6 here?
That was my original intention, but I didn't like the position so much after queen f8, f7, king h8. So initially I thought queen f4 just ends the game, but then I realized he had h6 or h5.
And you didn't like this?
Yeah, I didn't like the pawn on d3. I was thinking queen e4 here, threatening queen d3 and queen a8. But yeah, he goes rook d8 and queen g6 d2.
Okay, you play your moves in 30 seconds. How are you calculating so much in that much time? He's always up on the clock, and look at the amount of chess and calculation he's seeing.
I try to calculate in my opponent's time.
Yo,
That's
the
actually
secret.
great advice. That's great
very
advice.
good advice. All those who are watching here and who many times in your opponent's time move around and don't think, learn from Arjun. Think in your opponent's time.
No, actually in classical I do move around, but in rapid it's a different thing.
There you have time.
Yeah, in rapid. Okay. Arjun, I thought I'll inspire a few kids. But
Depends on the format as well.
yeah, true. But fantastic, Arjun. It was very nice having you here, and you're playing really well. But I think tomorrow is a very important
Big day for you.
Yeah, I hope to give my best.
All the best.
We look forward to
Thank
seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun.
Bye.
Yeah, so here.
Wow. I mean, Sagar, how is it that he's calculating all these things till the very end? You he's seen queen b at queen a7 and playing these moves on seconds.
Yeah, that's talent. Yeah, that's
That's
talent.
talent. That's I
hard
don't.
work. I don't know. It's just class, and it
It's
shows that
amazing.
he's really going to keep progressing, and he will become one of the best in the world.
I mean, 5 out of 6 against this field. And tomorrow, he has a massive chance. He's playing against Levon, the top seed, but he has a plus score against Levon. He's won the last 2 matches that they've played against each other. He beat Levon in them. He's playing against Adi, who is out of form, struggling with shape, and he's got Vidit. So if Arjun once again just keeps up whatever he's been doing so far, he could very well be the winner of the Rapid.
Yes, yes. And if he wins this tournament, I think that is a clear-cut beginning of many invitations coming his way. Once you start winning tournaments, there are a lot of people who kind of invite you to bigger events, and I think it's important for Arjun if he's able to do that. Meanwhile, Vidit Gujrathi in this opposite colored bishop endgame has a very, very pleasant position. This f2 pawn is under pressure with the bishop. Yes, it is drawish, but guys, look at the time. Karthikeyan has 31 seconds. Vidit has 5 minutes. You can see that spring in Vidit's movement there. He is looking very, very positive while he's making moves.
The point in these opposite color bishop endings is always which bishop has a target.
Yeah.
And it's the bishop on c5 with its bishop that has a clear target on f2.
Right.
He's already got the rook on d2. If he can get ideas like rook 8, rook a2 in, putting more pressure on the f2 pawn, basically it's a position that you're playing for 2 results.
Yeah, and also, I mean, white has to find where to attack black. Black is bulletproof.
He makes the move rook to b8. So what he's saying is that you can't move the bishop anymore because rook b1, the f2 pawn is vulnerable.
Correct.
So c6 could be a potential threat in some positions.
If you go c4, maybe c6.
Maybe c6, and a white has to watch out. So rook b8 a tricky. He goes
look at
bishop
this.
d3, but that's
This is Karthikeyan.
That's interesting.
Karthikeyan, even with 30 seconds on clock, very, very ambitious and finds this nice defensive idea. Very
Nice defensive idea, but you know what, Sagar, this trade still suits with it because what he's done is he's traded the only active rook that Karthi had. Now the rook on f1 is constantly tied down to the defense of f2, so black has a free hand. And white doesn't have that b1 rook to create play.
So would you say that I'll start pushing my central majority, create a passer here, one pawn, and you, as you said, there's one weakness. Then with the passed pawn, you have the second thing to play for.
2 weaknesses.
And
You
with
need the
time advantage of 4 minutes, this looks very promising for Vidit. By the way, Pratosh Bharani Dharan says, brilliant commentary, Tania and Sagar. Loving Samay's
Thank you,
cameos as well. Big fan. Also, Arjun's erupted out of nowhere the last few months.
That's true. I mean, he's always been talented and he's always been a strong player, but I think he's had his breakout moment this year.
I think so. But also when he became a GM, Tanya, he was able to score all his 3 IM norms, 3 GM norms within 6 months.
Almost back to back.
Yes. So it was like he was nowhere, just like how everyone's saying right now. But at that point, he was nowhere. He was like 2300. And suddenly in 6 months, he became a GM. Same thing is happening now. Perhaps he was a GM. And now within a few months or a year, he's becoming into someone who's everyone's talking about.
100%. And I think it's his consistency playing against these top guys and really holding the position, playing the way he's playing, that makes one realize that, you know what, Arjun is here to stay.
Yeah.
It's not a one tournament fluke.
Agreed. Absolutely. Okay, so this is Vidit slightly pressing here still. Meanwhile, Vaishali versus Adhiban. Yeah, Adhiban would definitely keep playing for as long as possible. He's a pawn up, and as Arjun said, the bishop is also not looking very pretty with all the pawns here on the same color.
And that's the point, right? When you've got a light squared bishop, you want your pawns on a different square. And the problem with these pawns is that they're never moving ahead. That king on g5 stops a very important f4 idea as well. So where is white's play? Black has an extra pawn. He can slowly jump around with the knight. The knight can come from e7, try and find a way to get, not easy to get to f4, but maybe a timely c6 break or a timely f5 break.
Right.
Basically, it's a position where black decides and takes all calls. White just has to wait.
But
Nothing to do.
when you are in not a great form, that time when you have to make a lot of decisions, that's also a thing to worry about. Like for Adhiban, he's not in the best of forms and he might go for a break at a wrong time. It's possible.
Yes, absolutely. But I think the two moves that you can make, Sagar, without going for anything drastic is 97 rook 8. Bring that rook to the open file. The one idea I see for white, on the other hand, is to go knight b5, putting pressure on c7. And Adhiban taking a committal decision. No patience here. He says, I'm going for it. And he plays the move c5. At first sight, what's your opinion about this
Yeah,
move?
I think it just takes away one option that black had. But also Adhiban had been waiting for quite some time now. And he thought, well, okay, c5. And maybe somewhere he wants to prepare b5. Like let's say knight a7. Maybe give up a pawn so that the c pawn is a passer. That's what could be on his mind. And I think that's right now the position here. Adhiban fighting. Let's go to Liem versus.
Yeah, very interesting developments there. Liem versus Parham, and as Arjun was mentioning, White's position looking good, and I think once again it's White who is driving the pressure here. Look at that queen and rook. Look at the heavy pieces. Just compare them.
Yeah.
And the pawn on g7 is a target. Black can though come in with the queen. I mean, the king is a bit lonely. White's king is a little lonely. No pieces around it.
But Tania, like if you go, let's say queen h2 or something, then.
Are you going to take on f6?
Yeah, but it's not a killer move, right? Because after rook g7, there is king h8.
Not over yet.
Yeah, but it's possible to play on, yeah.
I mean, this is scary. Move the rook away, threaten queen g7.
Yeah, looks very
How are you going to
dangerous.
stop this?
I was
You have to go
thinking
rook
going
f7.
back.
Yeah, maybe possible. And now rook d6 idea, rook h6. And there's no rook f6. You have to go king h7. Oh, this looks
But then
scary.
queen g6 check.
No, rook h6 anyway, because we also have a bishop on d2.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, that's the position right now in Liem versus Queen G4 was played. Amit Jain says, super thought that without top players like Giri, Hikaru Carlson, this time the tournament will be dull. Indian chess is in good hands. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought, oh, there's no Magnus, there's no Anish, there's no Hikaru, but I think the excitement is still so much for this event, especially because our young guns, everyone's just looking at them and they're like, बड़ा होके ये लोग नाम रोशन करेंगे.
Already कर रहे हैं, Saga. It's amazing. And I think that's what happens when you have a fresh mix of players. Also, just taking forward the point that was just made, that I think without these top guys, a lot of us would have expected that, Levon, it should be easy for him. He is the world number 10, the most experienced player. But clearly the way the games have gone and the kind of fight that these players have put up, it's never easy. And absolutely agree with the super chat that, it's a great field and an unexpected result here. Arjun has played phenomenally well, but it was something I think few of us would have expected at the start. 5 out of 6, what a run.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he wins one game, you're like, yeah, he can. But then he wins another, you're like, wow. And then he wins another, like 3 wins today. It's a lot. By the way, Vidit's game going on, Vidit versus Karthikeyan right now. And you can see that Karthi has improved his position a bit on the king side, got his king up. The f-pawn is ready to move. So,
but c-pawn is attack, Sagar. How are you defending this? Bishop c3 is a threat, and he decides not to defend the pawn.
Yeah,
so
bishop c3, rook c1, d4, right?
Bishop c3, rook c1, d4, or bishop a5. d4 looks very normal as well. So he does pick up. So at least Vidit has an extra pawn. Once again, it's clear it's a position for 2 results. What White wants to do is break on the king side. I think he wants to go f5. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And Karthikeyan playing very quickly here. And you can see Vidit very calm.
And
Bishop
f5
has been played here, and
Bishop e5. I really like that Karthi doesn't care about the pawn but is going for initiative on the king side. In these opposite color bishop positions, you always try to create threats against your opponent's king. The logic is simple, that For example, here black has a dark squared bishop. It can never control the light squares. So you want to create as many weaknesses as possible on the light squares. G takes f5 taken. He's going to take on f5. He can, and then just go h5. Start advancing this pawn. Create threats on the king side. h5, h6 coming in. I think this is great defensive technique by Karthikeyan in a difficult endgame.
And also time-wise, Vidit has gone lower than Karthikeyan. He's down to 10 seconds. And now you can see Vidit, who was looking very cool, is suddenly looking a bit worried.
And the reason for that, Sagar, is the change in dynamics. Vidit was controlling the position, White was on the defense, and suddenly
Karthi's moves are just flowing now.
They're
He's
just
like,
flowing.
His bishop. Oh, by the way, check.
Okay, that trades off the rook, and he's going to pick up the rook because it is very, very complicated to keep the rooks on the board once the
But
h
now
pawn
what do you
advances.
think, Tania? Like this position.
This is a draw. This is a draw because let's just explain why, Sagar. Let's just have our analysis board for a moment.
Yeah.
The f7 pawn will get traded, and black will have these two pawns, c7 and d5. But white will place the king and the bishop, let's say, on e2 or c2,
Yeah.
or on
Maybe b3.
on d3 and b3.
Yeah, b3 bishop and king,
King
here.
d3.
So that the pawn doesn't come to c4.
You don't have an option to play c4, and after d4, it's a blockade.
But I'm
So
not
he's-
sure, Tania. Is it so easy to set this up? Because
I mean, aren't you just forcing it after h6 check now?
h6. Okay.
h6 check, where do you go?
King f8.
g6?
You
I just want to give up the pawns.
And if I
don't-
take,
Bishop G6.
let's then you're just making it very straightforward. Yeah,
I'll
like
play
you-
h7 also here just to have a little fun. But yeah, let's just
Okay.
show the idea.
So here, you put your bishop here.
You'll play c5, not allow
C5.
it, and now you go king e2. You play c4.
Yeah, but this looks scary.
So I need my
No,
bishop
no,
on
you
e2
need-
and the king on c2.
You need
in
to
this.
stop them there on with your bishop here and the king here. Then it's a draw.
No, even bishop e2, king c2, and d4, c4, no?
Yes, but you are not getting bishop.
So let's start with king e2 here.
You want to, yeah.
Let's start with king e2, c5. Let's go king d3. So you can't go c4 now, and you have to spend some time.
Let's say I get my king.
Let's go bishop h5. Let's go bishop f3. You get what you want. Yeah.
And now this.
Yeah, and now this, and the point is that when you get your pawns on c4, d4, that's the max that you'll get.
Okay, let's do this. You want to go here?
You wait with your get your king.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, king, bishop, c4. Sorry.
But yeah, the whole idea
the
is did he go?
problem
And
is
we've
if you
have you got it on a live board?
Oh, sorry, we are just.
The chess. Oh, we've got something very similar,
Really?
but a better version of what you were talking about with this
Oh,
block.
what?
Yeah,
What happened?
this is very easy now, and this is the. Thanks, Sagar, for that pat.
Yeah, that was cool, man. I thought that it will be a complex endgame, but you actually.
You get it very easily. Yeah, so he went for this plan with h6, g6. Very nice.
Here and. Yeah, this is just blockade.
This
yeah.
is what you want. This is what you want. And this ends in a draw. It's already handshakes on that one. You got two more games remaining. Adhiban against Vaishali. Has he made any progress?
Yeah, Quang Liem also has drawn. No, what happened?
No,
here?
that's going. Wait, and what
they
is happening to
signed, they
White's
signed.
king? Yeah, black
Parham
won.
won.
Parham
Parham
won.
won.
This is a bit of a nightmare for Liam now.
Yeah, because knight e8, queen g4, it was looking okay. Rook h6, b3 check, king c3, and queen f2, and he was totally winning here.
Wait, how are you totally winning here? A very someone who's done a lot of hard work today, looks extremely exhausted, has so much energy to join us. We're really thankful for your time.
Thank you.
Please-
I just came here to have this because I'm very tired. I just defeated Quang Liem. Now I'm going back. Thank you.
Samay. Did you see that queen h5 here was very strong?
Yeah, I actually calculated it, but then I thought instead, I'll go for the other move that I played there.
Oh, nice.
What did I play there again?
Instead of queen h5,
Yeah, I forgot.
You
Chess is complicated.
you played rook h3. You came back
Yeah,
with the rook,
exactly.
and that's where you went
Are
from.
you okay to eat this? Like, this is your second.
Yeah, it's a very exhausting game, chess.
This is your second in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, but it's like commentating is not as exhausting as playing. So I'm just gonna refresh myself and good job by the both of you guys. Yeah. Tomorrow who I'm playing?
Tomorrow, the remaining 3 players, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So you were mentioning that in this position, what Samay had to do was go queen h5.
No, no. Liem.
What Liam had to do was go queen h5
Threatening mate.
threatening mate. And if you just capture the rook, how do you finish?
Rook h6 threatening mate. Wow.
Oh wow! And there's literally no
it's over.
defense because
It's a very unusual pattern. Oh, meanwhile, Vaishali has managed to hold Adhiban to a draw. That's
Wow.
a big result.
that's a big result for Vaishali, and of course a disappointing one for Adhiban. But I think you know what? He's just given up on the tournament, Sagar.
Really?
I think he just doesn't have that push. It's just really tough for him.
Do you think he's mentally preparing himself for the
For
blitz?
That's what I feel. I think it's just not gone
That's
his
not
way.
Adhiban.
You know, it happens. And I hope he comes back tomorrow, but I think today the way it went as well in the last two rounds. Otherwise, Adhiban would have taken more chances in this game.
But you know, at a point, it seems like no, this was not how the game went. We saw till the move c5, right? Here, c5, bishop a4 here, and king e7, king e3. By the way, thank you Samuel, Paul, and Ajaya VB for becoming members. Knight a8, and he tried. You know, he could have repeated earlier. He tried, but he blundered with g5, and then Vaishali got her knight to f5, and actually Vaishali is pushing.
Yeah, the d6 weakness, the rook on a2 now jumps on to the other side of the board to come into f8-7 and attack the f7 pawn.
Here there was a very nice tactic, Tania. Like two moves are very good, and I think Vaishali missed them. Otherwise, she had.
And look at that knight on a7, Sagar. I mean, it's got no future at all. Where is that knight even going? And I didn't like that c5 decision by Adi.
Yes.
It was
yes.
too committal. He had to keep that option of the break open.
And yeah, bishop e8 was a very powerful move,
nice.
attacking this and this. And I think Vaishali with her knight and rook penetrating would have had an advantage. But she took here, and then eventually what happened was that Adhiban viewed a mating net on e2, and Vaishali had to repeat. So yeah, 2 draws for Adhiban today out of 3 and 1 loss.
Sagar, can we just quickly take a look at the end of Liam? Because the end of the game, because you mentioned that rook h5 was winning, but what happened then? How did he...
So rook here...
Queen h5.
Queen h5 was a very powerful move, but he went rook h3, which flipped. It's like one of the biggest flips that you will see, because it was like plus 10 for white and it became plus 10 for black.
But rook h3 is such a natural move because the
You want to
idea is
get the
clear.
queen.
He wants to play queen h5, but he wants a queen in front of the rook.
But now came the move b2, which was not the best, but queen f1 with the idea of queen c4 and queen c2 and queen a2.
That light square weakness and the lonely king and the pawn on b3 is a nightmare. Queen f1, queen c4 is beautiful.
Yeah, it's not easy to spot with
It's not
little
easy.
time.
He
And
played b2.
He played b2, and you see Liam's time here was 19 seconds only. So he went rook e1 to stop that, but then queen e1 came.
And that's why he had to, instead of going rook e1, he had to go rook h1 so that there's no queen e1.
But you know, Tania, this is how time pressure makes you really
very
find.
tough.
It's very difficult to find these moves. Also, here, guys, if rook h6 here, Tania, can you find the winning move for black? Because now the pawn is pinned. I'm trying to threaten a checkmate. It's a good question. The last trivia question for our chat today. What does black do to win the game?
Is Ghora a respectable animal in this position?
Yes. Yes. And by the way, look at that. Vidit is still analyzing with Karthikeyan. And there are so many people who have come there who want to just say hi to him or, you know, to everyone.
Let's get a closer, Sagar. I really want to see the audience. Of course, this is the final game. It's over. Everybody's gone. And we see a fan moment here.
Yeah.
They're all waiting for a photograph with Karthi, with Vidit.
Yeah, and whoever, like, you know, they love, and I've seen that chess fans, they love all of the players mostly, and they come and they try to get this chessboard where they have signs of all the players. They have.
They're applauding for the game, for the players, for the fight that they've put up.
Yeah.
And that's always a really nice feeling. You know, you have a long day, you play, and then it's appreciated. The show that you put on for the fans.
Absolutely. And by the way, Tania, remember this position that I was talking about? I had asked the chat to find the move, and B1 is the move. Guys, knight. Knight ko nahi bola.
हाँ ना, B1 के
हाँ,
बाद.
maybe the point is it's not picking up the B1. See, a lot of people have written
But I
B1.
think that's what they meant, because B1 queen would mean rook h8 checkmate, right? And that was your trick, Sagar.
So the B1 knight. Oh, by the way, this is another view we have of the. Can we see the entire playing hall in case, if possible, the auditorium, to just show our fans?
By the
how
way,
the
Sagar,
setup is?
that's a sneak peek at the trophy.
Ooh,
At the trophy.
it's a knight.
It's the Ghoda.
Yeah, it's a Ghoda here, and there are two knights, one for the rapid, one for the blitz. So there are two tournaments, and we'll have two different winners in each of them.
It's a beautiful, beautiful brass trophy, golden color, and it's heavy, Sagar. It's a stunning piece of art,
Yeah.
and the players are fighting for
So
all of it.
We should have a look at what were the results of this round. And Tania, how have you enjoyed today?
Super exciting chess. I think undoubtedly Arjun has been the MVP so far. He has been unstoppable today. 3 out of 3. And 2 of those wins against Sam Shankland, against Quang Liem, 2 big favorites. I think undoubtedly he's been the star of the event so far. Levon, who had a fantastic day 1, suffered today, which means the leaderboard is wide open, but we've got a sole leader. Let's see if we can bring our standings up shortly on the screen. And here it is. Wow, that's a 1-point lead.
Yeah, right now Arjun has a full point lead over Pragnananda and Levon Aronian.
Who are on 4 points, and we once again on the leaderboard got top two spots by 2 Indians, the 2 young stars of the tournament,
Yeah.
Arjun and Pragg. Pragg at 4, Levon at 4, and then Vidit at 3.5, and then at 50% we've got Sam and Parham and Karthi. While it's been a disastrous day for Quang Liem, who is looking well after day 1, but 2 big losses today, and then Vaishali and Adhiban.
Yeah.
Adhiban's having a bit of a nightmare in this one.
I mean, I didn't expect that Quang Liem, after beating Aronian in the first game, would lose both his games. And that was a big shocker, losing. Of course, Arjun played really well, but against Parham, it was a complete topsy-turvy game. And a lot of things happened. By the way, just so that you guys can see the results of the 6th round as well, we had... I'll pull up the results, but these are the standings. And Tania, tomorrow, big day.
Massive day coming up. And before we wrap up, I want to get chat's opinion on this, Sagar. Let's put up a poll. Is Arjun going to be the winner of the Tata Steel Chess India
Nice
Rapid?
Nice one. Let's do it.
Yes or no, chat? Do you believe in Arjun? He's got 3 big games coming up. He's playing against Adhiban, he's playing against Vidit, and he's playing against Levon.
Okay, let's do that. And meanwhile, till we set up the poll, we have had a few super chats. Mohit Nikam says, agreed with Pratosh, very captivating commentary. And Pratosh says, the excitement for the large part is due to both of your commentary going through the lines and explaining them really well.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's very cool to know that you guys are enjoying.
I think, Sagar, all the entertaining chess makes our job really easy.
Yeah.
The excitement on the board, the aggressive play, we've been talking about this, sacrificing pawns for initiative, all these brilliant attacking ideas and positions. It's a dream to commentate on chess like this.
Absolutely. Guys, I've put up the poll and you can just do it. We have close to 5,000 people here. Please do put your vote in. And also, if you like today's stream, please do like it so that more people get to know that tomorrow is the D-Day for the Rapid.
Yes.
And I went outside and I saw already Raunak is here because the Blitz starts day after tomorrow. So the Blitz players will start pouring in. Nihal will come. Harika will join in. That will be fun, Gukesh.
It's a whole fresh field. Then you got 4 new players replacing the ones who played in the Rapid. As you mentioned, Raunak is here. Harika will replace Vaishali. Then we've got Nihal replacing Pragg. So lots of excitement coming up. But before that, of course, it's going to be all about the final day of Rapid. And in case any of you are in Kolkata and you still haven't made it, tomorrow is the day that you need to be here
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the winner of the Rapid gets decided.
Because the leader right now is Arjun, and tomorrow is facing Adhiban, Vidit, and Aronian. Like three top seeds, yeah, three.
And can we take a look at what is Levon's pairing like? Is there a way to find out who Levon and Pragg are playing? Because these are the three players who are at the top of the table, right?
Yeah.
So we've got Levon and Pragg at 4 points, and we've got Arjun at 5. Let's see if we can have a look at our pairings for Lev and Pragg as well.
Yeah, let me pull that up and see if I can bring it on the screen. Yeah, so this is how round 8, 9, 7, 8, and 9 will look like.
Wow. Sagar,
So-
you're such a pro at this. By the way, guys, I have
Not
to tell you that Sagar is, of course, commentating, but he's also handling everything you see on screen. I have zero idea how he does it, but all the cropping, all the OBS setting, and all that stream deck, I mean, I am just in awe right now. This is amazing stuff.
Yeah, but okay, this is something that we all have learned over the pandemic, how to use the OBS, and it's come to good use here. So Shankland, firstly, you were asking Aronian is playing Karthikeyan,
Okay.
Vaishali, and Arjun. Oh, Arjun last round.
Arjun is the final round, and that might just be the decider game here. That might be the decider game here because definitely Levon will look at striking against Vaishali and against Karthikeyan. Not going to be easy, but I think his plan and his roadmap is clear. Can we also take a look at Pragg's road on the final day?
Yeah, so Pragg is going to play Parham, Quang Liem, and Karthikeyan.
Tough day for
Yeah,
Pragg
tough
as
day.
well. Tough day ahead. Wow, so that is a field wide open. Arjun has his task set. He's got AD, VD, and Levon coming up. Levon also big games, Pragg big games. Who's by the way, what happened to the poll?
Let's have a
Did we
look
get our result in?
77% people think Arjun will win the tournament tomorrow.
Big day for Arjun. And I mean, if he wins this, he was a wild card at this. He's one of the replacing players.
Really?
Yeah, because he's not playing the Blitz,
yeah,
right?
yeah, sure.
So he's one of the players who's only playing the Rapid. And the way he's played today, you guys don't want to miss the action. Sagar, it's been a thrilling day. Lots of standout points. Of course, Arjun's brilliant attacking play. Pragg's
Yeah.
Queen H2.
Yeah.
So many moments to remember.
I think Arjun's games today take the toast as end with Queen H2 of Pragg.
Oh,
I
Queen
think these
H2.
two youngsters have really played amazing chess, and I think we will take a leave for today, Tanya. We'll be
Absolutely.
back tomorrow at 1:45 p.m. If you are in Kolkata, come on over to the National Library. If you are somewhere close by, maybe you can also come for the Blitz day after tomorrow, and on the 21st. Blitz is going to be super exciting of 18 rounds. But until then, guys, we will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.
Good night, chat.